A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
And now, the life of Mary Sothern. At last, Max Sanders knows that his pal Cheney is dead of injuries received in the prison fire. Even Dr. John Benson does not know what this means to Max. Dr. Benson and Dr. Tracy decided that Max must not know that the warden of state prison, in an attempt to cover up his own misdeeds, has named Max and Swede Lawson as the instigators of the prison fire. Swede met Laura Barton, daughter of Jeffrey Barton, and Laura was so impressed with Swede that she promised to speak to her father in his behalf. With the investigation of the prison fire close at hand, Swede told Dr. Benson and Dr. Tracy what he knew of the warden's conduct just before the prison fire. Dr. Tracy and Dr. Benson had mapped a plan of defense for Max and Swede, but their efforts had been complicated by the story of the warden's accusation, which has appeared in all the newspapers. Mary has read the story in the papers, and her troubles are intensified by the appearance of Gerald Proust, who offers to purchase her stock at a loss to Mary. If she doesn't sell to him, warns Gerald Proust, he will denounce her and Max as a disgrace to the town of Sanders. Dr. Benson has returned to the children's clinic to confer with Dr. Cartwright. Mary has remained at County Hospital with Max. It is early evening now, and Dr. Benson sits dejectedly behind his big, old-fashioned desk. Come in.
Hello, John.
Hello, Merlin. Sit down.
Thanks. I can't stay long, though.
Mrs. Davis, how is she?
Oh, fine, John, fine. Couldn't be better.
Merlin, I've been hearing things.
Well, that's what I came here to explain.
Merlin, why couldn't you have come to me first? Why didn't you tell me?
Because, John, you weren't here when we needed you. You went off to help Max Sanders and Mary.
But I thought I was doing the best for everyone.
You haven't done the right thing, John. My little niece is up there in the hospital. It may be ours. Stay.
I put the case in Dr. Cartwright's hands. I trust that chap, Merlin, implicitly.
Oh, I've got nothing against Cartwright. But when I heard you'd gone off and left the kid, I saw red.
Merlin, for the love of Mike, don't you trust me? Didn't you believe that I was doing the best I could under the circumstances?
Yes, John, we trusted you. But the workers just can't get it out of their heads that you run out on them to help Mary Sanders and her jailbird husband.
Merlin Davis, I'll not permit such talk about Max and Mary.
Now, don't get sore, John. You and I are not going to get any place shouting at each other.
I've spent my best years in the clinic here. I've worked and pinched pennies to make the clinic go. And the first time I do something for a friend in need, you turn on me.
I'm not turning on you, John. You've done a swell job here with the kids, and I've always been the first to admit it.
Well?
But this time, John Benson, something you've done has hit me pretty close. Little Betty Dillon needed your care. Not only because you're a fine doctor, but that kid loved you. And when she found out that you'd gone away and left her, it hurt her terribly.
I know. I did the best I could, and I'm right. I know I am in helping Mary and Max. Heaven knows I tried to help everybody.
And now look, Max Sanders in the headlines again. A common firebug. A grandstand mock hero.
How quickly you all turn on Max. Not so long ago, you were praising him to the skies. Max Sanders, the man who put the town of Sanders on its feet again.
John Benson, if my own brother betrayed the workers as Max Sanders has done, I'd do just as I'm doing now.
That's a new one. Max, a traitor to the workers. How do they figure that?
I'm very close to the working class, John. I'm one of them. And this is what they're saying. Max Sanders couldn't make the money fast enough, so he joined in with a gang of pay gamblers.
That's not true, and you know it. Max was trying to drive those gamblers into prison, and he was willing to risk his own reputation.
John, can't you see? Max was their idol. They trusted him. And so long as Max retains his stock in Sanders' interest through Mary, there can never be cooperation between the owners and the workers here in Sanders.
I never thought you'd get around to that, Merlin. You want Max and Mary to give up all their control in Sanders' interests?
It's not my idea, John. But there's much to say for it.
Don't beat around the bush, my friend. I know who's responsible for this backstabbing and petty treachery. Gerald Bruce.
Now, John, don't say anything you'll be sorry for.
Gerald Bruce has been undermining this town for a good many years now. Time he stopped. And by George, I'm going to do it.
Gerald Bruce is a fine, upstanding citizen, John Benson. He admires you and gives you all the credit you deserve. But in this case, he's putting his personal feelings aside for the good of the town.
Those are the very words, I'll bet.
Why, yes, they were.
Well, and don't tell me you fell for that line, too.
Now, look here, John.
What would you say if I told you that Gerald Bruce had offered to buy Mary's stock and Sanders' interests at 1/5 their asking price?
Ooh, that's his business.
And when Mary wouldn't sell them, he'd certainly get it anyway, because Max and Mary are a disgrace to the town of Sanders.
Oh, that's putting it a bit bluntly.
Now you see why I'm going to fight Mr. Gerald Bruce.
You're letting yourself in for trouble, John. It'll bring the clinic a lot of bad publicity.
I'll risk that, Mullen.
Well, I'm afraid you'll have to risk it alone, John. If the head of the clinic you fight Gerald Bruce for personal reasons, it'd harm public confidence in the clinic.
Are you hinting that the board...
John, I'm giving you this straight. The clinic exists only to serve the workers and their children. If they lose faith in you because of anything you do, well, then the only honest thing for you to do is resign.
Mullen, before you go, I want to ask you just one question. Was what you just said your own idea of me?
What's that got to do with it?
Tell me.
No, it wasn't my idea. I'd stick by you, John, but my first duty is to those thousands of workers out there in that town. I see that now.
That's all I wanted to know, Mullen. Now we know just where we stand.
And believe me, John, my hands are tied.
Never mind it. I understand perfectly.
I'm sorry, John. You and I had to go bust this way, but I guess it's a fight to the finish from now on.
I understand. And don't worry about your little niece, Mullen. No matter how you and I feel, I look after her. I know you will, John. Well, good luck and so long. So long, Mullen.
Dr. Benson, what did he say? Is he going to stick with us on this thing?
Merlin Davis has gone over to the Gerald Bruce side now, Dr. Cartwright.
Oh, well, that's tough. Did he say anything about the little Dillon girl?
He has nothing against you, Dr. Cartwright. You've handled the case beautifully.
Well, then what's the trouble? We've nothing to worry about, not a thing.
I'm afraid when Gerald Bruce is against you, there's plenty to worry about.
How's that?
Well, he wants you to resign as head of the children's clinic.
But you can't do that. Dr. Benson, this place will get smashed without you. We can't get along without you.
I'm afraid you may have to get along without me, Dr. Cartwright.
But you're not going to let them pull this bluff on you.
It may not be a bluff. Not for Merlin Davis. At least he always talks up like a man. No, Dr. Cartwright, I've got to think this thing through for a while.
Well, I guess I'd better run along.
Yes, I'll see you later, Dr. Cartwright.
Well, I'll be in surgery, Dr. Benson. You can get me there if you want me.
Oh, no, dear. You must keep that cover on your arm.
Oh, I feel hot all over. It's like fire, Mary. Hey, Mary.
Yes, dear.
Will you give me a drink of water?
Oh, surely, dear. Nurse just brought you a bottle of nice, cool water.
Oh, good.
Wait just a minute. There.
Oh.
Careful. Yeah, feel better?
Oh, that's a spot. Well, it's thirstier than I thought.
Now you can go back to sleep like a good boy.
No, Mary, no. I got to tell you something in a hurry.
Now,
let me talk, Mary. Listen now and don't cry. I got a hunch I'm not going to last long. Ever since I heard that Cheney died, kind of knocked me out. I ain't felt the same about things. And I caused it. All the trouble's my fault. You're better off without me, Mary.
No, don't say such awful
Mary, I had a dream last night. You were going far away. Someplace you didn't even know about. A whole new life, Mary, a whole new life.
What does Max's strange vision mean for him and for Mary Sanders? What new life lies ahead for Mary Sothern and the one she loves so well?
Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation brings you Crime Photographer.
Days has September, April, June, and November. All the rest have 31, and this ain't leap year, thank heavens. Thursday the 7th. Casey!
What? Hey, don't scare me like that.
Casey, we're famous.
Famous?
We've been on the air just a year today for Anchor Hocking, and they're famous.
Right, Ethelbert. Anchor Hocking, the most famous name in glass. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Tony Marvin. Every week at this time, the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation of Lancaster, Ohio, and its more than 10,000 employees bring you another adventure of Casey, crime photographer, ace cameraman who covers the crime news of a great city. Written by Alonzo Dean Cole, our adventure for tonight, Death in Lover's Lane. A moonlight night, a lonely road, a parked car in which, close together, sit a man and woman. Ah, romance. And then, from the dense woods that line the road, the sharp snapping of a twig.
Bill.
Something's moving behind those trees.
A man.
I see.
He's coming this way.
What's your car doing here?
Is that any of your business, mister?
I think so. I'm a police detective.
Bill.
Quiet, Nora. What do you want, officer?
Stay where you are.
He's pointing a gun at us.
What's the big idea, fella? You're a cop. Let's see your badge.
This gets my badge. Both of you stick up your hands.
My hands are coming up, mister. With this.
You got him in the arm, Bill. Knock the gun out of his hand. He's running.
All right, you phony. Now stop or I'll kill you. I'm a real cop, and this is your last warning. Okay.
He made the woods. He's getting away.
I'm going after him. Now blow your whistle, Nora, and signal the boys to close in. This guy is the Lover's Lane killer.
The man got away from you in those woods, officer?
Yeah, that's right, Miss Williams. But Nora Ryan, the policewoman who was working this trap with me, had a prowl car here in a few minutes, and they radioed the precinct station to have the woods surrounded. The guy can't possibly get away.
I wish I was sure of that, Dino. Our guys have been searching those woods for an hour now and haven't found him. You should have shot him down when he started to run.
Well, I'm sorry I didn't do a better job, Captain.
Logan, why do you pick on Bill Dano?
Why, Casey?
Yeah. He and that policewoman have been laying traps for this Lover's Lane murderer ever since he began killing people 3 or 4 months ago. Well, the guy walked right into one tonight, and Dano and Nora Ryan sprung it on him hard. They did the best they could. Killer's bottled up in these woods, wounded and without a gun. You're sure to find him when daylight comes.
If this killer gets away after we had him in our hands...
Do you think it's really the Lover's Lane murderer who came after Dano and Mrs. Ryan tonight?
Well, we can't be sure, Miss Williams. The only people who've seen the Lover's Lane murderer in action didn't live long enough to describe him. We found their bodies slumped in cars parked on lonely roads like this one. The dead bodies are 6 couples so far, with 32 slugs through their heads. And the guy who walked into one of our police traps tonight may have intended nothing more than a hold-up.
Well, the gun that Dano shot out of his hand was a .32.
There are a lot of .32 revolvers in illegal circulation, Miss Williams.
Ballistics hasn't had time to compare the gun he dropped with the murder slugs.
Of course not.
This guy does prove to be the Lover's Lane murderer. I will have had a bum hunch.
What do you mean?
I've had an idea the killer was a woman.
I've played around with the notion that a woman was behind these things myself.
Yeah?
A dame whose love life hadn't been so good and who resented other people finding romance under the moonlight in parked cars.
Well, what about the little card with I'm Death printed on it, the one the killer always leaves?
And those cards could have been left by either a man or a woman, Miss Williams. Our handwriting experts say they show no definite sex characteristics.
I know, Logan, but, well, as I say, my hunch wasn't very strong.
Captain.
It's a gunshot.
They must have found him.
Now, it came from in there. Yeah, I'm going...
Yeah, so am I. You stay here, Eddie.
Oh, no, I will not.
Kid, look, for the shooting going on, no woman should...
I don't call one-shot shooting. I'm going with you.
What's happened?
Captain Logan, come here.
I'm coming, Dano, but what...
There's our man, Captain. The same guy who pulled the gun on Mrs. Ryan and me.
Good job, Dano. You got him this time.
Yes, and for keeps.
Huh? Oh, I didn't shoot him, Captain.
You didn't.
No, I heard a shot and came here in the woods in this direction and found the guy lying here.
Well, who did shoot him if you didn't? Our other cops are too far away. They're just getting here now.
Well, I don't know.
Hey, Logan, there's a clean hole in this dead guy's head, and it wasn't made by a police 38.
Yeah, it looks more like a 32.
Captain, beside the body.
I see. Casey.
A printed card.
I'm dead.
The sign of the Lover's Lane murderer.
Then he just killed this guy.
And this guy wasn't the Lover's Lane murderer.
Our story will continue in just a moment. Extra, extra, read all about it.
Great new discovery makes beer and ale easy to enjoy.
It's a new kind of bottle.
A different kind of bottle.
It requires no deposit.
No fussing with pennies.
You don't have to return it.
No bother with empty.
Just pour out the beer
and throw the bottle away.
It's light as a feather.
No arm-weary lugging.
It's sturdy and compact.
Saves space in the icebox.
It's easy to open.
And safe to drink from.
It belongs on the table.
It's at home on a picnic.
And, brother, what flavor?
That true brewery flavor.
Protected by glass.
As only glass can protect it.
Yes, the revolutionary new Anchor Glass one-way no-deposit bottle is sweeping America. For flavor that's brewery bright, demand beer in bottles. For safety and convenience, demand your favorite brand in the new Anchor Glass one-way no-deposit bottle. Product of Anchor Hocking. The most famous name in glass.
Oh, Logan, why be sore at your cops? When they heard that shot, they naturally did the same thing as you and Ann and I did. They investigated.
And while all of them were making for this point where the shot came from, the killer who left that I'm death card was making his getaway.
Oh, I don't think he's gotten away, Captain. He's still trapped in the woods. You'll get him.
Or her. I've still got that little hunch about a woman being the killer. Now that the guy who tried to stick up Dano and Mrs. Ryan has been put in the clear by getting shot through the head, well, maybe I'm right. Huh?
Is that I'm death card like all the others you found, Captain?
Yeah, Miss Williams, they're all the same.
And I think ballistics will say that the 32 slug found in this guy's head came from the same gun that killed those 6 couples.
I'm betting the same way, Casey. And I have the same cockeyed theory you have about the reason for this latest killing. Now, Lover's Lane murderer, whether man or woman, must be a psychopathic case. And such people nurse terrific egos as well as terrific grudges.
And he'd have gotten a kick out of shooting this man practically under the noses of you cops.
Yeah, that's it, Miss Williams. And the shooting served a practical purpose, too. It drew most of the searchers to one point and enlarged the guy's chances for a getaway.
Captain Logan.
Yes, Sergeant?
We've just found out the killer may have gotten out of these woods.
What?
There's an old dry culvert passes under the road on the northeast, and it's grown all over with bushes, but looks as if our killer knew about it and used it.
That's just swell.
I've learned something else, Captain. Maybe good news.
That I'd like to hear.
There's a half-crazy old guy lives in a cave in the hills just north of here. One of them hermits. Hates people, and he knows every inch of these woods. They say he especially hates young people, Captain.
Huh?
Yeah, that sounds like a pretty good description of the Lover's Lane murderer, Captain.
You say he lives in a cave, Sergeant.
Yeah, the only name folks know the old guy by is Old Eve.
We'll pay Old Eve a visit right away.
Captain Logan. Captain Logan.
Who's calling?
It's me, Phil Dano.
Oh. Who's that with you?
A little guy, a gentleman I met out near the northeast road. He's given me some very interesting information I think you ought to know about.
I'm Clarence Butterworth, Captain. Professor Clarence Butterworth. I have a little summer place near here where I relax while the college is closed. I teach psychology at Sylvester Normal.
Glad to know you, Professor.
Captain, if I may, like many other people of the neighborhood, I was naturally attracted by the large number of police cars and officers searching these woods tonight. And when I learned the reason for their activities, I introduce myself to this detective.
Tell the captain what you told me, Professor.
Yes, of course, Officer Dano. Captain, as one familiar with this section, I think I can suggest a suspect for your investigation.
I've just been hearing about the hermit, Old Eve.
Yes. Old Eve, a pronounced misanthrope.
A what?
A hater of mankind. He would naturally fall under suspicion, but I don't think a creature of his limited mentality capable of successfully committing such a series of crimes. You see, Captain, I'm, if I may be permitted, I'm a student of crime.
Oh, you are?
Yes. As a professor of psychology, the subject of crime falls naturally into my orbit.
Okay, who's your suspect?
A woman.
A woman?
Yes, Mr.
Casey's the name. Tell us about this woman.
Of course, Mr. Casey. She's a person of considerable wealth, and in my opinion of strong psychopathic tendencies occasioned by an unhappy marriage. Her husband was, if this young lady will pardon me, something of a philanderer.
Oh, hubby played around with other dames.
Yes. According to neighborhood gossip, she surprised him in a parked car one evening with a young female person and attacked the two of them with a butcher knife. Fortunately, her husband was able to disarm her before he could do any great damage. He afterwards had her committed to a sanitarium for mental treatment, an institution from which she was released only 6 months ago, following his death.
6 months ago, Logan.
Yeah, this thing checks in a lot of ways, Casey. Now, who is this woman, Professor, and where does she live?
Her name is Mrs. Norma Julian, and she occupies a small estate about a half a mile northeast of these woods.
That culvert's on the northeast, Captain.
Sergeant, we're not overlooking any bets, so you take a detail and get that hermit, Old Eve, for questioning. And, Professor, I'll have you take me and Officer Dano to Mrs. Norma Julian.
Also Miss Williams and me, Logan.
Mm-hmm, definitely us, Captain.
Okay. Come on, Professor, let's go.
Very well. Oh, this will be a most interesting indeed to an amateur criminologist like myself. Dear me, now I have an opportunity to see how real professionals work.
I'm Norma Julian. What do you policemen want?
I've just been talking to your servants, Mrs. Julian. They say that you've been away from home most of the evening, that you returned only a few minutes before we arrived.
I'm frequently away from home. What about it?
Well, I'd like to know where you've been.
It's none of your business. But I've been out walking.
Alone?
Alone. I prefer my own company.
Did you meet anyone during your walk?
I tried to avoid meeting anybody.
Where'd your walk take you tonight?
North of here, in the hills.
You weren't south of here in the woods?
No, I was not. Why?
There are burrs in your skirt, Mrs. Julian, and those woods are full of burrs.
There are plenty of burrs in the hills. What's the purpose of this questioning? And how dare you policemen bring that young woman into my house?
Oh, me?
Yes, you. You're the sort of woman that stole my husband, the kind that makes people say I'm crazy. You're the kind that just...
Stop her, Dino.
She's going to hit me with that vein.
She's under control, Annie.
I've got the handcuffs on her.
Oh, she's crazy, all right.
I'm satisfied she's the one we've been looking for. Take her to headquarters, man, and get the psychiatrist to give her a going over while I search this house for a .32 revolver.
Yes, sir. Come on, Mr. Julian. You're going to tell it.
Dear me. What a violent woman.
Professor, I'm very grateful to you for your tip.
Well, I'm happy to have been of service, Captain. We amateur criminologists can serve a purpose, can't we?
You served a double one tonight, Professor.
Thank you.
You made a little hunch of mine pay off.
Hunch, Mr. Casey?
Yes, I had a feeling that the Lover's Lane murderer was a woman.
Captain Logan.
Huh?
Captain Logan.
What are you doing here, Sergeant?
I've got the Lover's Lane murder, sir.
What?
If we know who he is. We got him surrounded.
What are you talking about?
What do you
Old
mean?
Eve, the hermit. I took a couple of men, went to arrest him like the captain instructed. When we got in front of his cave, he started shooting. It's already winged one of our men. I had to call in reinforcements before I came here to get your further instructions, sir. There's a regular battle going on at that cave.
But why is the old fool putting up a fight? He's not the murderer.
But he is, sir. When he started shooting at us, he yelled the words on them cards and kept on yelling them. He says over and over, I'm deaf, I'm deaf.
Somebody's going to get me. I'm deaf. I'm deaf, Katie.
Listen, Captain.
I hear, Dano. Hey, that one came close.
Annie, keep down behind these rocks. That old guy shoots straight.
No, I'm keeping down, Casey.
Usually shooting so often now, Captain. Maybe he's running short ammunition.
We got to get up there with a tear gas bomb and smoke him out.
Don't look like there's any shelter between here and that cave. He'll kill anybody who tried to climb that exposed hill.
We'll go around the hill. Get at him from the rear.
But the cave has only one entrance. The opening's in front, and he's watching that.
Heads down, everyone.
Captain, I'm sure the cave has 2 openings.
You are, Professor?
Reasonably so. During one of my rambles about the neighborhood last summer, I discovered an opening covered by trees that apparently led downward to the rear of Old Eats Cave.
Could you find it again?
I believe I can.
Sergeant, you and your men keep that maniac's attention. Start shooting and draw his return fire to exhaust his ammunition. Dano, you come with the professor and me.
Yes, sir. I'm going to be a part of that expedition, Logan.
And me.
Oh, no, Miss Williams. If Casey wants to take chances, that's his business, but I'll have no whim.
You stay here, Annie, where it's safe.
Oh, safe, huh?
Well, safer.
Now lead the way, Professor, and keep under shelter. Let's go.
Very well.
See you later, Annie.
Oh, I hope so.
Nobody gets going. You varmints, I'm dead.
How's that hunch of yours now, Casey, about a woman being the Lover's Lane murderer?
That hunch, Logan, just ain't around anymore.
Here's the opening, gentlemen.
This is the cave, Logan. Say, Logan, how are you going to work this thing? Drop in a tear gas bomb?
No. Well, this hole's wide enough to squeeze through, so I'm going down.
That old guy will put a rifle bullet right through you.
Well, he hasn't returned a shot to our guys for a long time now, Casey. He may be out of shells. Anyway, he's being kept so busy watching his front door.
It's a big chance, pal.
Now, Dano will follow and cover me.
So will I.
You haven't a gun.
So what?
So you're nuts.
Gentlemen, I think you're extremely foolhardy to venture in there.
It's got to be done, Professor. Here goes.
Dear me. This is exciting.
Lie down, Dano. Come on and be quiet. There's a bend in the cave, and that nut can't see us from where he is.
I'm with you, sir.
Me too. I also...
Professor.
I simply couldn't miss this, Captain. And I know you won't let me get hurt.
I'll keep quiet, then, and keep back. Come on, Dano.
All right. Hey, Captain.
Yeah?
Look, there's the old guy now, crouching behind that barricade.
His rifle's on the floor. He's out of ammunition.
Hey, Logan, he's got something else in his hands.
It's not a gun.
It's a bottle.
There he goes. Stick up your hands, Eve. We got you.
No, keep back, or I'll throw this bottle. It's full of nitroglycerine.
Nitroglycerin?
Oh, it's all a conjuration. I'm dead, I'm dead.
Don't throw that. He's throwing it.
Oh, it didn't explode.
It was just a bluff.
I got the thing, Logan.
Stick it in your pocket, Casey. Give it to me later.
Yeah, I'll do it.
No, you... I clipped this old maniac with my gunbuster.
Sure did. He's out cold.
So is the professor.
The professor? What's the matter with him?
Yeah. The little guy fainted when he pitched that bottle. Yeah, I almost did myself.
Yeah, well, me both, Dano.
Well, maybe you guys think I took it easy. Oh, boy, he might have had the real McCoy in that bottle. But anyway, we've finally got the Lover's Lane murderer. I hope.
Here's another bottle of beer, Casey. You look as if you needed it.
Yeah, I do, Ethelbert.
This has been quite a night, Ethelbert.
I should imagine, Miss Williams, from what you've told me. Is that crazy old hermit the real Lover's Lane murderer?
We don't know. He's such a fruitcake, the cops don't get any sense out of him, even now that he's come to.
We didn't go back to headquarters with him because I had to write my story, and Casey had a lot of pictures to get ready for the engravers.
Yeah, I'll have to go to headquarters later and give Logan this bottle of nitroglycerin. Excitement, we both forgot about it.
Is that the bottle of stuff the old guy threatened you with?
Yeah. Looks like greasy dishwater or cold soup, doesn't it?
You're sure it ain't real nitroglycerin, huh?
Oh, if it was, pal, I wouldn't be here. When stuff like nitro gets thrown around, things blow up.
I've heard it don't stand for rough treatment.
That's right.
Logan will want that little bottle of dishwater for evidence, I suppose.
Oh, sure. Cops always want everything.
How about the woman, that Mrs. Julian, who was arrested first?
She's another nut. The police are holding her.
She may still turn out to be the killer, Annie.
Oh, Casey, you certainly hang on to a hunch.
I haven't a hunch about this thing anymore, or even an idea. You know, this has been a tough night.
Well, it's not over yet, Casey. We've another job to do.
You have?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
City Desk wants a lot of personal dope on little Professor Butterworth. We're playing him up as the big hero of this evening's frolic, so we're going out in the sticks again and see him.
He snapped out of his faint okay, huh?
Sure. He was still kind of white around the gills when we saw him last. Oh, come on, Annie. Let's get over with and call it a day.
Okay. So long, Ethelbert.
So long. Hey, Casey.
Huh?
Take your bottle of nitroglycerin.
Oh, thanks for reminding me.
I wouldn't like it to explode sitting on my bar.
Sure you know how to find the professor's house, Casey?
Well, I have the address. Told me it's only a mile back of these woods.
This is a beautiful road in the moonlight.
Yeah.
No wonder so many couples have picked it as a lover's lane.
Don't see any neckers along here tonight.
Well, after what's happened, they've naturally been frightened away.
I wouldn't scare away that easy.
Wouldn't you?
No. I'd have had a real nice gal in the car with me.
Oh, is that so?
Yep. I'll prove it. Here's a good parking place.
Why, Mr. Casey.
Nice moon. Huh, kid?
Uh-huh. Well, now what?
Well, suppose you tell me what you think of Philadelphia's chances against Pittsburgh for cellar position.
Suppose I tell you what I think of you as a romantic character.
Oh, no, you'd flatter me, Annie.
Mister, I'd blister you.
Annie, what do you mean? I only...
Oh.
Hey, wait, shh. Quiet.
What?
Someone in those woods.
Oh, yeah, I see.
Good evening, young people.
The professor.
Yeah, he's got a gun in his hand.
Are you enjoying the moonlight? The beautiful, romantic moonlight?
We were.
Casey. Miss Williams.
Yes, you didn't recognize us as soon as we did you, Professor.
No, I didn't.
That's an interesting gun you're pointing at us. It's a 32, isn't it?
Yes. A 32.
Then, you're
You're quite right, Miss Williams. I'm dead. Don't move, Mr. Casey.
Well, one up for you, Professor. Hey, tell me, why are you a killer? And the kind of killer you are?
Oh, Mr. Casey, I know you're only trying to gain time, my boy, while you strive desperately to think of a way of escape. But I can spare a little time, and it'll be interesting to observe your desperation.
That's why you kill? To observe?
Exactly, Miss Williams.
Oh.
I'm a student of human emotions, and the only way to know them is to have them. A man cannot understand the mind of a murderer until he himself has killed. And he cannot know the feeling of power until he has killed often. Until he has become as death itself.
Oh, you're mad.
Oh, no. Old Leaf is mad. Mrs. Julian's mad because they hate. I hate nothing. I love nothing. I merely observe. I weigh. I'm a true scientist. See?
Yes, something I've just remembered.
And tell me, what is that, my boy?
That guys who don't hate anything or love anything can be very much afraid of things happening to themselves.
I don't understand.
Maybe this will remind you. It's the bottle of nitroglycerin I took from Old Eek.
No, put that down.
I'll put it down at your feet if you fire that gun.
No.
Drop that gun.
Yes, I will.
He dropped the gun, Casey, and fainted.
He's out cold again. And I've got his gun.
Now, why did he fall for your bluff? He knew that bottle didn't explode before.
How do I know what makes a madman tick, Annie? I didn't think he'd fall for that nitroglycerin gag. It was all I could think of, though.
Hey, Casey, here comes the police car.
Yeah, we'll flag it down. Get this guy under handcuffs.
Hey, stop him, Casey.
Casey, I thought we'd never find you.
Hi, Logan.
Hey, what are you doing here?
And for you, too?
Your city desk told us you'd gone to the professor's house, and we found nobody there.
Never mind about that, Sergeant. Say, here's the professor.
Never mind about that, Logan. Tell me...
Give me that bottle.
Bottle?
The one you took from old Eve.
Huh? Oh, sure. Here it is. Catch.
No! You take it, Sergeant, and wrap it up carefully.
Yeah, I'll say I will.
Wrap it up carefully.
Yeah. Old Eve swears it's the real stuff, Casey. He told us how he made it.
Yeah. The good Lord only knows why it didn't blow us all apart when he threw it. Must have just landed easy.
That stuff?
Is real...
Nitroglycerin?
Yeah. I recognize the soupy look of it now.
No.
Oh, Casey, I think I'm going to faint.
Annie, move over. I'll join you.
We'll join the crowd at the Blue Note in just a moment. How long has it been since you baked or even tasted a real homemade huckleberry or blueberry pie? Say, remember the symphony of color as your fork touches the tender golden brown crust and the rich deep purple juice spills out across your plate? My, oh, my. You know, good cooks, and my mother among them, tell me this is one of the hardest pies in the world to bake properly. But there's one way to be sure of results with any kind of pie. Use Fire King oven glass pie plates. Crusts are always golden brown and fluffy. Pies bake all the way through without danger of scorching. And, of course, that beautiful pale blue Fire King oven glass presents your pie at its best when you bring it to the table. Right now, you'll find at your 5 and 10 cent store or any other store selling household glass an unusual Fire King value. A big 9 1/2 inch Fire King pie plate for only 25 cents, or slightly more in distant cities. It's genuine Fire King oven glass, guaranteed for a full 2 years against oven breakage. And remember, its cost is only 25 cents. This Fire King oven glass pie plate is another product of Anchor Hocking, the most famous name in glass.
So they got the professor in a nice solid cell, huh, Casey?
Yeah, he's out of circulation, Ethelbert.
Gee. And you got him with that phony bottle of explosive that was nothing but greasy soup.
Yeah.
We haven't told you about that bottle, pal.
The professor, having a good knowledge of chemistry, among other things, had recognized it from the first as real nitroglycerin.
Real What?
Yeah. There was enough in that bottle to blow up a city block.
And you had it sitting in front of me on this bar tonight.
That's just what we did.
Ethelbert!
Wait a minute, pal. Hold on. Hold on.
I'm trying to, Casey.
Casey!
Ethelbert! Hey, don't faint. Ethelbert. Anne, he's... Walter!
Crime Photographer, starring Stotts Cotsworth as Casey, is brought to you each Thursday by the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation, makers of Fire King oven glass, Anchor glass containers, Anchor caps and closures, all products of Anchor Hocking, the most famous name in glass. Crime Photographer is directed by John Dietz. The original music is by Archie Blyer, and the program features Miss Jan Miner as Anne and John Gibson as Ethelbert. Herman Chittison is the Blue Note pianist. This is Tony Marvin saying goodnight for the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation of Lancaster, Ohio, with offices in all principal cities of the United States and Canada. Thursday night on CBS is the biggest show in town. So stay tuned for exciting dramatizations on Reader's Digest Radio Edition, which follows immediately over most of these stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
hope I haven't kept you waiting. Yes, this is the Crime Club. I'm the librarian. A deed indeed. Yes, we have that story for you. Come right over. Take the easy chair by the window. Comfortable? The manuscript is on this shelf. Here it is. A deed indeed. The very exciting story of a nightclub that was operated by death. Let's look at it under the reading lamp. The Mannings, that is, Mark and Julia Manning, were the kind of happy-go-lucky husband and wife who knew everyone and went everywhere. And, believe it or not, they were happy. It was early one evening, and they were in their apartment in Midtown, New York. But they were not together. Mark was in the bedroom, and Julia was in the living room, slowly but surely biting the polish off her lovely nails. Then...
Mark?
Yes, dear.
Are you going to finish dressing sometime tonight?
Right away, Julia.
Right away. It was right away 10 minutes ago.
How do I look?
Beautiful. Now, come on, let's hurry. I'd like to see what a theater looks like before the curtain goes up.
Right away.
Oh, for pity's sake. What's the matter now?
I forgot to take a handkerchief.
It's amazing that... Now, who can that be?
Open the door and find out. And if it's for me, just tear it up.
We heard you the first time.
Greetings and salutations.
We've got all we need, thank you.
Never close the door in the face of a benefactor.
Do I have to wrestle with you, too?
It could be fun, you know. Now,
what do you want?
I have something for Mr. Mark Manning. Is he at home?
He certainly is.
Splendid. And would you be Mrs. Manning?
I would.
Then let me ask you a question. Do you know how many shopping days there are to Christmas?
What? Now, look here, Mr. What's-Your-Name.
It isn't Mr. What's-Your-Name. It's Faraway.
It couldn't be.
Oh, then I've been deceived. Now, what was I saying? Oh, yes, something about Christmas. Well, it's here, dear lady.
Who is it, Julia?
It's for you, Mark, and I can't tear it up.
So I see.
His name's Faraway.
Faraway. Business counselors and managers deluxe. I'm the third Faraway from the left.
How does it feel?
Well, it's a little...
Mark, tell him we're in a hurry.
Yes, you see, Mr. Faraway, we're in a hurry. If you'd like to make an appointment, meet me, say, at 2 o'clock next winter, I'd be glad to.
Young man, I have a mission to accomplish tonight. Here's a paper for you.
A summons?
Take it and be surprised. It's a deed to the Locust Club, that grand, that magnificent bistro at the river's edge, where New York and Westchester meet.
The Locust Club?
That great harmonium of joy. It's all yours, my boy.
Mark, is he kidding, or is he just cashew?
Gesundheit, dear lady.
Thank you. What?
I don't get this, Julia. It's a deed made out to me by Lou Barton.
Who's he?
Your husband's angel, Mrs. Manning. The man who never forgets a service.
Mr. Faraway, there must be some mistake. I never heard of the guy.
Please, sir. Mr. Barton is my client.
Sorry. But what did I do for him?
Let your mind go back 6 years to a certain episode in Pittsburgh.
Oh, I wasn't in Pittsburgh 6 years ago.
Modesty, my boy, the purest of all virtues. And you have it abundantly. Well, I have fulfilled my mission of goodwill. And now, may I say au revoir?
You may.
Au revoir.
Of all the nutty things to happen. What do you make of it?
Gag, Julia. Somebody's having a lot of fun.
By handing out a deed?
Look, it's dated 3 months ago. Did you ever hear the Locust Club?
No.
And it doesn't exist. And if it does, it's a hole in the wall that nobody goes to anyway.
Mark, what are you doing?
What? Well, I'll be cooked. I meant to tear up the deed, and I tore up the theater tickets instead.
Dearest, would you call that a mistake?
Well.
It's backfiring. I'm not going to the Locust Club.
Oh, now, look.
I'm not going, and don't try to persuade me.
All right, darling, I won't. Why should I be a sucker for a gag? Would you stay home and look at the walls? Look at them, dear. Aren't they beautiful? Sally. What brings you here so early?
I'll give you one guess.
You fell out of bed.
I met Claude Faraway in New York. He told me one of Grimm's fairy tales.
Which one?
About you giving this club away to a guy named Mark Manning.
Oh. As a matter of fact, the deed was recorded 3 months ago.
What?
But Manning got it tonight. I figured it was tonight or never.
Why, Lou?
The weatherman predicted a heat wave.
Uh-oh. When did he start predicting?
3 months ago, Kitty said it was getting warm.
So you ditched the club. You couldn't wait.
I was taking no chances. You know how the weather is around here. Once it gets warm.
Why didn't you tell me?
I like your face, baby. Without wrinkles.
You should have told me, Lou. We've been together for a long time. We always shared and shared alike.
The club was mine, Sally. I felt like giving it away.
I wasn't talking about that.
Oh, sure. You don't care about the material things.
Well, what happens now?
Break it down, Cookie.
Do we stick around or do we go to a better climate?
We stick around.
In the heat?
We got nothing to worry about. Mark Manning's the new boss. We're working for him.
Okay, but suppose he screams.
I expect him to.
Great. How will that register with the weatherman?
Sally, you disappoint me. You used to be able to figure the angles.
When I knew who to figure him against. But who's Mark Manning? What kind of a guy is he?
He breathes for a living.
Quit kidding, Lou.
What's the difference? I checked him and found out he's got a weakness for nightclubs.
That doesn't mean he's going to like what you're doing to him.
You're not figuring the angles, baby. I've got that guy covered from so many angles, he'll stab himself to death trying to get out.
Mark, this can't be the place. This can't be the Locust Club that Mr. Faraway was talking about.
You see another one around here, Julia?
Good heavens. Somebody must be out of his mind. This is luxurious.
No understatements, please.
Those people, hundreds of them, sitting at tables, eating and drinking.
Yes, that's so much nicer than writing on the tablecloths.
Mark, aren't you excited about this?
Excited? My nerves are bouncing like handballs.
Well, you might show it.
I will. First, I've got to stop wondering.
Oh.
That's right, darling. Why should I get a paying proposition like this for nothing?
Yes.
Come on, let's find out.
Welcome to the Locust Club, where the food is good and the prices are nice.
Hello.
You got a reservation?
No, but you see...
You're out of luck, mister. We're all filled up.
Let me explain. We didn't come...
Not a chance. Now, the next time you want to eat here, better phone in advance. Just ask for Joe. That's me.
Make a note of it, Mark.
All right, dear, I'll write it down.
Joe, is this place always as crowded as this?
Only at night, lady. It's closed all day.
Well, my husband and I are going to change that policy. We're going to serve luncheon.
Honey, if you don't mind shifting to the guard position, I'd like to go through center.
Of course, dear.
Thanks. Now, Joe, where's the owner of this place?
The owner?
I said it first.
You mean the real owner?
Let's sit down, Joe. You must be pretty tired.
Won't do no good, mister. I'm even tired when I sit.
Let me try it, Mark. Joe, who signs the checks?
Oh, him.
Yes, him.
He ain't in.
Take a deep breath, Joe. Now, what time will he be in?
You got me there, mister. I never even seen the guy.
You mean you never had a glimpse of Lou Barton?
Him? Oh, sure, lots of times. But he don't own it no more. A fella called Mark Manning's the new boss. And we've been sort of waiting to get a look at him.
Well, look with all your might, Joe. I'm Mark Manning.
All right, I looked already. You?
Mark, you shouldn't do such things. You made him open his eyes.
Where's Lou Barton, Joe?
Sure. He's in that office right there. He said for me to send you in as soon as you got it.
Mark, you sure you never heard of a Lou Barton?
Not by name, dear.
Think of it. I seem to remember somewhere, long time ago.
You're thinking of Sidney Carton, the guy who lost his head in Tale of Two Cities.
Of course. Now, look here, Mark Manning.
The office.
Who's there?
Huh? I don't recognize the voice either. Let's go in, Julia.
I said, who's there, buddy?
Are you Lou Barton?
Yeah, what do you want?
I'm Mark Manning.
Mark! Well, those cards,
Gee, I'm glad to see you, Mark. It's been such a long time.
Hey, well, wait a minute.
Oh, what's the matter, sweetheart? Don't even rate a kiss?
Go on, give her a kiss, pal, for old time's sake.
Get away from me. Oh, now, listen, Julia, you've got to believe me.
Do I?
It's a gag like the club. I've never seen that gal before.
I'll bet.
Why, Mark, how can you say such a thing after all those wonderful times we had in Pittsburgh?
Shut up, you bat. This is my wife, Julia.
Hello.
Well, she's not bad, pal.
All right, you two.
What's this all about?
We're just glad to see you, that's all.
Why?
Why? Sally, something's happened to our old pal. What is it, Mark? What's changed?
Cut it out, Barton.
Was it marriage? But she looks like a nice girl.
I said cut it out, Barton.
Okay. I've been double-crossed before. Get me a drink, Sally. This is hard to take.
Oh, I can't believe it, Lou. I just can't believe it.
Julia, darling, I don't know these people. I never met them before.
Of course, dear.
You've got to listen to me.
I'll do that later, when we get home. But right now, don't you think we ought to find out why they gave you this club?
I gave it to him, Julia. He saved my life.
Sure.
You don't remember, do you, Mark? Well, to you it was a little thing, but to me... I'll never forget it, that night in Pittsburgh 6 years ago.
What did I do?
What did he do? You hear that, Sally? How can you live in the same world with a guy like that?
That's life, sweetheart.
Yeah. Listen, Mark, at great risk to your own life, you pulled me out of a fire. I've been building myself up for 6 years to show my appreciation.
Then you can start building yourself down. I don't want your club. Here's your deed.
You can't do that, pal.
Take a look. I've done it.
Let's say you made a good try. There's a copy of that deed on file at the land office.
What?
It's been there for 3 months. And I've got proof. 2 signatures. That you accepted this club as consideration for an old debt. The whole transaction was notarized by a certain Mr. Faraway.
Yeah. Well, Julia, shall we go out front and take a look at my property?
I still don't understand.
Neither do I, darling. But why bother to figure things out now? We got our whole lives ahead of us. Or what's left of them.
Did you say something, Ma?
No, dear, but I'd like to. This place is beginning to get me. Julia.
Yes.
Did something happen to me 6 years ago? Something you never told me about?
Why don't you ask Sally?
Is it possible I had amnesia?
What?
Did I wander off to Pittsburgh and, without knowing what I was doing?
Take a look at this menu.
I don't feel like eating. Julia, you've got to tell me the truth.
It's printed on this menu. Take a look at it. Maybe you'll get amnesia now. Don't stare at me. Look at the menu. And then tell me how a nightclub could give a steak dinner for $1 and make money.
Is that what I'm doing?
You're also selling cocktails for $25 and lamb chops for 75 cents.
Wow.
Do you know what a steak and lamb chops cost these days when you have to buy them?
Yeah, but maybe we're giving them small portions, huh? Yeah, that must be it. Come on, let's take a look at the kitchen.
Greetings and salutations, people of good fortune.
Run for your life, Mark. Here comes that man again.
A tour of inspection, Tell me, Mr. Manning, has your fertile brain erupted some useful ideas?
I've been thinking, Faraway.
Naturally. This glittering bistro lends itself.
At what rate of interest, Mr. Faraway?
Yes. Your ideas, Mr. Manning.
How would you like to see Delmonico's come to life again?
What a thought. My boy, you've touched a tender spot. Long, slumbering memories.
You're going to see it here at popular prices.
Why improve, darling? These prices are popular enough.
First, I'll rip out all those light fixtures and put in soft, indirect lighting. Then I'll throw out all those tables and chairs.
Hey, where's the boss of this place?
What now? See here, my good man.
Never mind the compliments. All I want is the owner, Mark Manning. The guy in the office told me he was out here.
Hi, Mr. Manning.
Okay. You owe green and black $1,000 for light fixtures.
Do I? Who says so?
I do. Deputy Sheriff O'Malley. You're white and brown, $700 for tables and chairs.
Now, wait a minute.
And there's an unpaid food bill for $800, a total of $2,500. Would you like to pay me now, Mr. Manning?
I certainly would not.
Okay, boys, start ripping.
Bye-bye, Delmonico's darling. Shall we go home now?
Stop them, Sheriff. You can't do this without a court order.
Well, here it is, mister. You can read it if you want to. Hey, you reckless. Get into the kitchen and start packing up the food.
Now, listen, Sheriff.
And you over there, start working on the tables and chairs.
Oh, well, you got to stop them. What can I do about it?
Well, let me see. I'm a business consultant and manager.
Listen, don't sell yourself to me now.
I also have some knowledge of the law, young man. This paper is quite legal. My advice is to pay.
But far away.
If you don't, these men will ruin the place, and your creditors will have judgments against you anyway.
You mean I'm stuck?
I'm afraid so. Pay now, and we'll find ways and means of recovery later.
All right, Sheriff. I'll give you one check for the whole amount.
Suit yourself, mister.
How does that line go, Sheriff? All that glitters.
Don't ask me, lady. The mayor don't give us much time for reading.
How awful. Not even horror stories?
Hold everything, boys!
Here's your check, Sheriff. A year.
Okay, boys, grab it.
Literal creatures, aren't they?
I brought them up right. Okay, boys, we're through here. Let's go home.
Now, Farway, what about those ways and means of recovery?
Not so fast, Mr. Manning. The law books are in my office.
Well, hurry up and get your nose into them. I want action.
I'll do that at once. Come on, Julia.
We're going to give Mr. Barton another interview.
Mark, you poor darling. 3 whole months to Thanksgiving, and you've already had your turkey.
You don't believe me, do you, Mark?
No, Lou, I don't.
Mm-hmm. Well, maybe I shouldn't blame you. But I tell you, I didn't know a thing about those judgments.
You told the sheriff where to find me. You had me all set up for the rat.
Is that what you really think, pal?
What's the idea of unloading this lemon on me?
Oh, and while we're on the subject of fruit, Mr. Barton, where's Sally?
Oh, she went out for...
Julia.
Yes, Mark?
Shut up. Now, Lou, do I get an answer, or do I have to pull it out by the teeth?
You're all wrong, pal. But I'll make it right. How much did the sheriff take you for it?
$2,500.
All right. Here's my certified check for $10,000 made out to you.
Your what?
Certified, you know, okayed by the bank.
That, darling, is what I call a profit.
300%. Even these days, it ain't bad.
Yeah. And in order to get that check, what do I have to do?
Just deed the club back to me. And by an odd coincidence...
Oh, you've got one already made out.
Yeah, funny, isn't it?
You're too well prepared for emergencies, Mark.
That's because I'm farsighted. Here's the pen, and there's the dotted line.
Julia.
Don't ask me what to do, Mark. I've shut up.
Well, I'm sorry, Lou. I'll need time to think it over.
Why?
I'm curious. And when I'm curious, ask Julia the next time she feels like talking.
Better use that pen, Manny.
What?
It also writes under blood.
Ooh.
When this thing goes off, you can't send the bullet back.
So I've been told. All right. I'll take the pen. And as long as you've got me, I'll take the pen.
Hey, cut it out.
Look out, Mark! He's going to trip you.
No, Mr. Juliet, drop it, Barton. Make it fall down.
Mark! Mark, are you all right?
I think so. Or maybe I'm kidding myself.
Mark!
But... Julia. He fell down.
Mark, are you sure he's dead? You couldn't be wrong.
If he ever starts breathing again, you can ask him.
What do we do now?
Find out who killed him, Julia.
Didn't you? I mean, didn't the gun go off while you were wrestling with him?
Yes, dear, but not the one Barton was holding.
What are you talking about?
Huh? See for yourself.
Why, it's fully loaded.
Mm-hmm.
Then it's got to be murder.
Yeah. But where did the shot come from?
The door.
No, dear, I was facing it.
The window?
Locked. Julia, come here.
What's the matter?
Darling, if you put a throw rug on the floor, would you leave it with a bump in the middle?
Mark, you know I'm very particular about... Well, why didn't you tell me there was a trap door under that rug?
Well, I couldn't, dear, until I moved it.
A cellar.
Darling, sometimes you're so bright I can't understand why you married an ordinary man like me.
Huh?
Let's go down and watch your step.
Do we have to do this, Mark?
No, but we've gone this far. Why not follow through?
Oh, so dark and damp down here.
Just think of it as atmosphere.
I'd rather not. Mark, look!
Oh, darling, don't jump at me like that when I'm hunting a killer.
Oh, never mind that. Look at all those cases marked liquor.
Julia, dear, upstairs is a nightclub where people drink that stuff.
But there must be hundreds of them.
There are millions all over the world.
Mark Manning, I'm talking about the cases in this cellar.
Oh.
Here's one that's open.
Just take one bottle, dear. We'll come back for the rest later.
Mark, this isn't liquor.
What?
It's the most wonderful thing that's happened to me. I'm afraid I'm going to cry.
Honey, get a grip on yourself. Talk to me.
In this bottle, and in all these cases marked liquor.
Is that what you call talking?
Viva more. Moore.
Vivian who?
Viva Moore, that new French perfume. $100 an ounce.
We can't afford those luxuries yet, dear. What did you say?
It's all mine. I'm set for life. All my friends are set for life.
Julia, that's contraband.
No, it's Viva Moore. Here, smell it.
It's contraband, dear. Smuggled stuff.
Huh?
Lou Barton's racket. Why, he unloaded this club on me.
You mean I can't use it?
Mm-hmm. Uncle Sam has a prior claim.
Oh, that man.
Take it easy. Let me explain something.
You never make me happy, Mark.
Lou Barton must have been bringing his stuff in without telling our uncle about it. Uncle got suspicious about 3 months ago, and Lou gave me a deed without telling me. He even filed it. That made me the owner, Julia, and the fall guy.
All this wonderful perfume. And they'll probably send it back to France.
If they don't send me to jail.
What?
You know that place with bars on it?
But why you?
Push a stick into me and call me Lollipop.
Oh. But why did Barton offer you $10,000 to get his club back?
To get his club back?
That's what I asked you.
That deed he wanted me to sign was going to be locked up until after Uncle Sam locked me up.
I get it. And after that, he was going to file it.
Yep. All right, now, let's go look for a murderer.
Down here?
At least how a murderer got out. There's a small light at the other end of the cellar. It might be an exit.
Wish it weren't so dark.
Well, just follow me. I'll run interference. Keep talking, Julia. Then I'll know you're with me.
Uh-huh.
Well, I'll be out of here in a few minutes, and then we'll clear up this murder, and I'll be in the clear about the club and the smuggling racket.
Uh-huh.
Darling, at a time like this, I hate to be petty, but what's happened to your vocabulary?
I just found it, Mark.
What? Solid.
Uh-huh.
Where's Julia?
She's resting over there.
What have you done to her?
I smacked her and let her down very gently.
Get out of my way. I've got to go.
Mark, I didn't tell you what I smacked her with.
Oh, I don't care.
It's a great gadget. It shoots, too.
Look, Sally, she's never been hit on the head before. Just give me a chance to see how she is.
There's no time. Unless the two of you want to be buried in the same river.
Can't you be reasonable? You have to be hard-boiled.
Come on, Cookie. We're going to your apartment.
To my... No, not with Julia lying there.
Faithful to the end, huh? Well, turn around and walk toward that light, or this will be the end, sweetheart. And no encores.
Sally, I'm doing the best I can. Stop pushing that gun into my back.
What do you want from me, Mark? The thing's impatient. It wants to get inside.
Don't tell it to wait a minute. I'm nervous. My hands are trembling.
You ought to see a doctor. Maybe you won't have to. I know a swell undertaker. Get in.
All right. But you should have let me take Julia out of that cellar. It's damp in there.
Hey, Joe.
Is he here, too?
No, I just took a deep breath.
That you, Sally? Oh, so you got her.
What were you doing in that bedroom?
I was laying down. I got tired waiting for you.
That's a comfortable bed, isn't it?
The bed? Say, what kind of a mattress you got on it?
First, you tell me how you got in here.
Oh, I got keys that fit every door. Now, anytime you want me to do
Shut up, Joe.
Okay, I don't care.
Welcome to the Locust Club, where the food is good and the prices are nicest.
Hey, he remembers my spear.
Yeah. Sit down, Mark. We're going to make the extraction as painless as possible.
What? What extraction?
Show it to him, Joe.
I'll be glad to. Here, Mr. Manning.
By these present do we herewith... Say, this is a deed of the Locust Club.
From you to me. Sign it.
But...
Sign it.
Well, what's Joe here for? Protection?
He makes a cross like a witness.
Oh, that ain't fair, Sally. You know I can write.
Yeah.
And you promised me a silent partnership in the whole business. You said that...
Joe, do you have to talk so much?
No, I don't have to talk at all.
Stay that way.
Okay.
Well, Manning, do you write your name on that deed, or do I write you off as a bad risk?
All right. I always had respect for a gun. Is this where I sign?
Where it says cellar.
That's where we left Julia.
Just sign it. We'll laugh later.
Wouldn't you know this would happen at a critical point in my life?
What's the matter?
My pen is dry. Well, I'll fill it.
You don't have to. Give him your pen, Joe.
Okay. But I don't like too many people using it. The point gets twisted up.
Joe!
I had it right here in my coat pocket. Honest, Sally.
Dig down into the pocket.
Look, I'm doing it. Oh, I know. It must have dropped out while I was laying down. I'll go look in the bedroom.
What was that, Mark? Your last laugh?
I was thinking of what Joe said before.
Yeah?
He said, honest, Sally. That just ain't true.
Small talk. And at your age, shame on you.
You shouldn't have looked around, Sally.
Let me go.
Let the gun go first.
Stop, you're hurting my...
That's all, Sally. Now, we'll just let Julie in. Then we can have a party. Darling...
Mr. Manning.
Come in, Faraway. I can't begin to tell you what a disappointment you are.
I'm sorry.
You know Sally?
Yes. Mr. Barton's aide-de-camp. Good evening.
So what?
I won't be but a minute. Mr. Manning, I have bad news for you.
Who hasn't?
I looked up the law on that matter. I'm afraid your $2,500 is lost.
Nice of you to come here to tell me.
You gave me a merry chase, sir. I went to the Locust Club, but the place was deserted. Fortunately, I remembered your address, so...
how much do I owe you?
Please, Mr. Manning, don't defile me with offers of money. But there is another matter.
Sure.
The matter of Mr. Barton and the Locust Club.
Huh?
Well, my boy, it seems that you are not the man who saved his life in Pittsburgh 6 years ago.
Uh-huh.
He regrets the error deeply, and he's most anxious to compensate you. Therefore, he has asked me to buy the club back from you. You will give me a deed, and I will give you this.
A check for $10,000.
Certified. A magnificent sum. I believe you'll find it satisfactory.
Yeah. But Faraway, don't you know that death cancels the deal?
Death? Whose death are you talking about?
Lou Barton. He was murdered.
Oh, no. When? Well, why didn't someone tell me?
I found the pen, Sally. It was under... Hey, what's that guy doing here?
Waiting for the pen, Joe.
Huh?
Give it to him. Mr. Faraway is most anxious to write a get-me letter to the police.
Mr. Manning, did I hear you say police?
Yes. And if you listen carefully, I'll tell you why.
Oh, my head.
Now, sit still, darling. Keep that ice pack on.
But it's messing up my hair.
It'll get your brains back in shape. You want me to tell you how I nabbed Faraway, the third from the left?
I don't want you to tell me anything. Leaving me in that dusty old cellar. Just because that woman had a gun.
Don't you think that was a good reason, Angel?
What about Faraway, the third from the left?
He wanted to get his hands on the Locust Club and the perfume racket that went with it.
And Barton gave him the opportunity when he deeded the club to you and then tried to get it back.
Huh? Are you sure you've got a headache, Julia?
How did you know that Faraway was the murderer?
He was surprised that Barton was dead.
Not enough, darling.
He tried to buy the club back from me.
Still not enough.
He gave me that certified check we left in Barton's office after he was killed.
That does it. Help me up, dear. I think I ought to walk around for a while.
Well, wouldn't you rather go to bed?
I'll feel much better if I...
What was that?
Oh, my Viva Amor.
You brought that bottle home?
I had it wrapped up in my hat, and my hat was on my lap. $100 an ounce. Oh, my head.
And so closes tonight's story, A Deed Indeed. Stedman Coles wrote the radio script. Roger Bauer produced and directed. Sidney Smith played the part of Mark Manning. Helen Shields was Julia Manning. Larry Haynes was heard as Lou Barton. Julie Stevens was Sally. Murray Forbes played Faraway. Phil Bauer was Joel. And Barry Thompson was Sheriff O'Malley. Oh, I beg your pardon. Hello. I hope I haven't kept you waiting. Yes, this is the Crime Club. I'm the librarian. Yes, come over a week from tonight. Good. We have the very intriguing story of laughing waves on the blue ocean, twinkling stars in night skies, and dank death in the sand dunes. It's called Death Swims at Midnight. In the meantime, there's a new Crime Club book available this week, and every week at bookstores everywhere. Yes, it's available now. Fine. And we look for you next week.
This is the world's largest network serving more than 400 radio stations, the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Danny.
You'll never be a sailor, Joey.
Why not?
Sailors don't say hey, they say ahoy.
Okay, so I ain't a sailor. I'm just a deckhand on a ferry boat anyhow, so who cares if I ain't nautical?
What's the matter, Joey? Lonesome down there on deck?
Oh, me?
Yeah.
How can I be lonesome? It's 3 a.m. There ain't a soul on board except you and me and the captain. But why should I be lonesome? I got life preservers to talk to. There's a couple of chains that ain't doing nothing either. I'm having a wonderful day. Hey.
What's the matter, Joey?
Danny, quick. Come down here on deck fast.
Okay, I'm coming.
How do you like that?
You sound like you just stumbled on $1 million. What's the matter?
Holy mackerel. That's a body, Danny. A dead body. I looked when you was coming down.
Guess you wanted something to happen on this run, Joey. You certainly didn't want this.
Oh, no more than that guy wanted it. Hey, I wonder how it got here.
When's the last time you passed this part of deck?
Why, I ain't been here at all tonight till just now.
And it could have been for hours.
What do you see, Danny? What?
Nothing we didn't know. He's dead. Probably been shot. Oh. We got a report to give the cops when we pull in.
Hey, he's wearing a double-breasted blue suit. That's brand new, I'd say, wouldn't you, Danny?
Yeah. His black shoes are new, too.
And that shirt and that blue tie. All brand new.
Yeah.
Now, what would anybody expecting to be killed wear a brand new outfit for?
Maybe he wasn't expecting to be killed.
Well, maybe.
Hey, take a look at those socks he's wearing.
What's the matter, Danny? This stiff got you so you forgot your talk? You said, hey. You meant ahoy, didn't you?
What's the difference? His corpse is wearing brown woolen socks. Argyle socks. The kind your wife knits for you if she can knit, which mine can't.
So what? So he's wearing brown Argyle socks.
So you don't wear brown socks with a blue suit?
Oh, he wasn't a dude. What do you figure?
Me?
Yeah, you.
Not figuring anything. That's for the homicide department. The district attorney and the DA's friend, Philo Vance, to do.
We've seen everything you wanted to in the morgue, haven't we, Vance?
Yes, I suppose so, Markham. Let's get out of here.
All right. We've examined the body and the man's clothes, Vance. What do you make of the situation?
I'm not sure yet. I believe the man was killed by somebody who thought we could never identify his victim, though.
In other words, the suit, the shoes, the tie, and the shirt were purchased so that the original clothes belonging to the dead man could be destroyed.
And identification by that means made impossible.
Now, what about the socks, Vance?
Could be the murderer forgot to buy new socks, and that the ones the victim was wearing were his own.
That's fine. That gives us a lot to go on.
It gives us a great deal.
Hmm?
For instance, I'll tell you this. The dead man habitually wore tweeds, Scotch-grain shoes, woolen ties. And I think I know where to pick up his trail.
Vance, you're making all of this up. Nobody has been reported missing in this town that even remotely resembles the individual you described.
I think the murderer knew nobody would report his victim missing.
Here we go again.
Certainly looks that way, doesn't it?
Let me understand something.
Yes?
You've built the clothes the dead man wore, the tweeds, the woolen tie, merely from the fact that he wore woolen socks. Now, let me point out
But
that
I didn't mark them.
You didn't?
No. Did you notice the tie clasp that was on the blue silk tie he was wearing?
Yes. And except for the fact that it was about to slip off the tie, I noticed nothing unusual about it.
It's an ordinary clip. Could be bought in any of 1,000 stores. But it was about to slip off the silk tie. Now, what does that mean?
That the victim almost lost his tie clasp. How do I know what it means?
I think it means that the dead man usually wore woolen ties. He spread the clasp. Consequently, it couldn't hold a silk tie securely.
Oh, I see. I'll grant you a combination of woolen tie and woolen socks would mean tweeds and possibly Scotch-grain shoes. But what's your clue to his identity?
Did you look on the inside of the socks, Markham?
No.
I did. And I found something on the inside of the socks that will take me directly to the inside of this case.
All right, it is. Hold it. Yeah,
tough work, isn't it?
Oh, they never taught me this in dramatic school, Mr. Starr. Is it okay if I put this sword down? It's heavy.
Well, we can rest for a while, if that's what you mean.
That's what I mean, all right. You know, it's just my luck that after I knock myself out learning this part, John Stanley will come back.
Oh, that's possible, but I doubt it.
Well, you never know.
He's always been threatening to leave show business, and this time he's done it, I guess.
I hope so. All this rehearsing for nothing if he hasn't.
You ready to start again?
Yeah, sure.
Good.
But why couldn't we have been putting on something by Noel Coward instead of this big Roman tragedy?
Huh?
Then all I'd have to learn would be to drink tea.
Oh.
This sword business just isn't for me. All right, I'm ready, Mr. Starr.
All right, here we go. Out of men, spoiler of my home, may the gods guide home my sword.
Call on your gods, fool. It is on my arm that you...
Oh, go on, Eddie. What's the matter? Do you forget your lines?
What's all that noise out at the stage door?
Well, I'll soon find out.
Quite a racket.
Mike! Where is that doorman?
Mr. Starr, I'm sorry indeed I am, but this gentleman insists on...
I'm seeing the owner of this company. Would that be you, Mr. Starr?
That is right.
May I talk to you alone? I'm Philo Vance.
Yes, I guess so, Vance. Okay, Eddie, relax somewhere. Mike will run back to the door.
Yes, sir, Mr. Starr.
Well, Vance, I've heard about you, of course.
That's very flattering.
Well, what do you want with me? Thinking of going in for dramatics?
Hardly. What male member of your company is missing?
Missing?
You know, not here anymore, can't be found. Missing.
Oh, missing.
Yes.
Oh. Well, that would be John Stanley. I imagine he quit show business. Always said he wanted to.
Tall man, well-built, chestnut hair, wore tweed suits.
Yes, that would be Stanley.
He's been murdered.
You don't say.
I could have sworn I did.
Is that the man found on the ferry boat, dressed in brand new clothes?
Yes. It hasn't been in the newspapers, Mr. Starr.
Hasn't it?
No.
But I must have heard it on the radio. What made you think he might belong to this company, Vance? In other words, what brought you here?
I'll keep that to myself. In other words, mind your own business.
I'd like to. But you remember, you interrupted me. I was just teaching a young fellow Stanley's lines and the action of the play.
Mr. Starr, somebody went to a great deal of trouble to prevent our identifying the victim.
So?
I have no doubt that Stanley's murderer intended to throw him off the ferry and into the water. But he found he couldn't without being seen.
Go ahead, Vance. I once played a private investigator like you in a play. Only I did it better.
Oh, of course.
More conviction. Oh, your last speech, for instance. I have no doubt that Stanley's murderer intended to throw him off the ferry. You see what I mean?
Who'd want to?
Oh.
Mr. Starr, the murderer of John Stanley wanted two things. He wanted to make it difficult for anybody to identify the dead man, and he wanted to avoid being caught.
Oh, why tell that to me?
Oh, you might pass the word along.
Huh?
I want the killer to be a little bit nervous. And he will be when he finds out what I know.
All right, Vance. I'll see that people in show business know what a genius you are.
Do that. And Starr.
Yes.
Don't forget what I said.
About spreading the word around?
About wanting the killer to be nervous. Oh, allow me, Mr. Starr. You dropped your cigarette. Coming.
Hello, Mr. Vance. I'm Lila Martin. That's my stage name. May I come in? Thank you. Thank you very much. So kind of you.
Won't you sit down, Miss...
Martin, that's my stage name, Lila Martin. I'd like to sit here on this red chair, may I?
Oh, by
Thank you. Thank you very much. You're wondering who I am and why I'm here, aren't you, Mr.
Well,
Vance?
yes,
Do you mind if I knit? I always knit, even when I talk. I talk much better when I knit. You'd be surprised how much better.
It would take quite a shock to surprise me more than I am
Oh,
at this
you
moment.
mustn't mind me. I'm Lila Martin. That's my
your
stage
stage name, yes.
Yes.
Why did you come here, Miss Martin?
Somewhere.
Here to my apartment. I'm Philo Vance.
Oh,
you
how
came
nice.
here, don't you remember?
Oh, so I did. Oh, no, I'm afraid I must be going. Thank you.
Wait a moment.
Don't scream at me, Mr. Vance. I came to do you a favor. You see, I was backstage when you were talking to Roger Starr today at the theater. I'm in the play. I play a Roman handmaiden. John got me the job.
John
here,
Stanley?
Of course. What other John would get me a job? He liked me, Mr. Vance, and I liked him. Now he's dead.
Yes, he is, and I
Poor
want to
John.
find out who killed him.
Well, that's what I came up to tell you, but you screamed at me, and now I don't know whether to tell you or not. You see, maybe the next time you won't scream at somebody.
Miss Martin, stop it.
What?
Stop it at once.
My knitting? You want me to stop knitting?
Stop
I
that
can't.
badly. Now, what do you know about John Stanley's death?
I know who killed him.
Who?
First say you're sorry you screamed at me.
Who killed John Stanley?
You're doing it again. Oh, Ryan, you look like such a nice man. You have such nice red chairs. Red is my favorite color.
I'll find you an Indian.
Thanks.
Now, who is it that you think killed him?
Think?
Yes, think.
I don't know. I don't think I know. It was Milton Talbot, of course. Do you know where I could get a red chair
Milton
like
Talbot?
this? It's lovely. I told you what you wanted to know. We were talking about this chair.
Who
I
is
like
Milton
it.
Talbot?
He's the editor of Talbot's Tidbits. It's a newspaper.
Oh, it is?
Oh, yes. It prints everything about everybody in show business. What size socks do you wear, Mr. Vance? If you don't scream at me, I'll knit you a pair of
I'm sorry
lovely
about the screaming. Miss
the
Martin,
loveliest
do you know why Talbot killed Stanley?
I don't know everything, Mr. Vance, only that Talbot did it. Because they had a great big quarrel, and Talbot said he was going to do
What
it.
was the quarrel about?
Money? What do men generally quarrel about? Money, you know.
Money or women?
Of course.
What was the connection between Talbot and... Wait a minute.
Huh?
I know that paper he puts out. He runs a lot of scandal which performers can keep out of print if they take an advertisement in his paper.
You still haven't told me what size socks you wear.
So
How
the
can I
dead
knit
man
you a
and
pair?
Talbot had an argument, eh? Perhaps Mr. Stanley found out something about the blackmailing publisher of Talbot's Tidbits.
You look like about a size 9, I think.
Thank you for coming here, Miss Martin.
Oh?
I'm going to see Mr. Talbot. I'm going to find out if he took time out from putting items in his paper to put a bullet in John Stanley's heart.
Talbot speaking.
This is Dolores Williams. You called me.
Oh, yes, I did.
Well, I just wondered.
Let me see now, Miss Williams. You have a film contract, haven't you?
Why, yes. I leave for the coast in a month.
Maybe.
What do you mean, maybe?
Let me read you a story I'm publishing in the next issue of my paper.
Well, now...
Dolores Williams has been signed by Acme Studio for the mother role in their new production, So High the Tide.
Yes?
Acme believes Miss Williams is the typical American mother and will start an extensive campaign on her when she arrives in California next month.
Oh, that's very nice of you to print that, Mr. Talbot.
The second paragraph is much nicer.
Well, that's...
For me.
Oh.
It says, wonder if Acme knows that Miss Williams is really Mrs. Bessie Doyle, who deserted her husband and 3 children when they were infants and is still wanted on a charge of shoplifting in her native city.
How did you find out about that?
It's my business to find out things, Miss Williams. Now, it's very possible my paper would be so crowded by advertisements that the second paragraph doesn't get in.
Well, I haven't any money. And isn't this blackmail?
Is it?
Well, it certainly is.
What have I asked you for?
Oh, nothing. How much is a full-page ad?
I don't know if I want an ad from you.
Oh, please, Mr. Talbot, I'll get the money somewhere. You've got to take it.
Wait a minute, Miss
Please.
Williams. Who are you?
My name is Vance. There was nobody in your outer office, so I came right in. I hope I'm not intruding.
Be right with you.
Certainly.
Miss Williams,
Yes?
I'll call you back. You're sure you want to put an ad in my paper?
You know I do.
I'll be speaking to you. Goodbye.
Bye.
Well, Vance?
You talk quite loud, Talbot. I heard most of your conversation with that Miss Williams.
People just beg to put ads in my paper. I don't know why.
Oh, yes, you do. If I weren't working on a murder case, I'd blast that racket of yours wide open.
You'd what?
And don't leave papers like that little notation on Roger Starr lying around on your desk. Very revealing.
You're going to blast my racket, huh? Who are you going to get to help you, Silver?
I don't need any help to break your racket or you.
Oh, people do talk.
I'm glad you did that. It's illegal to start a fight, but this is self-defense and a great... Oh. Put that in your newspaper, Talbot. While you're at it, why don't you insert an advertisement under Help Wanted? Just those 2 words, Help Wanted. Sign it with your name.
This is District Attorney Markham. The Argyle murder case opened with the finding of the body of a man dressed in brand new clothing, with the exception of a pair of Argyle socks. Vance, with only this meager clue to work on, has identified the body and has managed to interview 3 people. Roger Starr, owner and featured performer in the theater company, Lila Martin, an actress, and Milton Talbot, publisher of a theatrical newspaper. Vance is now in my office, and we'll discuss...
All right, Markham, I'll tell you.
Thanks, Vance. Inasmuch as you're certain that the Argyle socks John Stanley was wearing put you on the trail of his murderer, I think I'm entitled to know.
It's relatively simple.
For you mean?
We'll see what you think after I explain.
All right.
As you know, I'm working on the assumption that Stanley's clothing was taken from him.
Yes.
That he was garbed in brand new clothing by his killer.
The killer intended to throw the body from the ferry, but found he couldn't. So he let it lie on the boat to be found. I go along with that.
Good. Now, when the murderer bought the new clothes, he forgot to buy socks. And he thought nothing of leaving Stanley's own socks on the body, believing they couldn't be traced.
But you traced them?
No.
What do you mean, no? You told me the socks sent you to the theater where that Roger Starr company was rehearsing a Roman play.
That I did, but it wasn't the socks themselves.
Wasn't?
It was a smear of makeup I found inside the socks.
Makeup inside a pair of socks?
Yes.
Well, what would makeup be doing inside a pair of socks?
My answer to that seemed logical. If the dead man were an actor, and if he were appearing in a play that called for bare legs, like a Greek or Roman drama, he'd have makeup on his legs.
Oh. There was only one such drama in town, Roger Starr's production. You went there and found John Stanley was missing. I see now.
I'm glad. And there's something I'd like to see.
And that is?
My way clear to a solution of this case.
I refuse to believe you have no idea who killed Stanley.
I refuse to believe I can't prove my idea. And so I will.
When?
That is something only the murderer can tell you.
The murderer?
The Stanley killing was for profit, Markham. But his slayer is going to give himself away.
I'm glad you sent for me, Mr. Talbot. John always talked about you, and I wanted to meet you. And isn't it funny that now that he's dead, here I am in your office? You don't mind if I knit.
I don't mind if you do anything, provided you stop talking.
Oh, I've got to talk. If a person has something to say, a person has to talk. Else how would anybody know what it is she has to say? I used to hear you and John talking all the time.
All right. Now, look, Lila.
Lila Martin. It's my stage name. It's lovely.
Lila, listen to me.
But I am listening.
All right. You know that John and I had a business arrangement.
Of course I know. Do you always touch wood when you're talking business like that?
Yes, it's a habit.
Very strange.
Say, you aren't as eccentric as you seem, are you?
Me? I don't think I'm eccentric. Other people do, but I'm not responsible for them. Why don't you keep talking, Talbot?
Well, that's better. Lila, you and that wacky act you put on are accepted in a lot of places I can't get to. You can get me a lot of information, like your friend John Stanley used to do. I pay for information. Do you understand?
Enough to keep listening.
That's all there is. Get me some dope on stage, people, that they won't want to see published, and I'll see that...
There you are, Talbot.
What?
Who's this? Talbot, I'm going to kill you.
Oh, now, wait a minute.
I'm Dolores Williams. You have a story about me. I can't afford to take the ad we talked about. And I can't afford to have you print the story. So I'm going to kill you.
The woman with the gun says she's going to kill you, Mr. Talbot. I don't think she will.
Look, Miss Williams, put down that gun. Let's be reasonable.
Reasonable? There's only one kind of reason you understand, and it's this. I knocked her on the pole, Talbot. No, you don't.
You still got the gun.
Oh, pretty good slugging with my handbag, don't you think, Talbot? I guess I rate an assist.
Yes, you certainly do. If she comes to, I'll cart her out of here. Thanks for your help.
Huh?
Lila, we ought to understand each other better. You know John Stanley was tired of you.
Of course.
I just wanted to make sure. Now, where were we?
In the middle of a business proposition.
Oh, that's right. I'm going to give you a phone number. Here's my pencil. I'll write it down.
I've got a pencil.
I want my gold pencil. There's my gold pencil. I've got to have my pencil.
Now you're talking like me. There's a gold pencil underneath that letter.
Oh, yes, thank you. Got to have it when I write something that has to do with my business. Now, here's the phone number. Use it when you hear anything I can print.
Okay.
And tell me something. When are you faking? When you're talking normally like now, or when you're babbling?
To tell you the truth, Talbot, I've been doing that babbling act so long, I don't know which is the real me.
Now, look here, Mr. Vance. The last time you were backstage here talking to Mr. Starr, there was trouble. Maybe you better go away.
I will, Mike, but I'm expecting a friend of mine to meet me here, Mr. Markham.
Meet him outside. Mr. Starr says if you got here again, I should throw you out.
Now, Mike, please.
He said get the stage hands to help me.
That, of course, is different.
No problem, Mike.
No problem that you can solve, my friend. Say, I remember you.
Really?
You were rehearsing a duel with Mr. Starr when I was here last.
That's right.
You were taking John Stanley's place.
So?
So you must have known Stanley.
I still say so.
So, if you wanted his job badly enough...
What? Wait a minute. He didn't kill John Stanley. Eddie here had a job with the company. He's always had it.
He comes from Mr. Starr's hometown.
Oh, he does, eh, Mike?
Sure.
Eddie.
Yeah?
I've got some information on Mr. Starr. Some trouble he got in back home.
So?
What year was that?
That was a long time ago. How did you find out?
I saw a memorandum on the desk of a man named Talbot when I went to see him. I imagine John Stanley knew about Mr. Starr's trouble.
I made the mistake of telling Stanley one night.
Oh, and...
Is that Vance's voice I hear out there, Mike?
Yes, Mr. Starr.
Get him out of here. I don't want him near the theater. Get him out. Out.
Mr. Vance?
I'm sorry, but I'm not ready to leave yet. I have...
Joey! Frankie! Sam! Mr. Starr wants the guy thrown out.
Come on, Vance. You better move.
Reinforcements arriving, eh? Well, I still think
Okay,
I'm going
fellas, rush it.
Hey, open the door, Frankie.
Stop that push. Stop it. This isn't the subway.
Subway or no subway, this is where you get off.
Oh.
Nothing like leaving a place of your own free will, is there, Vance?
Oh, Markham, you arrived just in time to be too late. The two of us might have given the five of them a little action.
Only 5 of them? Well, let's go back in, eh?
It's a luxury I can't afford right now. Markham, I want you to have Roger Starr, owner of this company, in my apartment in an hour.
Uh-oh. It sounds like we're nearing the end of this case. I'll do it, Vance, but why?
Because he had a motive for killing John Stanley. So did a man named Talbot I'd like you to have there, too. And likewise, a girl named Lila Martin. That's her stage name.
That shouldn't be too much trouble. The showdown, Vance?
I think so, if you can get all 3 to show up.
While we're waiting for Mr. Vance to get here, I think I'll sit in the same chair I sat in when I was here before, the red one. All right with you, Mr. Starr?
Certainly, Lila.
Well, then get up. You're sitting in it. I want to knit. I always knit when I'm sitting around and have
Cut
nothing else
that
to
out,
do. I love
Lila.
it.
Losing your temper, Talbot.
Just my patience, Markham. What's the big idea of getting us 3 here?
I'm sure Vance
Vance will explain everything now that he is here.
About time.
Mr. Vance, if you'll only tell me what size socks you wear, I'll
Vance,
gladly
what's
knit you a
going on
lovely
here?
pair of
I'm
socks.
sorry I kept you waiting. I had to stop at a stationery store. I have in my hand 3 pads and 3 sets of pencils.
What are we going to do, play school?
Yes, but I'm the only one who's going to learn anything.
Was that so?
1 set of pencils and a pad for you, Miss Martin.
Lila Martin,
It's
it's my-
your stage name. 1
Yes.
set of pencils and a pad for you, Mr. Starr.
I suppose I should say thank you.
Perhaps I'll have occasion to thank you.
Really?
You're set, Mr. Talbot.
Just what I always wanted. A pad and 3 pencils, each of a different color.
Gee, what do we do with these?
Each of you take your green pencil and write the word green on the pad. Now go on, do it.
Oh, brother.
G-R...
To yourself, please.
Now what?
The next pencil is the red one. Take it and write the word red on the pad. Now do the same thing with the black pencil, writing the word black.
What's this going to prove, Vance?
You'll see, Martin. All ready?
Yeah.
Of course.
Good. Your pad, Miss Martin.
Oh, yes, here.
Green, red, black. Yours, Mr. Talbot.
Here.
Green, red, black. Mr. Starr.
Here you are.
Thank you. Green, red, black. Take a look at these 3 slips, Markham.
I am looking. Everyone seemed to write what you told them to.
Except Mr. Starr.
Well, what's going on here? I wrote green, red, black, didn't I?
Certainly, but you used the wrong pencil.
The
You used the black pencil to write green and reversed the other 2 also.
Oh, that's terrible, isn't it? What's it supposed to prove?
Nothing very much. Just that you killed John Stanley.
Please, Vance.
Very well. You have a confession from Roger Starr, but you want to know how I discovered he was the killer from that red, green, and black test.
That is it exactly.
Well, let's go back to the Argyle socks, Mark.
All right.
The brown Argyle socks that were on the legs of the dead John Stanley.
I'm back to them.
I told you that the killer, in reclothing the body, had forgotten to buy socks.
Yes.
A simple error of which he thought nothing.
But he left the corpse wearing a blue outfit, suit and tie, and brown socks with black shoes. I'm beginning to understand that.
You're beginning to understand correctly, too.
Good.
Roger Starr saw nothing wrong in leaving Stanley's own socks on the body because he didn't know they were brown.
Uh-huh.
He was colorblind, as my test proved.
You knew the murderer had to be colorblind, or he'd never have left so obvious a clue that the dead body had been reclothed.
Exactly. When Starr couldn't tell what color pencil he had in his hand, I knew he was colorblind. I knew his motive, of course. Desire to keep John Stanley from selling information about his past to Talbot. He didn't know Stanley had already told the blackmailing editor.
Against whom I have already prepared an indictment.
Good.
And it'll be the end of this blackmailing paper, believe me, Vance.
Just as this is the end of the Argyle murder case, Markham.
Calling all detectives. When crooked gamblers invade a carnival, when mob violence is ready to break out, could you halt it? That is the problem on this page from my casebook. The casebook of Jerry Browning, private detective. I, Jerry Browning, private detective, can recognize 100 con game tricks, but new ones are invented every day. As I followed Al Robertson, owner of the Robertson Carnival, through the grounds, I noticed that the rides weren't getting much of a play, but that little crowds were clustered around most of the take-a-chance booths. In the truck that served as his executive office, Robertson said,
"Browning, I'm worried. In fact, I'm scared stiff. My nose tells me that crowd out there is loaded for bear."
"If it is, it's your fault, Mr. Robertson. Why did you let those con men and grifters move in on you?" Robertson mopped at his brow.
"I had no choice. I had to get money or close down, so when Cowell made me an advance payment offer for the games concession, I granted. Now I'm stuck."
"You've been here 6 days without any serious trouble. Maybe a concessionaire isn't operating as crooked as you think." Robertson shook his head.
"This is our last night, Browning. That's when trouble always comes. When the people have been fleeced, realize you're moving on, and there's no more chance to get even."
Robertson shivered.
"Hear that? It's a mob in the making. Browning, I don't know how you can do it, but if you don't head it off, there's going to be killing."
A carnival owner who had permitted crooked gamblers to move in on him pleaded with me to head off mob revenge. The roller coaster that thundered past had only 3 or 4 riders, but at one of the take-a-chance booths,
"Come on, folks, it's your last chance. We're folding in a couple of hours. Come on, double up and beat the house."
a gambler working the Wheel of Fortune held a sheaf of $5 and $10 bills between his fingers. If the sullen crowd murmur bothered him, he certainly wasn't showing it. I walked down through the grounds to the trailer where Jim Cowell, the game concession boss, had his headquarters. I had to identify myself to a pair of tough mugs before I could get to see Cowell, a pudgy, bland-faced spider of a man.
Nothing to worry about, Browning, not a thing. If Robertson has milk in his veins, I'll take full responsibility for getting the wagons out of here.
That's fine. Will you also take full responsibility for the people who get killed if a riot starts? Cowell's face darkened.
There'll be no killing. A couple of heads cracked, maybe. Nothing I can't square with a few bunks. Now get out of here.
Hurrying back through the grounds, it suddenly struck me that I wasn't hearing the crowd anymore. If there's anything worse than a sullen, muttering crowd, it's that same crowd when it isn't making a sound. Then it's about ready to act.
Come on, folks. Only 1 hour to go. The last chance to get your money back. You, Grandpa, you're hooked for plenty. I'll give you a last chance. $1,000 a spin. Where's your nerve, Grandpa?
The old man the gambler was picking on moved in, and as he did, the crowd moved with him. A moment later, as though the shot were a signal, the crowd suddenly dissolved and fled. I caught one glimpse of the old man disappearing among some wagons. In his booth, the Wheel of Fortune man was slumped over his counter, slowly slid to the ground out of sight. From all over the grounds, carnival workers streamed to the booth. Cowell, the concession boss, and his bodyguards picked up the shot gambler who hung limp and dead in their arms. I shouted, "Where are you taking that man?"
"Don't Bunny and Browning. I'll take care of my own people."
Two hours later, at local police headquarters, Cowell was bland and smiling again.
Chief, we're not pressing charges against anybody. My man isn't badly hurt, and, well, he had it coming to him.
The police chief looked puzzled. Plainly, nothing like this had ever happened in his town before. I said, "Chief, I think the man is dead. They've concealed his body. It's your duty to investigate."
Nonsense. Do you think the rest of my men would permit anything like that? Chief, we don't want any trouble. We'll get out of town. Never come back.
That's how it was. The police chief was so anxious to be rid of the carnival that he let them pack up and leave. And in Robertson's truck, a few hours later...
"Browning, maybe the man isn't dead."
I shook my head. It was point-blank range. The killer couldn't have missed. If somehow he had missed, that mob would have torn the gambler to bits. Robertson's head sagged.
"Well, close down the carnival. If I don't, it'll be the same thing all over again at our next stand."
Yeah? I guess you're right. A sudden thought struck me. The same thing all over again. I turned to Robertson. "I've got an idea. Pull the truck out of line, over to the side."
Hey, what's the matter, Browning?
I think I've discovered Mr. Cowell's reason for being so sure of himself. The rest of the line of trucks rolled past us until Cowell's truck, bringing up the rear, came into sight. "Now, Robertson, out in on Cowell's truck. Do as I tell you." I jumped out of our truck, dashed to Cowell's almost before it had stopped. I flung open the trailer door, and there was Cowell, his two mugs, an old man, and a dead Wheel of Fortune man, alive and without a scratch on him. "Don't make sudden moves, boys. This gun is loaded with rail bullets."
Okay, Browning. So you got hip to it. Now let's talk business. We'll cut you in.
I grinned at him. "Oh, Mr. Cowell, you're going back to Cedarville. You'll stand trial for running crooked gambling games, and they'll find some law on the books to take care of people who stage fake murders so that they can get away with all the booty. That is, if the folks ever let it come to trial." Cowell shivered.
"Okay, you win. What's the price?"
I made the price steep. Forced him to surrender his concession with the carnival and to give up the amount he'd gouged at the last stand from the citizenry. There was no way of returning that money to the individual losers, so it was paid to the local community chest. Like I said, you'll never learn con games as fast as people will think them up. It's a lot easier and smarter to keep away from them in the first place. Listen next time to Calling All Detectives. Mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, Private Detective.
Mr. District Attorney, starring David Bryan. Mr. District Attorney, champion of the people, defender of truth, guardian of our fundamental rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
Now, tonight's story, the case of the Park murders.
And now, here is our star, David Bryan, as Paul Garrett, Mr. District Attorney.
As this county's district attorney, I've seen crimes of many sorts. But in no case is it so vicious and shocking as when it's done by young hoodlums. Vicious hoodlums who have turned against the world yet are not old enough to calculate the costs of evil. And many times the costs and fruits of evil can add up to even murder, as it did one night in Alden Park a few weeks ago.
Come on, quit dragging your feet. We want to get into position. Okay, get off my back. There's the bushes. Let's cut over. Yeah. Hey, looks like a good spot, Jay. Sure. I picked it, didn't I? Closer to the path than the last one. Gives us less distance to cover.
Yeah. Here. Now we can relax and wait.
Yes, relax. That's what I said. We'll say it again. All the good it'll do.
Well, you got the jumps, Candy?
Yeah, I got the jumps.
Oh, calm down. Eat one of your lousy candy bars. We got a job to do.
Yeah. Here, you want one?
Nah. Candy's for kids.
Suit yourself. Dance should be over.
Uh-huh. Hey, we better pipe down or get set. Here comes a couple now.
Yeah, figures. I'm not finished.
Oh, go ahead and finish. It's just a couple of kids. Yeah, they wouldn't even have $2 between them.
Get that. Yeah, I hope I get a live one tonight. I could use some extra dough.
Who couldn't? I got me a gun all lined up. A .38 special, practically new. I can get it for $50.
If you get a gun, you're going to get in trouble. We do okay with these hunks of gas pipe. There ain't no serial numbers to be traced.
Here comes another couple.
Targets.
Yeah, it's one of the guys I chased. Fancy studs in a big roll. All right, I'll take him. You take the dame.
Right.
They're past. All right, let's go. Easy. Now.
Hey, what's the matter?
Oh! There, grab her handbag. I'll clean this.
Hey, swear in the ring. Looks like a butte.
Get it.
Way ahead of you. Hey, look out. Jay's coming too.
Yeah, I got the answer for 6 stones like his. Hey, that's enough. Let's get out of here. Yeah, come on. Let's go buy ourselves some fun.
District Attorney's office.
Harrington, Miss Miller. Chief there?
Yes, he's right here. See you, Mr. Garrett. Harrington calling from the hospital.
Oh, I hope it's good news. Yes, Harrington?
Make it murder. The man just died.
Oh. Well, you say anything?
Not a word. Never came out of the coma. The girl's okay. Slight concussion, shock. She can talk now, but she hasn't got much to say.
No identification at all?
None. Heard nothing except a footstep behind her. Saw nothing except stars when she was hit.
Yeah, that's a help. Well, no point in you staying on there. See if you can get a list of what was stolen.
Right, Chief. I'll be in with it in half an hour.
Sounds like our park thieves have graduated.
Clear to the top.
Then you do think it's the same pair.
Almost certain. The MOs are identical. Lab says the weapons used were round, heavy rods. Probably pieces of gas pipe. Same as before.
Sounds like the work of a maniac.
Maniacs don't work in pairs. No, better guess is that our park robbers are young hoodlums. Gutterettes. Without any more sense than to risk murder for what they could make in a few days' honest work.
Today was clubs, tomorrow was guns.
Unless they're stopped now. Or any word on that candy wrapper that was found in the bushes where they hid it?
The lab's still going over it. They promised to send a report as soon as they finish.
Good. Make up a list of everything that was taken and all the robberies. Oh, and call Lieutenant Padway at Homicide. I want to sit down with him on this as soon as possible.
Yes, sir.
Here's the score, Chief. Take a look.
Now, let's see. $40 to $50 in cash.
That's the girl's estimate. She's sure it wasn't any more.
Say 50. Plus his gold watch, $5 in her purse and a ring. A zircon, valued about $20.
Murder comes cheap these days.
Murder's never cheap. These killers are going to find that out. Harrington, I want you... Yes, Miss Miller?
Lab report just came in on the candy wrapper, Mr. Garrett.
What is it?
Not much. Prints are too smudged. Plenty of lint, the usual stuff, tobacco, cotton fibers from a cheap shirt, dirt that contains some chalk, probably pool chalk. The candy's a popular brand of chocolate bar, sold everywhere.
That's all?
one other thing.
What?
It has nuts.
Thanks.
Nuts. Sounds kind of good. Maybe I'll try a box.
Later. Right now, I want you to get a list of the fences who would handle junk like zircon rings and gold watches.
Huh? Well, any pawnbroker would buy...
Sure, but I want to know the ones who buy hot merchandise. Even the punks know better than to sell stuff to an honest pawnbroker. Robbery detail would pick them up in 24 hours.
Yep.
Now, take this list. Check it with the most likely fences yourself.
Right. Chief, only what would you say is the most likely?
One that caters to young hoodlums. And work fast. We want to wrap these killers up before they play another one of their Saturday night games.
I'm on my way. Yes, what can I do for... Oh, it's you.
Oh, don't sound so happy, Happy. We brought your presents.
From you two, all I want is absence. Lots of it. So beat it, both of you.
You got a bad memory, Happy. We got a deal, remember? Candy and I lift the stuff, and you buy it.
I got no deal with murder. On your way, and please don't write.
Show him the stuff, Jay. Yeah. Here, Happy. Take a look. Solid gold watch and a diamond ring the size of your hat.
Are you two crazy? These things are a one-way ticket to the death house. Now get out of here. I wouldn't touch them with a...
Happy?
Yeah.
You're gonna touch them.
In fact, you're gonna buy them? No. Now, wait.
Just like always.
Jay, Candy, put those pipes away. Now, look, I was just kidding.
We don't like kidding. Now, listen, you sniveling old hypocrite. We got a good little business going, and just because that jerk died ain't no reason to quit.
But
nothing. You're in and you're gonna stay in. Now, take a look at that watch and ring.
All right.
Candy, you better stay by the door and make sure we don't have no interruptions.
Check. Well, the watch is gold. 17 jewels, swift movement. I can give you $40 for it.
40? Boy, you creep. That ticket's worth at least $300.
Retail, yes. It's worth $1.50 if I could sell it here in my store. But as hot as this item is, I'll have to ship it out of town. I'll be lucky if I can get $50 for it.
That means you'll get $100. We'll take $75.
55, and that's the limit.
Okay. What about the ring?
Let's see. For that, I'll give you $2.
What? For a diamond that size?
It's a zircon and not a very good one at that.
You're lying.
So take it to a jeweler. Take it to another fence. If that watch sold for more than $20, it was a robbery.
All right, I'll just do that. And if it's a diamond, I'll come back here and...
It's not a diamond, and if you'll take my advice, you'll throw it down the nearest sewer.
I don't like your advice. Let's have the dough.
Sure. $20, $40, $45, $50, $55.
Thanks. Now, I want to see that gun, the .38.
Sure. There. With that, you can kill lots of people.
That sounds like a crack. You're getting brave again, Happy.
If I was brave, I'd have kicked you both out of here.
That's a nice gun. Real nice. How much?
Same price, 50, but I make you a bargain. You can have it for nothing if you don't come back.
Here's the 50. I couldn't stand the thought of never seeing you again, Happy Face.
Hey, Jay, someone's coming.
Come on, we'll go out the back. So long, Happy. We'll be seeing you.
Punks. Why I ever let myself get involved with... Morning, Happy. Morning. I know you? No, but I know you. Rather, your record. A cop. Yeah. Awful, isn't it? Name's Harrington, District Attorney's Office. So? What's the DA want with me? I'm clean. I'd like to take bets on that. How's the fencing business? Go polish a badge. Happy. Somebody's been buying the watches and rings stolen in the Alden Park robberies. Yeah. Here's a list of the stuff. Now, me. Up to last Saturday, the buyer was facing a short rap for receiving stolen merchandise. From here on, it'll be accessory to murder. A year or two against 20. Or maybe even life. Smart man would think about that. You're good. You're real good. Makes me almost sorry I'm not the fence you're looking for. You better try the next one on your list. Yeah, I'll do that. But I think I'll keep you in mind, Happy. You kind of appeal to me.
Thanks for coming by, Harrington.
No trouble, Chief. It's Saturday, and I thought you'd want to know that Padway has the park all sewed up in case the robbers are on schedule.
Good. Excuse me.
Sure. Hot then?
A bit of indigestion. This'll fix it up. How many men does Padway have on tonight's job?
All he could get. Alden Park's pretty big.
Yeah, it's too big. It'd take 1,000 men to really cover it.
Well, Padway has about 60. 20 covering the exits.
Which the robbers would be crazy to use.
Mm-hmm. He has a half dozen at the desk, and the rest are on the path from the pavilion.
Well, that's the best chance. Only there's 2 or 3 miles of that path for them to... Excuse me. Hello? Yeah, speaking. Oh, hello, Padway. What? No. When? Yes, I'll be right down.
What is it, Chief? Another robbery?
Yeah, one of Padway's men nearly caught them red-handed.
Really? You mean he just...
They got away. But the officer's on his way to the receiving hospital. 2 bullets in him. Miss Miller's prediction has come true. It's tomorrow, and our killers have traded in their clubs for guns. Alden Park. Acres of beautiful trees. A golf course, a zoo, dozens of picnic groves and shaded paths. It was a place of peace and happiness until 2 men decided to make it a place of robbery and murder. To be exact, 4 robberies, 1 murder, and a police officer badly wounded. It wasn't a very nice score.
Hi, Chief. Got anything new on the ticket?
No, it didn't figure, really. They're local, all right.
Yeah, back at our old dead end.
Unless Officer Kelly is able to give us a description.
Oh, Padway just called in. Kelly came, too. He's going to be okay.
Oh, that's good news. Was he able to talk?
Yeah, he could talk, but it won't be much help. They were running away through the trees when he saw them, and it was dark. All he could say for sure is that they seemed young. They were both white, dark-haired, medium height. One was a little heavy.
That would be our candy bar eater. Boil it down, and all we know for certain is that they're 2 young men whose descriptions would fit 10,000 others. We're making great progress.
We'll get them, Chief.
And of course we'll get them. But how many people will have to die or wind up like Officer Kelly first? Come on, I'm going to call Padway.
Huh? What are you going to do?
I'm going to organize the biggest dragnet this town has ever seen. We're going to grill every hoodlum who's between the ages of 18 and 30. Yes, and we'll bring in every known fence as well.
That'll be some job.
Sure it will. But I want this town made white hot. I want you to see to it that all the stool pigeons get leaned on. Hard.
Right, Chief?
Somewhere in this city, there's someone with the answers. We're going to put the pressure on until that someone cracks.
Sorry, I'm closing. Oh.
Well, what's the matter, Happy? You don't look very happy. In fact, you look like you've seen a ghost.
To me, you're worse.
And you're closing up. Emptying the register, bags packed. You taking a trip?
You bet your sweet life I'm taking a trip, a long one, until this town cools off.
Oh? And what happens to Candy and me? Where do we sell our merchandise?
Tell it to the devil. You'll be with him soon enough.
Wait a minute. What?
You wait. Don't you get it, you stupid gunsel? This town's on fire. You can't brush your teeth without a cop checking to see what kind of toothpaste you're using. Well, me, I've had it.
Sure. They picked me up, too, but it's all a bluff. They don't have a thing.
Bluff, you knucklehead. Of course they don't have anything yet. But how long do you think it'll take before some pigeon starts making good guesses about you and Candy? And me.
Nuts, you're a worrywart, Happy. The DA can't
The DA's gonna wrap you up in a nice pink ribbon and hang you with it. You know what? I'm going to enjoy reading about it in Florida.
Hold on.
Get out of my way.
You're not running out?
No, maybe I should say goodbye. Goodbye, punk. Give my love to the DA. They're trying to make the Miami plain, Chief. Hadway's men are searching this place now.
Well, I hope we find something. So far, all we have on him is that he wanted to go to Florida.
Hello, Happy. Meet the district attorney, Mr. Garrett. I want my lawyer.
In good time. Oh, and speaking of time, you might save yourself some if you did some singing.
I'm no stoolie. Even if I was, I got nothing to tell.
Well, you could start by telling us why you were in such a hurry to leave town.
I don't have to answer no questions until I see my lawyer.
Oh, that's true. But the attitude is a little foolish. We put the pressure on every two-bit fence in town, Happy. You were the only one who broke and ran.
Thought. Number one, if you could prove I was a fence, I'd be in jail. Two, you don't have enough to book me on. That's why you got me in this waiting room. You must think I'm an awful...
Harry, here. Yeah, Lieutenant Padley, he's right. What? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'll come. Don't worry. Happy's not going anyplace for a long time.
Padley find something?
I'll say you did.
You guys can save the act. I'm not buying it.
No act this time, Happy. The Zircon ring was found on the floor of your store.
No.
Yes. It's taken from a girl in Alden Park 2 weeks ago. In fact, it was on the list of stolen items that I showed you.
But it couldn't have been found in my store. I didn't buy it. I gave it back to...
To whom? Come on, Happy. Let's have some names. Who, Happy?
Nobody. Anybody. It might have fallen from anybody's pocket. Just because you found it on the floor of my store doesn't mean that...
It means you're tied into robbery and murder. Now, make it easy on yourself. Let's have some talk.
Yeah, I suppose I should. Make a lot of sense, Mr. Gadd, but...
But what?
Sorry, no dice.
You know, of course, if you cooperate, it's possible for me to recommend leniency.
I know. And if I don't, you can hit me with a book. The answer's still no.
So for a pair of mad dogs, you'll give up maybe 10 years of your life.
You're wasting your breath, Mr. Garrett.
Yes, I guess I am. Come on, Hank.
Mr. Garrett.
Yes?
Thanks anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, what? Oh, hi, Jake. Come on in.
Here, read the paper. This'll wake you up.
Huh? What's this?
Happy's been arrested.
What?
Worse than that, the cops found a Zircon ring in his store. Must have fell out of my pocket.
Oh, brother, what do we do now? If Happy talks...
If he'd talk, we'd be in jail by now. But we're not going to take any chances of him changing his mind.
What do you mean?
I mean, we're going to blow this town.
On what? We don't have $20 between us.
We know where to get some, don't we?
You mean the pot? Yeah, you're nuts. After that cop shooting,
they won't expect us to try again. So we will.
I don't know. I don't like it. Let's try some others.
What others? Oh, no. We got the park all figured. We'll pull it there. It's a snap. And if some dumb cop gets in our way, this 38 will teach him the same lesson it did the other one last Saturday. Come on, get some clothes on, and I'll meet you at Nick's for some chow.
It's the last one, Mr. Garrett. Mr. Garrett.
Oh, thanks. I'll sign them later.
Worry's not going to help.
No, I know, but today's Saturday. Can't keep myself from wondering what will happen in Alden Park tonight.
Lieutenant Padway will have it covered.
Well, he had it covered last week. Too big, Miss Miller. He just doesn't have enough men to do the job.
If only there wasn't so much of that park.
Or else if there was only some way we could localize our coverage. Anticipate where they were going to strike. They? Correct. Every time they've hit, they picked a couple with money. Oh, not too much, maybe. But the man's usually had a good roll of cash. What does that mean?
Well, that's easy. They case the dance, pick out a few of the best-looking prospects. Then on the path, they wait for one of them to pass by.
Head of the class. So what if we gave them a particularly good-looking prospect?
Even I can guess that one.
Yeah, might work, Chief.
It has to work. All we need is the right couple.
And I know just the two. Harrington, would you like to take me to the dance tonight?
Delighted, Miss Miller.
Oh, now, wait, Miss Miller. I wasn't suggesting. Look, there are policewomen who...
Who would have to be briefed on the case, who'd never worked with Harrington, and who wouldn't be nearly as attractive a babe as I.
But
it's friendly dangerous. I know and accept.
All right, Miss Miller. Now, listen carefully. We don't have much time. I'll arrange for a big roll of money for both of you and some expensive-looking jewelry. I want you to get out to the dance early and move around.
Right.
Hit the concessions often. Flash the rolls every chance you get. Make sure the people around get a good look. When the dance is over, take the path and walk slow.
Like sweethearts preoccupied with each other?
Exactly. Only keep your eyes and ears open, particularly when you're passing a clump of bushes where they might hide.
Don't worry.
Now, there'll be a policeman ahead of you and behind you and pacing on either side. You'll be as well protected as possible, but we can't be too near without giving the trap away. So watch yourself.
We will.
Oh, and call Henshaw, Miss Miller, and have him send up a lightweight .32 revolver.
Yes, sir.
What are we waiting for? We've let a dozen marks pass us already.
It'll be worth it. Wait and see. This pair I cased have both got rolls. Big ones. Must be a couple of hundred or more. To say nothing of the rocks the dame was wearing.
Yeah, they're real.
Oh, they're real. Don't worry. She's one of them rich ones. She even had on one of them crazy French dresses. You know, the kind they want $500 for?
500 for a dress?
Yeah, maybe 1,000. Hey, someone coming down the path.
Probably another false alarm. If we don't do something soon,
It's them.
Wow, what a dame.
Yeah, never mind the dame. Just get the rocks in that roll she's carrying. I'll take the guy.
Yeah, I know. Let's go.
Wait. Now.
Miss Biddle, look out.
Over my face.
Get back and stop
A gun. Don't shoot. Don't shoot.
Boy, relax up. Don't try it.
Miss Miller, Harrington, you all right?
Sure, Chief. We're okay. If this one tried to pull a gun, I had to nail him in the shoulder.
Someone will take this chubby one off my hands. I think I'll collapse.
You've earned it, Miss Miller. They're all yours, Lieutenant Padway. Take them away.
Collapse. She should collapse. More close than a tiger.
Yeah, a good night's work, Harrington.
Yeah. And I know a certain Officer Kelly who's going to be mighty pleased to hear about it.
You ought to make him recover even faster. Oh, now, Harrington, I think you'd better take Miss Miller home. That's a lovely dress, but I'm sure she must be a little cold. Good night, Harrington. Miss Miller?
Good night.
Okay, Chief. See you Monday.
You probably read the story in your newspapers. The young man we call Jay was tried and convicted of first-degree murder. His partner, Candy, was convicted on 4 counts of robbery and assault, as well as 1 charge of accessory to murder. Defense Happy is now serving a sentence for being an accessory after the fact of murder, plus 3 counts of receiving stolen merchandise. Now, this is David Bryan inviting you to join us when we present our next case based on the facts of crime from the file of Mr. District Attorney.
You have been listening to Mr. District Attorney, which has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
And now, in cooperation with police and federal law enforcement departments throughout the United States, the only national program that brings you authentic police case history.
Tonight, the case of the horse race hijackers who found a bulletproof racket to rob Peter without paying Paul, but who learned too late that the law itself is bulletproof.
And now to Gangbusters and facts that show the operation of our law enforcement officials in their war against the underworld. Gangbusters has asked John J. Sullivan, former chief of detectives and deputy police, to narrate by proxy tonight's case.
The inside facts in the case of the horse race hijackers.
Commissioner Sullivan, I know the gang you're going to tell us about tonight was one of the most troublesome the New York City police have run up against in recent years.
That's right, Don. Detectives in Brooklyn had a difficult time. And although they suspected numerous crimes were being committed by this gang, there was never so much as a complaint from a victim.
No complaints? That sounds odd. Suppose you tell us about it, Commissioner.
Well, Don, I think it'd be best to start last summer. On a side street in the busy Flatbush section of Brooklyn, there was a small delicatessen store. One morning, as the proprietor was about finished waiting on one customer, another man opened the door and walked in.
Hiya, Gus. Oh.
Yeah, I'll be with you in a moment, Rico. Then I get through with the customer.
Yeah, take your time, Gus.
See, Mr. Beer, cheese, salt, anything else?
No, that's all right now.
60 and 20 is 80 and 12 is 92.
Yeah, 92.
Oh, excuse me a minute.
Yes, go ahead.
Gus Delicatessen, Gus talking.
Hello, Gus. It's Mrs. Stantrick.
Oh, hold the phone a minute, Mrs. Stantrick. I got a customer.
Oh, okay, Gus.
Well, here's your dough, mister.
92 cents, right. So long. Come again.
Yeah, I'll come again. Soon.
Another minute, Rico.
Okay.
The customer on the phone.
I got plenty of time, Gus.
Look, Gus, I'll tell you what I want.
Yeah?
Give me 2 to win and 2 to show on Pelican in the 4th at Jamaica.
Pelican 202. Yeah. Anything else, Mrs. Stantrick?
Yeah, throw in a $2 bet for me on the blue and gold entry in the 7th, will you?
I got it. Okay.
Right, I'll talk to you tomorrow, Gus.
Okay. Rico, better I should stick to the delicatessen business. This taking bets on the ponies is getting down my nerves.
You're going to complain, Gus. You get all the gravy and none of the risk.
None of the risk. All I can see is cops. I thought even the customer just now was a cop. Every time that door opens, I get a feeling it's a law. The law is hard on us. I don't want no law.
So what? A little pinch, a little fine. You don't even have to pay that. We pay it for you. I tell you, you're riding a gravy train.
Yeah, maybe. But someday I'm going to wake up and find a skunk in the caboose.
All right, then quit. Who's stopping you?
Well, Rico, the money is easy, all right?
Well, what are you complaining then? Let's see your sheets.
I got them all ready for you. We had a good week, a lot of bets.
Yeah, it's not bad, Gus. Not bad. The boss will like this.
And here's the cash take.
You got your percentage out?
What next?
20, 40, 60, 80.
Put it away, Rico. It's coming somebody.
Yeah.
Oh, it's him. That same fella. He's back. I told you, cops, Rico. What do
Quiet, Gus. Now, take a look at whatever you put in your pocket. You got no right to look at anything.
Please, gentlemen, my store.
Shut up, you. You're in enough trouble already.
Yeah.
Come on, hand it over. You'll need a warrant, copper. Copper? Do we look like cops? Hey, what is this? What's it look like? It's a heist. Get what's on it, pal. Look, you guys, you're going to get in trouble. Don't move, Rico.
Please, my...
That's enough out of you two. Here we are, boss, all his collections. Now, let's go. What about the cash register?
Oh, no.
Forget it. It's not in our line. Forget it. Right. Don't either of you move for 5 minutes. Remember. Come on. Hold on, boys.
Rico, I quit. I got to quit. Ordinary hold-up men is bad enough, but hijackers means big trouble.
Shut up. And keep quiet about this, Gus, until I talk to the boss. If any mob thinks they can get away with hijacking us, they're nuts.
That incident, Don, in a Brooklyn delicatessen store whose proprietor had a sideline of taking bets on horse races, started off a series of events which together make tonight's case. Whenever one gang of criminals fights another, the job of the police is extremely difficult. Horse race betting away from the track is a crime and is carried on undercover by racketeers and gamblers. These big shots manage to keep themselves far away from the actual transaction of the bet, and thus can seldom be touched by law enforcement officers. When a situation such as this hijacking arises, naturally the racketeers will not report it to the police. They prefer to handle it in their own way, as you'll see. But the hijackers also had plans, and they were discussing them in a tavern a few hours after their first job.
Now, look, Cahill, you still got to sell me. Maybe we were just lucky. Well, you'll have to make up your mind, Luke. In or out. It was a cinch the way we handled that job in the delicatessen store this morning. We can repeat the same thing 100 times. Yeah, but you know what I'm worried about. Those bookies are tough if they want to be. They got all kinds of muscle men. We can't go around knocking over their collectors without getting the big shots peeved. Yeah, let them get peeved. As long as we don't have cop trouble, I'm not excited. Yeah, that's another thing. What makes you so sure the cops won't stick their nose in, huh? Yeah, use your head, Luke. If you were taking bets on the horses, would you run to the cops should some hijack your money or collectors? Nah, not in your life you wouldn't. The cops would throw you in a can sooner than look at you. Okay, we'll try it until something better turns up. What could be better? This is the safest pitch in the world. A few weeks' work, make us a rich bunch of boys. And without a beef to the law from the gamblers. That's all. Just a few weeks' work. Now let's get to it. Oh, now, look, boss. Now, could I help it? They got me tagged, that's all.
Once I can understand, Vigo, but getting hijacked 3 times in a month ain't fun anymore.
You talk like I was the only one getting took. They're not gonna run us from every bookie in town.
Yeah, things are bad all over. There's a glass of beer for you, Rigo.
Yeah, thanks.
Keep your nose out of this, Stella. Look, Vigo, I'm telling you once and for all, this has got to stop.
All right, then, look, Gray, how about giving me a little protection?
You're no baby. Start packing a heater yourself.
Be reasonable, will you, Gray? There was 4 of them last time. Besides, I never used a gun before.
It's easy. Just be careful not to point it at people you like.
Go on, Rigo Scram.
Well, what are we going to do, Gray?
Go on, get those collections in.
Look, Gray.
Yeah?
You were kidding about me packing a gun, huh?
Yeah, forget it. Go on, collect it, though.
Sure, Gray, sure.
And be careful.
I'll check with you later.
Don't say it, Stella, don't say it.
Who said I was going to say something?
Well, you were thinking it. Oh, what a spot to be in.
Oh, why don't you stop yapping and do something about it?
Yeah. Get me the police commissioner on the phone. I want to register a complaint.
Well, if I were you,
Well, you're not me. But go ahead.
Okay. Look, there must be a dozen bookmakers like you losing a bundle of dough every week.
So?
So why don't you all get together? You know, e pluribus unum.
With those chumps? Hey.
Or didn't you ever hear of a trade association where all the competitors get together for the mutual benefit of the industry?
I hate to say so, Stella, but maybe you got an idea.
See? Mention the word mutual and already you're interested.
Yeah, maybe between us we can round up enough heat to scare those hijackers off. Yeah. Think I'll call Burley and the Gimp. This is something they ought to be real glad to hear.
Detective Division, Lieutenant O'Rourke.
Hello, Lieutenant. Sergeant Martin.
Oh, yes, Sergeant.
I just picked up a piece of information.
Yes?
Seems our friend Gray and Burley and the Gimp, plus a few other big-shot bookies, had a meeting last night.
Oh, that must be on the hijacking of their collectors.
I wouldn't be surprised. This guy told me they're going to take some action.
All right, I've been expecting it, Sergeant.
You know, I wish we could take some action.
No, I don't see how we can yet. We have no report that there have been robberies. Everything we know unofficially. When the time comes, we'll move in.
Hope that guy has as much on him now as last time, Cahill. We'll see in a minute. Now, run his car into the curb, right? Hold on. Come on, let's take it first.
Hey, what's the idea?
Come on, get out of there.
Hey, listen, you...
I want that dough. Come on, get out.
Hey, wait on me, will you?
Watch it, pal. Another car. Yeah, I see it. Come on, back the car.
Gorilla, they're going to shoot.
All right, give it back to him. Let's get out of here.
Yeah, right with you.
Let's go, yeah. All right, straight ahead. And turn left. So, Don, as the police had feared, open warfare broke out between the syndicate of racehorse bookmakers and the gangsters who were hijacking their collectors and messengers. Now, with or without a complaint from the victims, it was the job of the police to bring the situation to a head.
Now, back to Gangbusters. You were telling us, Commissioner Sullivan, how strong are men employed by the horse race gambling syndicate and the bandits who were hijacking the gamblers' messengers engaged in a gun battle on a Brooklyn street.
That's right, John. And within seconds after the shooting fray, members of both parties had fled the scene. Fortunately, no one was injured. By the time Lieutenant Frank O'Rourke, head of the squad of detectives assigned to investigate the rumored hijackings, arrived on the scene, a large crowd had gathered.
All right. Stand back there. Come on, Lieutenant. Right with you. Come on, open up here. Coming through. Police officers, open up. Coming through. Coming through. That's all right. Come on. Now, look, go on home, folks. There's nothing to see. It's all over. I said it's all over. Now, come on, break it up. Sergeant. Yeah, come in, Lieutenant. Get it moving out of here.
Oh, wow. All Brooklyn must be here, Lieutenant. Any witness have a description of these men? No, nobody could say what any of them looked like. Most of the people on the sidewalk even thought the men in the second car might have been police officers. What do you make of it, Lieutenant? Go out and pick up Gray. I want to talk to him. Then you think the bookies' guerrillas jumped up the hijackers, huh? Yeah, maybe. One thing I do know, I don't want anything like this to happen again. All right, Lieutenant. I'll see if I can find Gray for you. I think I know where I can put my hand on him.
Good. When I get through with Gray, I think he'll be glad to help us find those hijackers.
Okay, Hill, I ditched the car. What do you want, Luke? A medal?
Well, what's eating you?
What do you think? Oh, now, look, you're not going to let a couple of muscle men scare us off. We can take care of ourselves. We got a sweet thing. We quit for a while. Oh, now, look.
I thought you were the guy who had to be sold on this deal.
Yeah, but now that it's going, it's okay. I like it fine.
We still quit.
Oh, now, look, we figured this would happen sooner or later. All right, so it happened soon.
That's enough. We quit.
But nothing so sweet will come along for a second.
Forget it.
I just parked it at the curb over on Beverly Road. You know what? There were 5 slugs in the bag. Those guys shoot straighter than I figured.
I know they can shoot straight. That's why we're laying off for a while. But we keep our eyes on those money runners. I've got an idea that if we relax, they relax. And as soon as the bookies take the gorillas off, we go back for more.
Oh. Well, why didn't you say so? That's the way to do it.
It's the only way to do it. Now go tell the boys what's cooking. I want them to stay around where I can get in touch.
And in the 4th race, a change of jockeys on number 6 China Plain. The jockey will be P. Ronson instead of Blake, as shown in your program.
What do they want to go changing jockeys for, Gray? Does that mean something?
How should I know?
Well, you ought to know.
It don't make any difference who's up, Stella. The horse can't win.
How do you know he can't win? He's got 4 legs like the rest.
Don't figure, that's all. Now, if you got a bet, look for something else in the race.
Yeah? And somebody's looking for you.
Huh? Oh, yeah.
Hello, Gray. Taking a busman's holiday?
Oh, wait, Copper. This is a private box.
Yeah? Well, we've got a private box waiting for you downtown. Come on.
Hey, now, wait a minute.
Shut up, Stella. What's the charge?
We'll talk about it on the way downtown. Come on.
Stella, call my lawyer.
Hey, you can't leave me here alone.
Maybe you'd like to come along, too.
Well, since you put it that way.
Let's go, Gray. The lieutenant's waiting.
Now the horses for the 4th race, the Purple Stakes for fillies and mares, 3 years old and upward, at the conclusion of the 25th running of the Purple Stakes.
Ah, hello, Lieutenant.
Hello, Sergeant. Where have you got Gray?
Well, he's still in the holdover cell, and he's burning.
Let him burn. Come on, I want to see him.
You know, I don't see what you're going to get out of Gray. He's not the talking type.
Maybe he's not.
It's the next cell.
Hello, Gray. Been fixing any fights lately?
Well, it's about time somebody showed up.
Open up, Sergeant.
All right.
Oh, you're getting smart and turning me out, huh? Or did my lawyer show up with a writ already?
Neither, Gray. I'm just coming in for a little chat.
Now, wait a minute. We got nothing to talk about.
Haven't we?
No. And you got nothing to hold me on either. I want out of here right now.
Okay. As soon as you make a formal complaint on those robberies.
I don't know anything about any robbery.
You know all about them. Let's get this straight. It doesn't make any difference who the victim is. Robbery is still robbery. And it's my job to clear it up.
Look, Copper, it's bad enough I'm in here. I don't need a lecture.
Well, you're getting one, Gray. And it's too bad we can't hook you and all the guys like you instead of some storekeeper who's taking bets for you. Someday we'll get through that cover you've got.
Yeah, maybe. But right now, I want out of here.
Perhaps after I hear all about those hijackings.
Not on your life, Bud. I give you a statement. I'm admitting I'm making book. Handle this my own way.
Look, Gray, I'm not going to stand for gun battles between a bunch of bums who don't give a hoot how many lives they take.
If you're talking about that machine gun fracas, I don't know a thing.
All right, Gray, you can rot in this cell until you tell me what you know.
I don't scare so quick, Copper. My lawyer's on the way over with a writ. I'll be out of here in an hour.
This time, yes.
What do you mean this time?
Exactly this. I'm issuing orders to have you picked up every time you show your face on the street.
I can't do that.
Can't I?
No, that's persecution.
Not the way I look at it, Gray.
I'll get this straight. I got my own way of taking care of such rats. I don't need no help from the law.
All right, Gray, you asked for it. We'll see a lot of you around here.
Hey, Lieutenant.
Yes?
Just a minute. Look, I can't make no statement about the hijackings. That'd be cutting my own throat. You got me in the middle.
I think you got yourself in the middle, Gray.
Give me a little time to think it over, will you?
How much time?
A couple of days, that's all.
Okay, I'll give you a couple of days. But in the meantime, you call off those hoodlums. I don't want any more shooting scrapes.
Yeah, sure.
And get Burley and the Gimp to do the same. or they know what to expect.
Okay, Lieutenant, okay. The guerrillas are through.
And today. So long.
Hey, I thought I was getting out.
When your lawyer gets here with a writ, not before. We'll be seeing you.
Well, that's a fine way to treat a guy. I'm an American citizen, you know. I get some rights even if I never seen anything like this anyway. It's too bad you got to bargain with a guy like that, Lieutenant.
Bargain?
Yeah. I only wish we could leave him in a cell and throw the key away.
There's no bargain to it, Sergeant.
Oh, no?
Huh. I've got an idea. As soon as those hoodlums stop protecting the bookies' messengers, the hijackers go back to work.
Ah, yeah.
We catch them in the act and wash this whole case up.
And I want to do the catching, Lieutenant.
Yes, Sergeant. So do I.
Now, back to Gangbusters.
But I'm telling you, Gray, it ain't safe without protection.
You just go ahead and make your collections, Rigo. I'll tell you what's safe.
Trip to Mexico ought to be safe.
Look, boss, so we ain't been bothered in 2 weeks. That's because we had that protection. You take those muscle men off, and that hijacking crowd will be right back heisting us.
You don't think these guys have been waiting around here, do you? They're probably in California or up in the mountains or someplace.
Just make your collections, Rigo. Leave the brain work to us.
I'm getting sick of your wisecracks, Stella.
Who asked you to listen?
Listen here, you...
All right. That's enough out of both of you. Get out and get that dough, Rigo. I got bigger troubles on my mind.
Hello, Cahill.
Sit down, Luke.
Well, it's like you figured. They all got rid of the guerrillas. You sure? Would I be telling you if I wasn't? Tell that Rigo guy all day there was nobody with him. And the same goes for the others.
Good. When we get back to work. And we'll take more of them over now than ever. You know something, Luke?
What?
Don't tell anybody. We're the only guys that ever beat the bookies.
Yeah.
And when you got a sure thing, press it. That's exactly what we're going to do.
Listen, Rigo, I'm scared. If the cops don't take me for bookmaking, maybe the hijackers get me. I'm scared.
Well, what do you got to be scared about? Look at me. I'm the guy they've been heisting.
From the delicatessen business, maybe I don't make so much money, but I live longer.
Forget it, will you? Let's see your sheets. I got to get some more.
A customer. Yes, sir, mister. Can I help you?
Well, wait till you get finished with the other gentleman.
For me, I'm just a salesman. Go ahead.
What do you have, mister?
You got any imported Roquefort cheese yet?
No, but I got domestic blue cheese.
No, thanks. Wife wants imported. Much obliged.
Well, you try again in a couple of days. I expect some imported.
Yeah, I will. Thanks.
Well, Sergeant?
That's Rigo in there, all right, Lieutenant.
That Gus must be taking bets for Gray.
Yeah, I'd say he was.
Make a note of the gambling squad.
Yeah, I'll tell him. Now, what about Rigo?
We'll wait till he comes out of the delicatessen and pick up his trail.
Okay, Cale. There's Rigo.
All right, park the car, quick. Now, you all know your jobs?
Yeah.
All right, run him into that alley. Let's go. I'll talk to him. All right, Rigo. Oh, not again. Get in that alley. Look, guy. Get in there. Hey, listen, Punch. Come on, don't you guys know when to stop? We haven't even started yet, pal. You can tell your boss that.
Okay, this is far enough.
All right. See what he's got on him.
Pleasure.
You guys ought to have more sense.
Shut up. Hold still, you, before I take a poke at you.
All right, you men. Hands up.
What cops? Hands up. Give it to him.
Stuck.
Come on, up the alley.
Let's go.
There they go, officer. They went up the alley. You all right, Rigo?
Yeah, I'm okay.
And stay here till we get back. Come on, Sergeant.
Okay.
Hold it. Up against the building.
Right.
This alley's a dead end.
Yeah, I know.
They can't get through. They've got to be waiting up at the end.
Well, let's get him.
All right, Sergeant. Stick close to the building and take it easy.
Right with you.
Okay. Hold it here a second.
Yeah.
All right, you men. Come out of there with your hands up. Come out of there right now.
Not me, Topper.
Watch it.
Stick here, Sergeant.
Where are you going?
There's that loading platform across the way. I should be able to see them from behind that.
They may get you going across.
Cover me with some shots. That'll keep their heads down.
Right.
Now.
You okay, Lieutenant?
Fine.
Come out of there, you men.
Not on your life.
All right, Sergeant.
Hold it, will you?
That's enough, Sergeant.
We're coming out, don't shoot.
All right, come out with your hands in the air. All of you.
Watch him, Lieutenant. Don't shoot, Copper. Don't you give up. Don't shoot.
Just keep walking.
We're through. We're all through.
That's far enough.
Now keep your hands up, you. They're up.
Well, they're a fine-looking bunch, eh, Lieutenant?
Look, we didn't do nothing wrong. They only took from the gamblers. They're criminals. We didn't do nothing wrong.
You're a little bit twisted, fellow. You're all wrong. That doesn't make the bookies right. And if it's any satisfaction to you, we'll get them, too. Now, let's go.
So, Don, the hijack gang was broken up, and its members were sent to the penitentiary for long terms. I'm sorry I can't say the same for the big-time gamblers whose money runners they robbed. But right now, they're sealing their own fate. Such operators are not satisfied with their enormous profits, feeling beyond the reach of the law enforcement agencies. It's their greed and lust for more profits that eventually will send them to the penitentiary for attempting to fix athletes and sporting events.
Thank you, Commissioner Sullivan, for a most enlightening case. Commissioner Sullivan was impersonated by Robert Dryden. This is Don Gardner speaking. Gangbusters is a Phillips H. Lord production.
Proudly we hail. From New York City, where the American stage begins, here is another program with a cast of outstanding players. Public service time has been made available by this station for your Army and your Air Force to bring you this story, as proudly we hail Women with Courage. Our story is entitled Flight to Freedom, a true story of a troubled time. Our first act curtain will rise in a moment, but first...
Young woman, how about your future? Does it include an interesting and important job? A job that will take you to the exciting places of the world? Places where tomorrow's history is being made today? Right now, young women like yourself are urgently needed to serve their country in the Women's Army Corps. Here's your opportunity to secure your future. Go to your nearest United States Army and United States Air Force recruiting station and get all the facts today.
And now your Army and your Air Force present the Proudly We Hail production, Flight to Freedom.
Okay, we'll take it in 60 seconds. Stand by to record. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Control, stand by. Take us straight up in 55 seconds. Wait for cue.
In a soundproof room many floors up in a building in Manhattan, a young and pretty woman sits before a microphone. Engineers stand ready to record her voice in 60 seconds. Many thoughts cross the mind of Melita Gaber during that silent 60 seconds in which time appears suspended.
And nothing moves but the hand of a stopwatch, bringing the cue that will be the signal for my first word. Words this country is transmitting thousands of miles overseas. A place them once at last, where freedom is again in jeopardy. I wonder if the signs are the same. Or can freedom ever again slip from the grasp of those who remember the first time? You saw the first signs in the faces of the people. The growing uncertainty giving way to constant fear. In the many-storied rooming house my mother and I had fled to in Vienna, I remember how the terror told in the faces of the occupants that night. When I returned to find them huddled in frightened groups on the landings, listening for any echo the stairwell might carry up to them. I hurried past the group and up the stairs and finally reached the last landing. Mother, let me help you out of bed.
Alita. Yes. What's wrong?
A member of the police, their police, is in the house, making a search of the rooms.
Who is he looking for?
Hear them on the stairs. Coming here, to this room.
Yes.
Stopped outside the door. I must go to the door. Oh.
Say nothing. Let me in.
Carl. No, Carl. Don't touch me. Tell me what you want with us. My mother's very ill.
Frau Gaber.
It is you. Carl Lebensdorf.
Yes.
We've not seen you in so long. Carl, this uniform. It is not a joke you're playing on us.
I think the faces of the people on the stairs would tell you that Carl's visit is no joke.
I could not come straight to this room. I had to make my visit to this house appear routine.
Routine under the new system is the daily terrorizing of innocent people.
Melita, wait. Let Carl tell us why he's come.
It is possible for a man's thinking to change.
Is it? When the invaders have done their work on the forests, will the trees ever grow again as they once did, Carl? Working with Father would have taught you that at least. Even if all the rest he had to say was...
Wait, Melita. I thought you and Carl were to marry.
I'm sorry, Mother. We never told you why Carl went away. I begged Father not to tell you. I was so ashamed.
Talk to her, Carl.
Will you listen if I do, Melita? When I explain to you the danger you are in.
Our danger was in being born. I doubt it is what you were going to explain to us.
You know it isn't. I have a 24-hour leave. It will be up this time tomorrow night. By then, this section of the city will have been covered.
Covered?
It is the next to be searched, Melita. Frau Gaber, surely you can see...
My mother's too ill to run, if that's what you're telling us to do. We have a hiding place here.
Here in this building? Is that what you started to say?
Please go.
Melita, listen to me. You must believe what I tell you. You are no longer safe here. You may think yourself safe, but kindness is soon discovered. And the people who own this building are now known to be offering help to people. And it has become a crime to help.
Oh, no.
I want to help you. I have 2 documents here. Both are careful forgeries. One authorizes me to transport Hilda von Hesse, a political prisoner, to the Italian border for trial. The other...
Wait, Carl. The document you just mentioned, it is to be used for Melita?
Yes. The other one...
Never mind the other one, Carl. It will not help.
At the border, we can surely get medical help for you, Frau Gaber.
No, see. I have only the strength to raise my hand to you. Give me yours, Carl. I can feel the strength in it. You have turned your young strength to a task you've grown ashamed of. But God will bless you for offering the help. Melita, you will not refuse it.
Mother, I cannot leave you.
Yes, you must. It's a senseless sacrifice to stay when free you can do so much more good. The world needs the free. Freedom is a promise that only the free can bring to the world.
Mother.
Escape. Guard your identity, your strength of character. The precious thing that gives weight to your word and promise.
Will you still help me to escape, Carl?
Of course.
You must hide. Soon. Very soon now. I will be free. Take hell. God.
Mother. God, she doesn't move. She always used to say, walk quickly through the night if it frightens you.
She would want us to hurry.
Walk quickly through the night, Mother.
Come, Melita. Let's step out on the landing, but don't start down the stairs, not yet.
A pair of handcuffs? What are you going to do?
This paper says that you are Hilda von Hesse, a political prisoner.
Oh, I see.
Your wrist. Now the other one.
Compartment 3 on the express from the Bahnhof bound south for the Italian border. Outside the compartment, the corridors were crowded. Faces stared through the glass at us. Then, as exhaustion overcame me, the faces became a blur. My head fell forward, and I slept.
Melita.
What?
Your sleep seemed troubled.
Yes. Yes, Carl. I know what's wrong. Those faces at the window of the compartment. One of them... Carl, did you notice a man standing just behind us while you talked with the guard on the platform?
Yes, he followed us aboard.
Then I wasn't imagining it. He's been watching us.
You weren't imagining anything.
Who is he?
I don't know.
Someone who knows the real Hilda von Hesse?
It could be. We mustn't appear to be talking. Leaving things unsaid is nothing new, is it? For us.
The express was deep in the Alps by now, climbing over snow-covered roadbeds. We sat motionless, not daring to speak, wondering what meaning lay behind the expressionless look in those narrowed, watchful eyes. Then, toward dawn, we reached the border.
Compartment 3, routine check. Review papers for the prisoner.
Here they are. Will there be a long wait here?
We'll try and get you on the next train for Vienna.
Vienna? I've just come from Vienna. My orders are to take the prisoner into Italy.
These papers give you authority to bring her only as far as the border.
But surely that includes crossing the border?
To cross the border requires a written authorization which you do not have. However, we would be happy to take the prisoner off your hands.
I do not intend to lose sight of the prisoner.
I'm sorry that your present authorization...
Well, confound it, how do I go about getting another one?
These matters are not our concern, Lieutenant.
It happens to be very much my concern. I cannot relinquish my prisoner to anyone.
I couldn't help overhearing. Perhaps I can set the young lieutenant's mind at rest.
The man who stepped into the compartment was the same man who had watched us during the journey.
I can well understand the lieutenant's concern. Apprehending the prisoner as he did reflects a great deal of credit on him. It would on anyone. So I propose the prisoner be handed over to me.
I do not wish to do that. The prisoner belongs...
to anyone whose authority extends to crossing the border into Italy. Mine does. I'm Erich von Hammer, special agent. Therefore, from this moment, Hilda von Hesse is my prisoner. The prisoner will proceed with me. As soon as I receive complete information about her from Vienna, her file is being checked now. Expect a call at any minute.
Captain Hammer, I ask you once more. In view of the fact that it was I who captured the prisoner, have I not the right to take her to trial?
A technicality stands in the way of that.
Which makes it possible for you to...
take credit for the arrest of Hilda von Hesse? Is that what you're about to say? Let me caution you about making impetuous accusations against... there's the call I'm expecting. Yes, von Hammer speaking. You have the information on Hilda von Hesse? Good. Give it to me slowly. Eh? I see. Yeah? What? Say that again. Are you sure? Impossible. No, never mind. I will call you if I need further information. Yes, fine.
What is it? What did you learn?
I have learned
Not here. Come through this door. We're talking in the other room. Were these papers identifying the prisoner in her possession when you apprehended her?
Yes, they were.
And it didn't strike you as strange that she would have them with her?
What have you learned?
I have learned that Hilda von Hess died 2 days ago in a prison hospital in Vienna.
What?
The woman in the other room is an imposter. Probably a refugee who needed papers and somehow came by these.
What do you intend doing with her?
Do with her?
Sir, I apologize for any embarrassment this may have caused you. I will contact my superior.
No, I don't advise you to do that.
But if a mistake has been made...
It is not up to us to correct it. At least I want nothing to do with it. Embarrassments of this sort ruin careers. I have no desire to find myself a laughingstock, or worse. Dispose of this woman. I don't care what is done with her, but I wish this woman removed at once.
You are listening to the Proudly We Hail production of Flight to Freedom. We'll return to our story in just a moment.
Have you noticed the new trim WAC uniform worn by the young women who are serving in the Women's Army Corps? This new uniform not only stamps the wearer as being smartly dressed, it also indicates that she is doing her part to keep America strong. If you are a young woman between 18 and 34 and can qualify, you are urged to do your part in making unity, strength, freedom a reality. Go to your nearest United States Army and United States Air Force recruiting station and enlist in the Women's Army Corps today.
You are listening to Proudly We Hail. And now we present the second act of Flight to Freedom. Young, pretty, Austrian-born Melita Gaber sits before a microphone, awaiting the cue that will be her signal to record a message to be sent abroad to places still in her thoughts. In the remaining seconds before getting her cue, those thoughts continue.
A seaport on the Adriatic. A ship riding at anchor in the fog waits to receive the boatload of human cargoes silently filling a small craft beached at the water's edge. Refugees seeking a friendly shore.
They're getting ready to row out to the ship. You'd better get in, Melita.
I know. But, Carl, I want to say...
Melita, don't say anything. Don't try.
No, Carl, you were right. Too much has been left unsaid between us.
Melita.
Carl, dear, is this room in that boat for both of us?
Melita, I wish I could come with you. Start a new life with you.
There's something holding you to the old life.
No, Melita. There's something I must do.
They're beckoning to me from the boat.
You believe me, don't you, Melita?
I want to, Carl, but how can I...
Melita, the greater part of love is trust.
I know.
If you can believe strongly enough in my love, then you will find yourself trusting in everything.
I'll try. Carl, I must go.
When all this is over, we'll meet again. In the lane that leads from your house. We'll meet. We'll find one another.
Goodbye, Carl. Watch from the shore. Stay on the shore where I can see you. I'll watch from the boat. The water was under my feet. And as I climbed into the boat, he seemed very far away, standing on the shore. I kept my eyes fastened on the shore and Carl until the fog closed over them. On board the ship, I stood by the railing as the anchor rose noiselessly to the deck. As I strained my eyes through the fog, I was suddenly aware of someone standing beside me. Oh, I did not mean to give you a start. You didn't. Well, not a big start. I'm afraid we're all conditioned to jump at the slightest sound. There's someone out there in the fog? Yes. Yes, there's someone. Oh, it is hard to sever ties with the past. You must be an Austrian. I'm part Egyptian. Drodma is my name. I'm Melita Geber, and you're right. I'm Austrian. And he, out there, a countryman of yours? It's hard to tell what makes a countryman. One who has shared a common danger, or one who shares a common hope. You are afraid there is more standing between you than just a fog in the growing distance. The human mind is so given to doubt. Oh, I, too, seek to hold to a belief, not in one person, but in all my people. You see, I've been away from them so long I could not obtain a passport to return, and so I am on this ship. I must know if they are resisting this ideology that is spreading. And that is why you are going back? Yes. We dock in Alexandria. Then I will travel overland to El Alamein. A 5-day journey brought us to Alexandria, where my newfound friend suggested I make the journey with her to her home in El Alamein. It would be a journey of several weeks, made in the company of a wandering tribe traveling across the desert. We were many days into the journey and far out on the desert when the caravan stopped at a small oasis. And for relaxation, Radma and I took the children from the caravan to play at some distance from the group. Then I noticed a strange thing. Radma, why are the children suddenly so silent? They are frightened by something they've seen in the sand. Those are the treads of tanks. Put there very recently, probably during the night. But I remember hearing the British maneuvers for over 2 days ago. The enemy is here, on this shore. This news must be taken to the nearest town. A runner can be sent ahead of the caravan. How many days to El Alamein? 3 more. And when we get there, Melita, we must make a decision. There's no hiding. We haven't the right. Mother said that before she died. There's a large British contingent ready to defend El Alamein. There are women in their ranks, recruited from these shores. They call these women the ATS, the Auxiliary Territorial Service. What do you say, Melita? I say we cannot wait for the winds to wipe those tank treads out of the sands. The war in Africa began, and the tanks came, digging their treads into the sands. While England was fighting for its life in the Battle of Britain, the enemy advanced safely into Egypt as far as Sidi Barani. Only El Alamein stood in the path of the push toward Cairo. Radma and I, now privates in the British Army, awaited our assignment as Rommel's advance began. Our assignment came. We found ourselves part of another caravan, winding its way into the desert. A caravan made up this time of trucks and jeeps, taking us to the desert oasis of Tel el-Kabir, the Hill of Goodness. If Rommel was to be stopped, it would be at El Alamein. The English and American supplies destined to do the job were to come from Tel el-Kabir. The battle for Egypt was a battle of supply. After the fall of Tobruk in December of 1941, it seemed that nothing could stop Rommel's advance. But there were General Sherman's tanks, a maze of minefields, long-range American bombers, taking heavy toll of enemy supply lines. In October of 1942, Rommel was defeated in the final battle of El Alamein, and the Middle East was saved. And then, in weary groups, they came to Tel el-Kabir, the prisoners of war. Radma and I were among those assigned the responsibility of seeing to the welfare of these battle-weary men, who had come from the hell of war to the hill of goodness. I don't understand. You're in charge of a case here in the hospital ward? Yes. He was brought here because no one could tell what was wrong with him. It isn't his body that's broken. It seems to be his spirit. I don't know enough of the language to get through to him. I'll see what I can do. This is the bed? Yes. Oh,
Melita, what is it?
I think I know him, Radma. Neighbor's son, whose only ideology was the sporting way to win at a game. Rudy, if you can catch the way Carl shows you, you will make the team at the gymnasium. They'll be proud of you.
They?
Your family and Carl. You remember Carl? This number's in his mind is frightening. He recognizes me.
Carl can't show me anymore. Carl is dead.
Dead? Rudy, how do you know Carl is dead?
They killed him.
They?
At first, they gave him an important job, clearing the forest. He knew the forest could do the job.
Yes, Rudy.
Till they learned Carl was conducting escape route for refugees.
Helping refugees out of the country.
Through the forest. He knew the forest.
What did they do to him?
He was shot. I saw it.
Shot him. He with whom I had shared the joys of childhood. They shot him. If I had but known. If I had but known. The war in Africa was over, but the rest of the world fought on. And from the Hill of Goodness, supplies went out to help speed the day when thousands could return to homes they had left. And when that day came...
Melita, what will you do now? You are welcome to remain here, but it will be difficult for you among people whose customs are not your own.
And yet, were I to return to Vienna, I'd be but a lonely stranger. There's a lane that leads from our house through the woods of Vienna. I was to meet someone.
Melita, you left Vienna with the promise that you would use your identity in the fight for freedom. If you have patience, I think you can be sure of keeping this promise.
Patience? To do what?
To wait a year, perhaps 2. There are limited quotas under which persons displaced by war can go to America and freedom.
Do you think...
I know, Melita, and I know that there you will find a way to continue the fight. I know you will ask yourself 100 times over if you have kept faith, and eventually you will find the answer.
Have I kept my faith? What other question could I, now an American citizen, ask myself sitting here in America, before this microphone waiting for the cue to speak, the signal for my first words that will fly through forests struggling to grow again, in a country whose people are struggling to understand freedom again. This freedom is a great promise to be able to bring them. And I know that my new identity will give weight to my promise.
All right, Miss Gaber. 10 seconds. Stand by.
Hello. This is Corporal Melita Gaber, Women's Army Corps of the United States of America.
Here's an opportunity for you young women of America, an opportunity to get in step with the smartest. Today, the rapidly expanding Women's Army Corps, proud newcomer on the team of defense, needs qualified young women between the ages of 18 and 34. This is your chance to do an important job. The pay is good, with excellent prospect of rapid advancement. Why not check with your local United States Army and United States Air Force recruiting station today? You'll find that it's easy to get in step with these proud American women who are serving their country in the Women's Army Corps.
This has been another program on Proudly We Hail, presented transcribed in cooperation with this station by the United States Army and United States Air Force Recruiting Service. This program featured a cast of outstanding plays. This is Kenneth Banghart speaking and inviting you to tune in this same station next week for another interesting story on Proudly We Hail.
Wine brings you Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce in the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes. The Petrie family, the family that took time to bring you good wine, invites you to listen to Dr. Watson tell about an exciting adventure he shared with his old friend, that master detective, Sherlock Holmes. And I've got something to talk about, too. Now that the poultry shortage is over and you can get chicken again, you ought to treat yourself to the best meal in the world. Fried chicken, Southern style, accompanied by a chilled glass of Petrie, California Sothern. Me, oh my, is that something. You know, Petrie Sothern is a wonderful mealtime wine. It's a white wine, the color of pale, pale gold. And Petrie Sothern is delicate in flavor, sort of subtle and kind of intriguing. Well, just wait till you taste it. You'll really love it with that fried chicken. Oh, and I'll tell you something else. It's wonderful with fish. If you haven't tried fish or any kind of seafood, together with Petrie Sothern, well, I hate to say this, but you don't know, folks. You just don't know. So how about finding out? Just pick up a bottle of Petrie Sothern on your way home tomorrow. It's a Petrie wine, so you know it's good. And now let's see if our old friend Dr. Watson's expecting. He's out on the patio. Dr. Watson?
Sit out here this evening, my boy.
Oh, swell idea, Doctor. It certainly is a beautiful night.
It certainly is. Draw up a chair and make yourself comfortable. That's it. You care for some of my tobacco?
I think I'll stick to a cigarette, thanks. Well, Doctor, all ready for tonight's adventure?
Yes, just about how I'm all ready. And a strange story it was. A very strange story.
How did it begin? Stormy December night in 1900 with the rain pelting against the Baker Street windows? Or perhaps with you and the great Sherlock Holmes rattling along in a cab beside the foggy waterfront chasing some desperate criminal?
You make quite a good storyteller yourself, Mr. Bartell. No. The adventure I'm going to tell you took place many, many thousands of miles afield from our Baker Street headquarters. To be exact, in the Indian city of Parbutipur, about 200 miles north of Calcutta.
It must have been a mighty important case that made you both travel that far.
It certainly was, my boy, yes. It was in answer in the summer of 1894, I remember, that Holmes received an urgent summons from the Maharaja of Parbutipur. After 5 weeks at sea, we reached Calcutta, and a few days later found ourselves on the veranda of our hotel in Parbutipur. As we sat there talking to the Maharaja's brother, Rabat Singh, we could hear the faint throb of native drums and the haunting wail of an Indian lute coming from the bazaar.
And so, gentlemen, I thought that before I took you over to my brother's palace, I would tell you something of the problems that beset him.
An excellent idea, Mr. Singh.
Yes, indeed, sir, particularly as you've just told us your brother, the Maharaja, is not in the best of health.
Just so, Dr. Watson. Interviews tire him, and in any case, his command of the English language is not so extensive as mine.
And now, sir, the problem, if you please.
As to the exact problem, Mr. Holmes, I am not completely informed. My dear brother has not seen fit to confide his entire troubles, even to me.
In fact, until your arrival yesterday, I did not even know that you had been sent for. But I can tell you that his worries are centered on the safety of the white elephant of Parbutipur.
White elephant?
But possibly you are not aware that white elephants actually do exist.
Oh, yes, though I understand that they're extremely rare.
Oh, extremely, Mr.
Am I right in thinking that in the East a white elephant is considered sacred?
Quite right.
Pray continue, sir.
Well, in 1750, the first white elephant was presented to my great-great-grandfather, and with it came a legend. The legend that the Maharaja's rule would be happy, healthy, and successful only as long as the elephant flourished. If the animal were to die, then the reign would come to an end and the Maharaja was doomed to a sudden death.
Mr. Singh, who was responsible for the origin of this legend?
Oh, a good and wise man who traveled from the mountains beyond Nepal. He it was who brought the first elephant to my great-great-grandfather.
And how has the legend worked out in actual practice, sir?
Its prophecies have come frighteningly true, Dr. Watson.
Oh?
The first elephant was killed by his mahout, his own keeper, after my illustrious ancestor had dismissed the man for incompetent. A week later, my great-great-grandfather was himself killed in a native uprising. And so it has gone on, gentlemen, since then.
Amazing, amazing.
When the elephants have died, and they have always died, the Maharaja of Baputipur has died a violent death soon after. And as each new Maharaja has succeeded to the title, the wise man from the beyond the mountains has appeared, and with him, a new sacred white elephant. He last appeared 4 years ago when my brother inherited the title.
Oh, but it can't still be the same man, sir.
Why not, Doctor?
Well, I mean to say, that'd make him a couple of 100 years old.
A trifle less, I fancy, Doctor.
Oh, really, my dear sir? Seems to me your story's the wrong way round. Men don't live to such an age, whereas elephants are noted for their length of life.
That's true, Watson, but apparently not the sacred white ones of Parbutipur. Mr. Singh, in the event that your brother's death, who would become the Maharaja?
I should, Mr. Holmes. Oh, I can see what you are thinking, sir. The next in line to succeed to the title would have an excellent motive for wishing the animal dead.
Well, the logic is inescapable, but the thought had no personal implications, I assure you.
Well, I'm very anxious to see this fabulous animal.
The sacred white elephant is never seen except at the yearly festival that celebrates another anniversary of the Maharaja's rule.
So the animal is only seen once a year, eh?
Yes, Mr. Holmes.
And when is the next anniversary, may I ask?
In 2 weeks' time.
No, our arrival seems to have coincided very nicely with the ceremony.
Yes, Watson, a fact that I'm sure is not coincidental. Well, Mr. Singh, I'm very glad that you told us the legend of the sacred white elephant, and now I suggest that you take us to the palace. I'm most anxious to make the Maharaja's acquaintance.
This is the council chamber, gentlemen. If you will wait here a moment, I will go and see if my brother is well enough to receive you.
Very well, sir.
Oh, my soul, Holmes, I'm not easily impressed, but this palace is absolutely staggering in its magnificence.
Yes, it does rather take one's breath away, doesn't it?
It does.
This floor is of the finest marble, and unless I'm much mistaken, that magnificent rug is a genuine Baccara. Yes, by Jove, it is.
I could swear that the staircase we mounted a moment ago had railings of solid gold.
You did, old chap.
It did?
It's a country of paradoxes, where opulence beyond the dreams of Midas rubs shoulders with the direst poverty.
And yet, looking at a palace like this, it's not hard to see why India is called the brightest jewel in the diadem of the British Empire. Good Lord, what's that?
That is an elephant trumpeting.
Oh, yes, of course. Do you suppose it's the sacred white one?
Undoubtedly. You will recall the Maharaja's brother told us it's the only one at the palace.
Cheers. It's an odd sound.
Yes, a very comforting one. The animal seems to be in the best of health.
Who waits in the Maharaja's council
Good gracious
room?
me, you gave me a start. I didn't hear you come in.
And my friend and I are waiting for an audience with His Highness.
No one can hold audience with the Maharaja. Please to leave.
Now, look here, my good fellow.
Watson,
I'm pleased to leave.
Watson.
What?
We've traveled 12,000 miles to see the Maharaja, sir, at his request. In any case, his brother is with him now arranging an audience.
I am Mada, the Maharaja's physician and chief counselor. And I tell you, you cannot hold audience today.
And I tell you that I haven't the slightest intention of leaving the palace without seeing him.
You defy authority of Mada? Saila! Azur? Saib log ke le jao.
Now, I warn you that if I have any...
Oh, I'm glad you're back, Mr. Singh. This fellow told us that we couldn't see your brother.
And furthermore, he seems to labor under the misapprehension that he can have us thrown bodily out of the palace.
Mother, you do not understand. These are the gentlemen my brother wishes to see. From England he has sent for them.
It was against my counsel they were summoned. No good will come of this.
Follow me, gentlemen. My brother, the Maharaja, will see you now. But please do not stay with him too long. He is far from well.
Mr. Sherlock Holmes, Dr. Watson, I'm so happy you have arrived here safely. It was great imposition to ask you to travel so far.
Oh, not at all, sir. I only hope we can prove of material assistance to you.
Ranji?
Yes, Rabat?
I wish you would permit Dr. Watson to examine you.
Yes, this was about to suggest myself, sir. In fact, I brought my medical bag along just in case.
Mother would not approve. Mother not believe in Occidental medicine.
I do not trust Nada. I do not think he wishes you to get well. Please, Ranji, let the doctor examine you.
Very well. But you not tell not, Mother.
And now, what seems to be the trouble, Your Highness?
My eyes, they torture me. Night and day, they torture me.
Yes, I noticed they seem very inflamed. Now, let me take a look at them. Yes. Now, open them a little wider, please, sir.
I throb, burn, night and day. Night, day, burn.
The color is distinctly reddened. However, this isn't anything very, very serious, sir. What you're suffering from is a case of what we call conjunctivitis.
What you do relieve pain, Doctor?
Oh, some eye drops will give you relief in no time, sir. I have some here in my bag.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Perhaps medicine will help.
Yes, I'm sure it will, sir. Here you are. Now, this small bottle and an eyedropper. This is an eyedropper. Just put a few drops in the corner of each eye, and I'm sure that you'll get some relief in no time at all.
Thank you, Dr. Watson.
You think there is nothing seriously wrong, Doctor? Mother gave it as his opinion that my brother's eyesight was in serious danger.
Pardon my saying so, I think it more likely that my medical knowledge exceeds his. I can assure you there's nothing seriously the matter with your brother's eyes, sir.
I'm happy you say so. Now you will please excuse me while I take medication and rest a little. We discuss my problems later. Quarters already prepared for you in palace. You do not mind, Mr. Holmes?
Not at all, sir. Though in the interim I should like to employ my time to the full by inspecting your sacred white elephant.
No, that I cannot allow. I must talk to you first.
I think, sir, you will do well to give me permission to see the animal. I already have my suspicions as to your reason for bringing me here, and it will be best if I'm completely informed when we have our discussion.
Very well. Can do no harm. Here, take ring. Show ring to Sucro. He's keeper of animal. Sucro will let you into elephant house when he see ring.
Thank you, sir. And please rest comfortably. I'm sure that your worries are nearly at an end. Come on, Watson.
Well, they told us this was the elephant house. Why in thunder doesn't the keeper open the door?
I imagine because his mind is preoccupied with music. Knock again, old fellow, will you? Uh-huh. He heard us that time.
Yeah, about time. He must have been knocking here for 5 or 6 minutes.
Salam, sir. Here, Monte.
Parahati technico asti.
Tum dekni ne secta.
Secta. Maharaja side. Kumko asti mafiktio.
Potato sap. Either out.
Say, Holmes, the Maharaja's ring certainly seemed to do the trick. He didn't want to let us in until you showed it to him, did he?
Good and faithful servant, our friend Sucro.
Here, Kutai.
Here.
Hati, Bagdir.
Bagdir. Kasamapit.
Nejut Aisat.
What's happened, Holmes?
A white elephant has disappeared, Watson.
Disappeared? That's ridiculous. Elephants don't just disappear.
You got it yourself.
Maharaja Sahib Kibolo. Kali Kibolo.
What that's it, sir? What that's it?
Where's he going?
I told him to go to the Maharaja and give him the news. But he was to tell it to no one else.
But, Holmes, this is ridiculous. We heard the animal trumpeting here less than half an hour ago. How can an elephant be spirited away in that amount of time?
That's what we have to find out, my dear fellow. I've often heard of the Indian rope trick. Now we have a first-hand opportunity of solving a new mystery, the problem of the disappearing elephant.
Holmes, this is farcical. We spent half an hour searching this elephant house. After all, an elephant isn't exactly insignificant. I doubt if you're going to find it under those boards in the corner over there.
True, Watson, but nonetheless, there are interesting clues to be observed.
Clues? What clues?
Come over here, old chap.
Bloodstains. Great Scott, you're not suggesting that's elephant's blood?
It's hard to say, though I would venture the opinion that it would require the blood of several human corpses to produce an equivalent amount of blood. In any case, you will notice that the stains are dried and old.
Hello? That must be the elephant keeper back from the palace.
Now, Watson. His mother, the Maharaja's physician.
Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, at once you must come back to the palace.
What's wrong, sir?
It is the Maharaja. Death has come to him.
Dead? Great heavens.
Exactly what happened?
Sukro, keeper of the elephant, came to the Maharaja. He said he had a most important message to deliver.
He had. I told him to deliver it. Then what happened?
A few moments later, I heard cries. I went to the Maharaja's room and found him in delirium. He was saying about the elephant having disappeared. His brother and I tried to give comfort to him, but we could do nothing. His breathing became more and more labored. Finally, it stopped altogether.
So the doom of Thambodipur is fulfilled once again. The elephant is gone and the Maharaja's reign is ended. Come on. We must go to the palace.
Yes, I must examine the body at once.
You're certain it was a natural death, Mr. Mudder?
Positive, Mr.
No
Holmes.
symptoms of poisoning, for example?
Mr. Holmes, I have read some of your sensational stories in which obscure deaths are attributed to a subtle oriental poison unknown to Western science. I can assure you that if the Maharaja has been poisoned, it has been caused by no poison known to me.
When did he last eat?
Over 8 hours ago.
Oh, it possibly died of shock, Holmes. Shock and hysteria. When he knew that the elephant had vanished.
Yes, it's possible, but it's murder just the same.
Murder? Why do you say that, Mr. Holmes?
Because whoever caused the elephant to disappear did it with a deliberate intention of ending the Maharaja's reign. A diabolical plot, and one that I intend to overcome before this day is out.
Dr. Watson's story will continue in just a second, so all I'm going to say is, if you like a swell red wine with your dinner, well, then you should know about Petri California Burgundy. Petri Burgundy is a rich, hearty red wine that's just wonderful with hamburger and beef stew and pot roast and chops and just about any meat or meat dish you can think of. And, of course, if you can get hold of a steak or a prime rib, well, then you've just got to serve that with Petri Burgundy. Petri Burgundy is a swell mealtime wine. The best friend a good meal ever had. No kidding. And now back to tonight's new Sherlock Holmes adventure, the case of the Vanishing Elephant. Tell me, Doctor, did you examine the Maharaja's body?
Yes, of course I did, Mr. Bartell. Holmes was convinced that the Maharaja had been murdered, but I could find no trace of foul play. After my examination, I joined Holmes in our quarters, and I gave him my opinion.
Found out anything?
Looks like natural death to me, Holmes.
No traces of poison?
None that I could see. Of course, it's hard to be certain without an autopsy.
Did you suggest one?
Yes, but the new Maharaja won't hear of it. It's against their religion, apparently.
Yes, I was afraid of that. Meantime, I've been conducting a cross-examination of some of the palace servants.
Oh? What do you find out?
Principally that all of them heard the elephant trumpeting this morning.
Did any of them suggest how the animal might have been smuggled out to the palace grounds?
They insisted that such a feat would be impossible without their knowledge.
Well, what's our next move, Holmes?
To interrogate the one person who I'm sure can give us the true story of the elephant's disappearance, its keeper. Remember, we haven't seen him since he took the message to the palace. I suggest we return to the elephant house and have a persuasive talk with him.
This must be the house. It's the only one that's near the elephant pen. ramshackle-looking place, isn't it?
Extremely. Sucro! Sucro!
Don't tell me that he's vanished, too. This is beginning to get on my nerves. Oh, no.
Sucro! I think under the circumstances, we'll take the liberty of entering. Sucro!
Look, Holmes. Look on the floor.
We're too late.
Good Lord. What a horrible sight. His throat's been cut.
Obviously another murder. He knew the secret of the Vanishing Elephant. Let's have a look around. Sucro was quite a musician. Look at this weird assortment of instruments. Native lute.
Well, we heard him playing that today as we approached the elephant house.
What's this?
Looks like a sort of giant megaphone.
A musical instrument of some kind. Observe the mouthpiece here. Let's see what kind of noise it makes.
Great Scott. The instrument sounds exactly like an elephant trumpeting.
Of course. Numbskull, why didn't I think of this before? Come on, Watson, back to the palace as fast as your legs can carry you. The mystery is solved.
You say you have solved the problem of the missing elephant, Mr.
Yes,
Holmes?
sir. And also because of your brother's death and Sucro's murder.
Indeed. That is very important news. Won't you both sit down, please?
Thank you, sir.
Please proceed, Mr. Holmes.
Thank you. First, the elephant did not vanish today. The beast must have died a natural death months ago. All that happened today was that I discovered its absence.
Are you suggesting that my brother knew the beast was dead?
I am, sir. But he was afraid to publish the news. He knew that his rule would fall into a state of chaos if the fact were known. You yourself, sir, have told us how strong is the native belief in this legend.
Oh, how did he dispose of the elephant?
Unobtrusively, over a period of time. The bloodstains in the elephant house would indicate that the animal had been cut up into disposable fragments, which could be removed by the faithful Sucro without attracting suspicion. All this time, though, the elephant horn was blown at suitable intervals to indicate that the sacred animal was still alive.
But if the Maharaja knew the beast was dead, why did he die of shock when he received the news?
I think the answer to that question, Dr. Watson, would be that my brother died of shame when he knew that his imposture had been discovered.
Little far-fetched, sir, if you don't mind my saying so. No, I'm certain the reason your brother brought me to your country was to reveal that imposture to me. He knew the day was coming soon when he must show the elephant to his people. The festival would have been held in 2 weeks' time, I think you told us, sir. I imagine that he wanted me to devise a method of smuggling a new white elephant into the palace grounds before that time.
Tell me, Mr. Sherlock Holmes, why did my brother die today?
Because he was murdered. Just as Sucro was murdered later.
Murdered? How?
Oh, very ingeniously. By poison, but not, as you might expect, by any subtle Eastern poison. No, one of the most recent of Western poisons was used. A poison unknown to Oriental science. Delirium, followed by a strangulated breathing, is highly typical of the newly discovered poison hyoscyamine.
He hadn't eaten for 8 hours.
True, Watson, but you see, this hyoscyamine was administered through an eyedropper.
Good heavens, an eyedropper.
The poison penetrates with unusual ease through the membranes of the eyes, if you will recall.
Yes, you're right, by Joe, it does. Must have been that physician fellow, Mardo, whatever his name is.
No, my dear chap. This has been a case of confusions. Let's do a little clear thinking now, shall we? You see, we were deceived by the apparent sequence of events. We discovered the elephant missing and thought that fact had caused the Maharaja's death.
Whereas his murder was quite a separate matter. The poison must have been placed in the eye drops while we were in the elephant house.
Precisely, dear chap. And when the murderer saw how the problem of the missing elephant confused us, he killed its unfortunate keeper to prevent us from learning the truth. Yes, you're strangely silent, Mr. Singh.
Am I, Mr. Holmes? I am fascinated by your flow of unassailable logic. Of course, you realize that I am now the Maharaja, the King of Kings, an absolute ruler with all power, including that of the police. Do you care to denounce the murderer to me?
Oh, come, sir. I think it's time the buttons came off our foils. I'm well aware that you studied medicine at the University of Edinburgh. You have the motive, the opportunity, and the knowledge to kill your brother. The murder of Sucro was probably performed by an underling.
Great Scott, what a shocking...
You are a clever man, Mr. Holmes. A very clever man.
Clever enough to realize that an absolute ruler with all powers, including that of the police, is not apt to denounce himself.
Again, your logic is unassailable. Goodbye, gentlemen. I trust your voyage home will be a pleasant one.
I warn you, sir, that I shall make a full report of my findings of this case to the British Commissioner for this state.
Why should he prove more effectual than the great Sherlock Holmes? Goodbye, gentlemen, and bon voyage.
Filthy murderer. Makes my blood boil to think that he can't be brought to justice.
He can, and he will be. The civilized laws of the Occident cannot be enforced here, then we must fight him with his own weapons.
What do you mean, Holmes?
That we have a farewell talk with Mr. Mather, the dead Maharaja's physician, friend, and counselor.
But this is a terrible story you have told me, Mr. Holmes. My beloved ruler murdered by his own brother, and yet he cannot be made to account for his crimes.
He can be, sir, if you will help Mr. Holmes.
Of course I will. What can I do?
Try and obtain the eye drops before they're destroyed, will you? Have them analyzed by a Western scientist and forward the reports to me in London. I'll take the necessary action.
I will try to do that, Mr. Holmes. But if I fail, there is one other way I can avenge my master's death. In a few weeks, the new Maharaja will be enthroned.
I understand you, sir. The wise man from beyond the mountains of Nepal will bring a new white elephant. Perhaps an elephant that will not live very long.
You understand me perfectly, Mr. Holmes. I can promise you that the elephant will die in a very short time. And with it, the new Maharaja, my master, shall be avenged.
That was quite a story, Doctor. Quite a story. And tell me, what did happen to the next white elephant of Property Fort?
By an extraordinary coincidence, it died the day after the new Maharaja's enthronement. And that scoundrel was himself killed in an uprising that occurred just a few days later.
You know something? I think I could be very happy as an Indian Maharaja.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm. Beautiful palace, beautiful women, beautiful jewels. And every year on my birthday, the natives would give me my weight in gold. You know, I could learn to like that. That is, if I tried.
Yes, and every week you'd speak to your subjects over the radio and tell them all about Petri wine.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Doctor. I don't always talk about Petri wine.
That's right. You don't always talk about Petri wine. You've got to sleep sometime.
All right, go on. Kid me about it. But Petri wine is worth talking about. After all, what other wine has the tradition behind it that Petri wine has? Don't forget, the Petri family has been making Petri wine for generations. Since way back before there were electric lights and telephones and things like that. They've been making Petri wine since the 1800s and handing down from father to son, every bit of valuable knowledge and experience. There's no doubt about it. The Petri family really knows how to turn luscious grapes into wonderful wine. That's why you can't go wrong with a Petri wine. Petri took time to bring you good wine. Well, Doctor, how's about giving us a clue to next week's story?
Next week, Mr. Bartell, I'm going to tell you an adventure in which I'm afraid I didn't exactly cover myself with glory, shall we say. But I think you'll find the story an exciting one, my boy, because it's composed of equal parts of romance, of international intrigue, and of sudden death.
Tonight's Sherlock Holmes adventure is written by Dennis Green and Anthony Boucher and is based on an incident in the Sir Arthur Conan Doyle story, The Engineer's Thumb. Mr. Rathbone appears through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer and Mr. Bruce through the courtesy of Universal Pictures, where they are now starring in the Sherlock Holmes series. The Petri Wine Company of San Francisco, California, invites you to tune in again next week, same time, same station. This is Harry Bartell saying goodnight for the Petri family. Sherlock Holmes comes to you from our Hollywood studios This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
National Broadcasting Company presents Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective.
Diamond, this is Walt. Where the devil are you?
Where I started out to be, down on River Street, looking for the guy...
Stay right there and wait for me, but you might as well stop looking.
Why stop looking?
Take my word for it, he's not there.
Well, if you're so smart, where is he?
The city morgue. We fished him out of the river 10 minutes ago.
Here's another exciting case from the files of Richard Diamond, private detective, starring Dick Powell.
Diamond Detective Agency, first over the bars.
That's nice.
Oh, hello, Helen, baby.
Busy?
No, why?
I'm lonesome. Can't you come over?
Honey, I'd love to, but you can never tell when...
Mr. Diamond.
Oh, see what I mean?
Or customer?
Well, let's see. What can I do for you?
I want to hire you.
Helen, the man wants to hire me.
Oh, good. I'll call you back. Bye.
Bye. Now, Mr.
Wellington, Mr. Diamond. Caspar Wellington.
Oh, well, pull up a couch and tell me the details, Mr. Wellington.
I need a bodyguard, Mr. Diamond.
Why?
Oh, it's not for myself. It's for Timothy.
Well, why does Timothy need a bodyguard?
Someone's trying to kill him.
Oh, you've been to the police?
Oh, yes, but they feel it's not quite important enough for them.
You mean this Timothy's life is in danger and the police won't handle it?
Yes. Isn't it ridiculous?
I don't know. Has anybody tried to kill Timothy before?
Well, no one has exactly tried to kill him, but I very definitely expect an attempt.
Right, now, look, this Timothy, is he a friend of yours?
Oh, yes, a very good friend.
So what makes you think that someone is going to try to kill him?
Mr. Diamond, I came here to hire you to protect Timothy. I'm perfectly willing to pay you your fee, but for the moment, the rest of your questions must go unanswered.
Well, my fee's $100 a day in expenses, Mr. Wellington. Still perfectly willing to pay it?
Here's the cash.
Mm-hmm.
And there'll be another 100 if you protect Timothy long enough for me to get him on a train tomorrow.
Where's he going?
Out of town, where he can be safe.
What's Timothy's last name?
That will also have to go unanswered.
Oh, well, now, wait a minute. Supposing I do take the job, where do I meet this Timothy? How will I know him?
If you take the job, he'll be in your office in a matter of minutes.
Well, something sure doesn't ring up right, but the 200 fish in expenses, I'd play footsies with a cobra.
Good. Now, I'm going down to the train station to pick up Timothy's ticket. When he arrives, I expect you to remain with him constantly.
Until tomorrow? Oh, I got a small apartment. I hate to bundle.
Don't let him out of your sight for a moment. I want him alive and well when he gets on that train in the morning.
Does he play Parcheesi?
Well, I doubt it, but you never can tell. He might like it.
Dandy.
Have him at Grand Central at 8 o'clock. I'll meet you.
Do you know of any way I could possibly learn to hate money?
If I did, I would never have come to you. Good day, Mr. Diamond.
Atlantic Bone and Fertilizer.
Oh, that's a fit.
Just wondering how a new business would work out.
Now what's wrong?
I have a very unhealthy feeling that I've just let myself in for something I won't like.
Oh, the client?
Well, kind of. I've got a guard, a friend of his.
What's the matter with that?
Oh, I'm not going all through that again. The client just came on like Secret Service. I got the name of the guy he wants guarded, and I know that someone's going to try and kill him. And that's it.
Rick, you be careful.
Honey, the client shoved $200 in my rural hot hand.
Oh, good.
What do you want me to do? I'm trying for capitalist this year.
Didn't your client go to the police first?
Sure. He went to the police with the...
Hey, you.
Me?
What?
Yeah, you.
Rick, are you listening?
Yeah, I'm listening.
Put down the phone, friend. We want to talk to you.
Well, if you're listening, why don't you answer my question? If your client went to the police...
That's better.
Well, now, I'm a sport, especially when someone's got a gun pointed at me.
Oh, the gun ain't going to hurt you, chum, if you answer a couple of questions. Where's Caspar Wellington?
Who?
You gonna be difficult?
Look, you got a gun on me. Who wants to be difficult?
You don't know Casper Wellington, friend?
Never heard of him.
We seen him come into the building.
No, so you figured he came to see me. It's such a small building, only about 100 offices.
Oh, that's pretty funny.
Glad you liked it.
No, but we didn't. You're the only private detective in the building. We figured maybe Casper wanted to hire you.
What would he want to hire me for? What did this guy do?
How do you like that, George? Now he's a nosy comic.
Yeah.
Durante gets away with it.
Friend, I have just decided your humor bores me.
Yeah, it's pretty bad, ain't it, Tony? Suppose we push his face around, huh? Maybe he don't feel like no more Joe.
Oh, now, wait a minute. I don't know anything about this Casper or whatever his name is. What good's it going to do to work me over?
Well, now, you see, Tony and me got real nasty dispositions. We've been crossed, and then you make with the jokes. We don't like being the only ones unhappy, so we think maybe you ought to join us.
Now, look. Hold it a second, George.
What for? He's a setup.
Oh, wait. We mess him up, the law comes. We got to find Casper. We ain't got no time to play patty cake with the cops.
I just want to cross them out.
Forget it. Look, friend, you sure Casper Wellington didn't come in here?
I couldn't be more positive.
Okay. Put down the rod, George. That don't look so unhappy. Maybe the shamus is lying. We catch him telling a fib. Just think of the fun you can have later on, huh? Come on.
We'll leave him?
Yeah. So long, friend. And for your sake, I hope you've been leveling.
Yeah. See you around.
Yeah, bye. This is fool's fancy chop for you, Paul.
Now, you listen to me, Richard Diamond. The next time you hang up on me, I'll never speak to you again. And you better have a pretty good excuse for doing it this time. You know I take a lot of things from you, Rick, but never once have you hung up on me.
Helen, please.
And I think it was rude and inconsiderate.
Helen.
And I want to know right now, this minute, just what kind of a poor, lame brain excuse you're going to come up with.
Helen!
Well?
Now, look, baby, I don't know what's going on. This is like doing business in a roundhouse. The only reason I hung up on you was because two guys strolled in here and shoved guns in my face.
Rick!
And they were looking for the guy who came in earlier and hired me to look after someone named Timothy that I haven't even seen yet.
It sounds awfully confusing.
It is. Oh, hold the phone. Here's somebody else. Come in with your hands up.
You Richard Diamond?
Yep.
Got a crate there addressed to you.
Oh, that figures. Bring it in. Helen.
Yes?
You sent me maybe a present?
No. You want me to?
Yeah, but someone's beaten you to it.
Where do you want it?
Good grief. Put it down right there.
What's the matter?
The present. The biggest crate you ever saw.
Crate? What's in it?
How do I know?
Well, open it.
Okay, Mr. Diamond, stand right here.
Yeah. There you are.
I hope you still be very happy.
Helen.
Yes?
Hold the phone. I'm going to open this thing.
All right.
Oh, no. Oh, get away. Get away. Now, get on. Get on. Don't come up here. Don't. Oh, Helen.
Rick, what in the world's the matter?
Helen, if this is your idea of a joke.
Please calm down and tell me what's wrong.
What, can't you hear it?
Well, I heard something, but I thought you must have eaten your lunch too fast.
Well, I'm standing on my desk trying to fight off a monster.
What?
Call up Charles Adams right away.
A monster?
Yes. I swear it was a seal, but I know my friend's better than that. This thing has got to be poisonous.
A seal?
Yes, a seal. Hey, he's not so bad. He's applauding. You must have liked that remark about Adams.
Now you stop it. Do you expect me to believe all this?
She doubts you, fella. Say a few words.
Rick, who in the world would send you a seal?
I don't even need to look. This has got to be Timothy. Oh, it is Timothy. When he heard his name, he made like a curtain call.
Sounds like one Richard Diamond.
Hey, that's pretty... nothing. I'll call you back.
Where are you going?
I'm going to take Timothy right back to Mr. Casper Wellington and tell him that...
Yes?
Oh, for the love of... I don't know where to find Mr. Casper Wellington. Well, there it was. It was pretty silly. The smart, shrewd, level-headed Richard Diamond, for the sake of a couple of $100 fast bucks, winds up playing nursemaid and companion to a honking seal. Just to make sure it was Timothy, I took a look at the crate, and there on top was a small printed card. It read, "This is Timothy. If you want him to do something, throw him a fish. Herring. Signed, Casper Wellington." Well, that tore it. My temper was already pushing my hair up to attention, so I went out to the nearest delicatessen and came back with a bag of fish. With this, I lured Timothy out of the building and down the street. I had to find Casper Wellington, so 60 pedestrians and one unhappy cabby later, Timothy and I strolled casually into the 5th Precinct Police Station. Oh, well, hello, Sergeant Otis.
Oh, how are you, Shamus? Huh?
Oh, what?
What'd you just say?
I said, hello, Sergeant Otis.
No, after that. Yeah, that was it.
Something wrong, Sergeant?
Yipe!
Otis, say hello to Timothy. Timothy, this is Sergeant Otis.
Lieutenant!
Go on and kiss the Sergeant, Timothy. Go on.
Oh, no. Get him away from me. Get him away.
Oh, Otis, he's not so bad.
Lieutenant! Help!
Now, Otis, come down off that desk. You look sillier than I did.
He's trying to eat me.
Oh, be quiet. You too, Timothy. You'll wake up the lieutenant. Here's a fish. Throw it to Timothy.
And that's for you, Diamond. You'll probably take my arm along with it. Get away. Help!
What the devil is going on out here? Otis, what are you doing up there?
Hello, Walt.
What are you doing to my sergeant? And you shut up, Otis.
That wasn't me.
What do you mean it wasn't you? Of course it was you.
Walt, meet Timothy.
How do you...
I'd hate to think what would happen if someone wandered in here with a walrus. Come on, Timothy. Let's go see the brave old head of homicide.
Yeah. Get him out of here.
Oh, relax, Otis. Timothy's as scared as you are.
Oh, yeah? What makes you say that?
He's probably thinking there's more like you. That would be a horrible shock to anyone, even a SEAL.
Oh.
Come on, Timothy.
You get that thing out of here right now, Diamond.
Everybody's standing on something. You'd think it was a steam bath.
Up till now, I've had 2 reported homicides and a couple of fat robberies. And if you think you're going to wander in here with that thing and confuse the whole department, you're mistaken. Now get it out of here.
Oh, Walt, it's only a seal. Have a fish.
I'm not hungry.
No, Walt. It's for Timothy. Feed it to him. He'll love you.
Yeah? Do you think so?
Sure, Walt. Go ahead. Try it.
Okay. Here, Timothy. Hey, he's applauding.
Sure, he's a nice little fella. Now, climb down and help me.
Give me another fish.
Oh, won't come down without it, huh? Okay, Walt, speak.
Oh, don't be ridiculous. I want to feed it to Timothy. He likes me. See?
Oh, lovely. Why don't you two get engaged?
Oh.
Well, after everybody got used to him, Timothy made the rounds of the whole department, with the commissioner being the only exception, of course. I told Walt the story about Casper Wellington and the 2 gonifs who had come into my office looking for him. So Walt put Otis to work checking on the whereabouts of my missing client. Along about 3 in the afternoon, Otis pounced in with some news.
Hey, Diamond.
You find something?
Oh, hi, Timothy. Yeah. Say, I checked with the Humane Society, and they report some guy who lives down by the docks. The name's Wellington, all right. He's been turned in a couple of times because he raises seals, and they make a lot of noise. Oh, and Lieutenant, we just got a report on another homicide.
Well, thanks, Sporty.
You tell the lieutenant all about it, Otis. I'm going after Casper Wellington. What's the address?
Here it is. 918 River Street.
Come on, Tim.
Goodbye, Timothy.
Otis.
Oh, yeah. What was I saying?
Homicide, remember? Just a little old homicide.
I left Walt and Otis climbing over the furniture and headed for the address of Casper Wellington. Timothy and I grabbed the first cabbie who didn't believe what he was seeing, and 20 minutes later we pulled up in front of a building on River Street. Thanks, cabbie.
Yeah, sure.
Thank the man, Timothy.
Mister.
Yeah?
I didn't ask you nothing when you got in the cab because I just didn't believe it. Is that the seal you got with you?
You're expecting maybe a raccoon?
Do you always take him around with you like that?
Sure, we're brothers. Stop by the house sometime for dinner when Mom isn't taking a swim. She's not a very good driver, is he, Timothy? You know it. Come on, you're going home.
Hold it right here, friend. You hide him. This is a gun in your back.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh.
You lied to me, friend.
I'll go stand in the corner.
Nah, don't move.
Okay.
George, grab the seal.
Oh, now, wait a minute. You can't do that.
Want to bet? Come here, you.
Take your hands off that seal.
Shut your mouth, friend. Next time you don't get it across the neck, I'll give you the rod on the skull.
Okay, friend.
I got him.
All right, get him in a car. And you, stay put. One bad move, you're going to get shot up very bad.
Yeah.
Come on, George. You got that thing in the car?
Yeah, he's saying let's get out of here.
All right, friend.
Yeah.
You see this I got pointed at you?
I see.
Good. Forget about today, you won't see it again. Open that big yap of yours and it goes boom. Now turn around, because when we leave, I don't want you looking back for no license number.
Well, I stood there while they drove off with poor little Timothy. Then I made a quick dash across the street into a store with a phone booth. Seconds later, I was hearing one of the most beautiful sounds in the world.
Diamond, this is Walt. Where the devil are you?
Where I started out to be, down on River Street, looking for my client.
Well, you stay right there and wait for me, but you might as well stop looking.
Well, why stop looking? His house is just down at the end of the block.
Well, take my word for it, he isn't there.
Well, if you're so smart, where is he?
The city morgue. We fished him out of the river 10 minutes ago.
What?
He was suffering from a hole in his chest. Dead before he was tossed in.
Oh, Walt. Remember those two guys who came into my office earlier?
Yeah?
Well, they just put the snatch on Timothy and belted me across the neck for my trouble.
They swiped the seals?
Yeah, so get on here. I'll meet you at Caspar Wellington's house.
Anybody in the house, Rick?
Well, no answer.
Well, let's case the place. I've got a skeleton key.
Walt. It's open, see? Now, if you'll notice as I walk in, at no time do my feet leave my legs.
Very funny.
Whew. Yeah, smells like somebody's been cooking up a fish stew.
Crummy joint.
Ooh, get a load of that kitchen.
What a mess.
Oh, weren't cooking fish, Walt, just cleaning it.
There's still a mess of them left in the sink.
Well, Caspar raised seals.
Where are the rest of them?
Go out.
Yeah?
Come here.
What is it?
Get a look at this backyard.
Holy cow. Bunch of dead seals.
Who in the world would do anything like that?
Maybe your two friends.
Hey, what's this?
What's what?
This bag on the floor, leather bag.
What's in it?
Nothing. Wait a minute. Some kind of dust at the bottom.
Well, save it. We'll have it analyzed when we get down to the station. We've got to check up on those two guys who kidnapped Timothy.
This is the craziest case.
I got a hunch. Sure, it's crazy, but if I'm right, it's also pretty smart. Let's go to the station.
Hey, Lieutenant.
Yeah, Otis?
We just got something else on that Caspar Wellington guy.
Oh? What did he steal?
Hey, how'd you know?
Just a guess.
Well, what is it, Hammerhead?
Well, it seems this Wellington guy used to work for David & Sons.
David & Sons?
Diamond importers.
Oh, that ties it.
Would somebody mind telling me what the devil this is all about? And, Rick, you stay out of it. Now, Otis, what about Wellington?
Wellington? Oh, he ran off with a load of diamonds.
Yeah, $50,000 worth. Hey, but you don't...
Rick, will you please, for the sake of my sour stomach, tell me exactly what it is you know?
I'd be glad to, Lieutenant. It's very simple. Wellington comes to me and asks me to guard Timothy. Two guys kidnapped Timothy.
That we heard.
Then we find a bunch of dead seals in Wellington's backyard and the remains of a pile of clean fish.
So?
So, the two guys who kidnapped Timothy were obviously after something, and the seal was part of it.
Hey, maybe Timothy wasn't a seal after all.
Now, what would he be, Otis?
Well, if those guys wanted him that bad, maybe he was a mink.
Oh, that bag you picked up, Walt. Have that powder in the bottom analyzed. I'll lay 6-2 and even that it's diamond dust.
Well, you think...
Yeah. I think Timothy's got a stomach full of diamonds.
What?
I think Caspar was mixed up with the two guys who grabbed the seal, but in some way crossed them.
Why?
He had to hide the loot, so he stuck it in some fish and fed it to Timothy. Then he left Timothy with me for protection until he could get him shipped out on the train.
And in the meantime, the two guys who found Caspar killed him and went back to his house to find the loot.
Mm-hmm.
They figured out the fish like you did and killed the seals in the backyard trying to find the stuff.
You, my friend, went a herring.
Otis, have the powder in the bottom of this bag analyzed. Put out a 108 on Timothy.
Yes, sir.
Diamond here will give you the description of the guys who grabbed him.
We'll never find him that way.
You got a better idea?
Maybe, yeah. Look, you said those two guys killed Caspar and then went right over to the house to look for the missing diamonds.
Yeah.
All right, they knew where to look, but they didn't find anything. So they waited for me and Timothy.
So?
So Caspar Wellington probably told them all about it before they killed him. trying to save his own life.
All right, I'll buy that. So what?
So by now they must know how hot those diamonds are. They're certainly not going to try to get rid of them here in town.
And then they leave town.
Yeah. And with that much loot, it would be a little risky if they try it by car.
All right. How do they do it?
The same way Casper thought of. Ship Timothy out on a train.
Wait a minute, Rick. Otis.
Yeah?
Put in a call to all units. Tell them to cover the airports, train, and bus stations. Be on the lookout for a seal that's about to be shipped.
Come on, Walt.
Where to?
Well, as long as Casper Wellington already made the arrangements by train, let's go down to Grand Central. Maybe our 2 seal nappers will keep the reservation. Well, Walt and I piled in the squad car again, and 20 minutes later we were standing in the middle of Grand Central Station with a bag of fish and a weather eye out for the missing seal and his 2 abductors.
Now, where do we start?
Well, Walt, why don't you just go ask information? Just say, I'm looking for 2 men and a seal. The seal is hiding $50,000 worth of diamonds.
Now, you stop that. This was plenty silly before a jewel robbery and a homicide get into the picture, but now it's gotten ridiculous.
Well, if I was a seal, where would I go?
They have to crate him. The shipping department.
And so, with their trusty bag of fish, the 2 brave detectives walked...
Shut up and let's go.
Oh, no. Come on, let's go get something.
Well, smile, Walt. This kind of case doesn't happen but once every 10,000 years. Think of your report to the commissioner.
If you don't stop kidding with me, so help me
out.
Hey,
Walt.
Well, now what?
Look, those 2 guys.
Where?
Going down the ramp.
Oh, they got a big box.
That's it. Let's take them.
You said they got guns.
They were pointing things that shot bullets. Could be guns.
Take it easy. They're going up to that counter.
Yeah. Hold it here. No sense in starting a shooting match. Too many people.
Well, what do we do? Maybe the seal's not in the box. And if I pick them up without the loot, we may never find it.
I got an idea.
Go ahead, genius.
Timothy likes fish, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Well, take this bag. They know me, so you walk down there and move in close to the box. Timothy's bound to get a whiff, and if I know Timothy, he'll raise a few flippers.
You want me to...
You want to get those diamonds, don't you?
Oh, give me the bag.
Don't snap. People will just think you ran out of cologne. Now get going.
Yeah. Pardon me, but I'd like to find out about sending something.
Oh, yeah? Well, what's the idea, Buster? We was here first.
Shut up, stupid. You boys must be really sending something big.
Who knows?
I told you to shut up. Yeah, some furs.
Oh, live ones?
Hey, Tiny, what's with the seal?
Will you shut up?
What?
I hate to mention it, but your furs are throwing a fit.
Okay, boys, that's all I wanted to know.
Grab that stinking seal. Gone after the sack. This guy laid down. It's a sack full of fish.
Hey, what's the idea?
Hello, stay right there. Hey, Rick.
Cop, were you...
All right, Bud, drop it.
Huh?
I said drop it.
Okay.
You ain't taking me.
Look out, Rick. This guy's got a gun.
Let go. Let go of my hand. Will you get the seal off? He's chewing my hand off.
And drop the gun.
All right. Get him off. Come on, get him off.
How do you like that? Timothy grabbed this gun up by the gun hand and made him drop it. I'll be done.
Crazy seal nearly killed me.
You and your bright idea. Ship the seal, you say.
Okay, boys. Here's a bracelet for you. Let's go outside.
Walt, wait a minute. We got to get the jewels.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'll take care of these 2 guys, and I'll take Timothy to a good veterinary.
Okay. Walt.
Yeah?
If it means surgery, keep in touch.
Sure.
Bye, Timothy.
Rick.
Huh?
Now, don't be unhappy.
Oh, how can I help it, honey? He's been in surgery for nearly an hour.
Oh, but he'll be all right. They got a good vet.
Oh, I hope so. I was getting attached to that seal. Oh, I got it. Yeah?
Rick?
Yeah, Walt. Yeah. How's Timothy?
He had the diamonds in him, all right.
Oh, but how is he?
Well...
Go ahead, Walt. You can tell me. I can stand it.
He's very weak. Doctor says he thinks he doesn't want to live. No will.
Oh, well, what's the matter? He was such a happy seal.
I think he misses you, Rick. Every time someone mentions your name, he kind of honks and raises a weak flipper.
I better come right down.
He's sinking fast.
Oh, you think maybe if he heard my voice, can you get a phone near him?
Yeah, wait a minute. Okay, I got it next to his ear. Say something.
Hello, Timothy. Oh, Walt.
Yeah?
Walt, ask him if he's seen a picture called Mrs. Mike.
He says he saw it. Didn't like the leading man.
Oh.
Loved Evelyn Keyes.
Oh. Ask him if he liked the music.
Yeah, he liked that.
Well, put the receiver next to his ear and I'll sing him the theme song.
Well, go ahead and try. Anything in case of an emergency.
If her name is Kathy, she's mine alone. When I walk with Kathy, proud am I. She's the girl I'll marry, and cross the threshold I'll carry. And I'll love but Kathy till I die. She's the only angel I've ever known. She's a maid no man is worthy of. Although girls are many, compared to her, there isn't any. Only Kathy do I love. Well, Walt?
I did it.
He's better?
Listen.
Good old Timothy, that a boy.
I guess the singing did it.
What do you mean you guess? When I sang with the Peter Pan 5, we played 2 weeks at the Coral Gables Hotel in Florida.
So what?
So what? I'll have you know 5 minutes after I opened my mouth, every seal in the Biscayne Keys came in and sat ringside.
That sounds like a pretty good act. Well, what'd you give it up for?
Well, I got a sore throat one night, and the place was up to its ears in alligators.
Rick.
Yes, Walt?
Bye.
You have just heard Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell. Ed Begley played Lieutenant Walt Levinson. Also in the cast were Wilms Herbert, Fay Baker, Junius Matthews, Billy Bletcher, Tony Barrett, and Larry Dobkin. Music was under the direction of Frank Worth. Richard Diamond is written by Blake Edwards and directed by Russell Hughes. Dick Powell currently may be seen in the motion picture version of the best-selling novel, Mrs. Mike. Isn't that right, Dick?
Yeah, that's right, Eddie. Oh, by the way, Ed Begley, who plays Lieutenant Levinson on our show, would like to say a few words to his old friends in Hartford, Connecticut.
Well, I just want to say on behalf of all of us here, I'm Richard Diamond. Congratulations to radio station WTIC in Hartford, Connecticut, where I got my start in radio, and which this week celebrates its 25th anniversary of service to the people of Southern New England.
Thank you, Ed Begley. Now, this is Eddie King inviting you to be with us next Sunday at this same time when we will again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. Governing a country is a pretty hard-headed business, and we don't usually think of our government as a dealer in dreams. But in one respect it is, because it's a dealer in savings bonds. Your particular dream for the future can come true through the judicious purchase of United States savings bonds today. As for buying United States savings bonds, the process is simplicity itself. If you're employed by others, use the payroll savings plan where you work. Your employer will set aside a specific sum from each paycheck for the purchase of bonds. If you're self-employed, use the bond-a-month plan where you bank. Either way, you'll be saving with regularity, with certainty, and with profit through the purchase of United States savings bonds. What's on NBC today? You'll hear Charles Boyer and Dorothy McGuire today on Theater Guild on the Air in Autumn Crocus. And there's the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show to add to your Sunday listening pleasure. Be sure to hear Charles Boyer and Dorothy McGuire on Theater Guild on the Air and the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show today on NBC.
The National Broadcasting Company presents The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective, detective agency.
Me, sweetheart.
Sam, where have you been? I don't know what to tell them.
Tell who?
The reporters, everybody. They all say you're the first private detective in the history of San Francisco to get rich honestly. Oh, Sam! When I think of all the back salary I'll be getting, the fur coats...
Easy, girl, easy. Prepare yourself.
Sam?
Yep.
You mean...
The $50,000 is not available to employees of the network or sponsor, which unfortunately I happen to be.
Sam!
But cheer up, girl. Think of the taxes we'll save. Now, make everything fast. I'm on my way. Meanwhile, puzzle me this. You ready?
All right, Sam.
Why does a man who is going to blow his brains out set his mental clock ahead 4 hours?
Sam, it doesn't make sense.
Ah, but it does. Mull and ponder, sweetheart. I'll be down in a trice, 1951 model, with an intellectual type report to challenge serious thinkers everywhere. To wit, the Biddle Riddle Caper.
For NBC, William Spear, radio's outstanding producer, director of mystery and crime drama, brings you the greatest private detective of them all in The Adventures of Sam Spade.
All alone by the microphone. Effie?
Sam, I just can't get anywhere with this.
Never kick on the third down, cherub. Give it another
No,
try.
it's no use, Sam. I'm mentally through.
Well, you know best.
I just give up. Sam?
Huh?
What are those funny little bumps on your cheek?
Go ahead, guess.
Smallpox? Plague?
You get warm.
Look like little waffle marks.
That's what happens when somebody hits you with a microphone, sweetheart. Now, if you look closer, just above the marks, under my eye,
Oh, yeah.
clearly and distinctly, in reverse, of course, the 3 letters of a network known far and wide for its hospitality to unemployed private detectives.
You mean?
Shh, not here, girl. Pose the pencil. Who knows? A sponsor may be listening. Ready?
Yes,
To Mr. Tracy Abbott, Drake Carlton Hotel, copy to Dundee at homicide. From Samuel Spade, license number 137596. Subject, the Biddle Riddle Caper. Dear Tracy, it had a nice conventional start, this one. A nice conventional phone call telling me to drop up to room 402 of the Drake Carlton around 3 in the afternoon. But when I got there, I found that over the nice conventional number on the door was hung a temporary sign reading Olympic Radio Productions. Tracy Abbott, editor, director, and producer. Bidding farewell to the nice conventional part, I made bold to enter the door. Abbott, 5'8" of solid Hollywood, was waltzing with what I took to be a musician, composer, or some such.
We open Coal Bunny like this. Now, Killer at Large. Banging with the theme. Theme. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. A great big wonderful chord there, Bunny. Check. Check. And then the teaser. Quote, don't go away, you out there. Stick right close to that radio set of yours, because the next half hour might put $50,000 in your pocket. Yes, $50,000 will be paid by the sponsors of this program for information leading to the arrest and conviction of a killer at large. Tonight, that's it, sustain the chord. Yeah. Tonight, the murder, tremolo. Tonight, the murder of Carol Stevens. Then, da-da-dee-bum-bum-bum-bum-bum-bum. Check. What's that? Cymbal crash. Do it again. Don't need it. Check. Check. Big, wonderful, lush. That's the word, lush. With scope and sweep and power. I got it. Well, I'll get as lush as I can with 8 feet. Scope, sweep, importance. Gotta sound important. Check.
Check. Oh, I'm Sam Spade, Mr. Abbott.
Ah, yes, Spade. Glad to see you. Please sit down. No, on the other hand, you'd better stand up. No time to lose. You have 24 hours to find a man for me.
Well, that's pretty short notice.
Mr. Spade, Killer at Large is real. Oh. We keep a sensitive finger on the pulse of the people.
Well, that's nice.
We deal in real facts, real people, real crimes, and real criminals. Check?
Just how do you do this? How do you accomplish all this on the radio budget of today?
Now, you see before you, Spade, the mechanical marvel which makes this possible, the tape recorder. You're familiar with the tape recorder?
Oh, more or less.
Check. Tomorrow night at 9 p.m. PST, with the aid of the tape recorder, we shall reconstruct one of San Francisco's more sensational, unsolved crimes. The murder of Carol Stevens.
You mean the burlesque dame 3 years ago?
2 years, 8 months, and 29 days. You remember much about it?
Well, let me see. She turned up dead on the floor of her apartment, didn't she?
Check. Victim of the well-known blunt instrument. In this case, a bronze bookend carrying the bas relief of Abraham Lincoln. Much ado. Headlines by the yard. A parade of witnesses, but no arrests, period.
Fine. Now, what about me?
Our show, Spade, is made up of the simple, honest, spontaneous statements of the witnesses themselves.
Mm-hmm.
We're set on this one except for one man. The most important one in the case, of course.
Oh, who's that?
Jimmy Biddle, the doorman at the Broadway Burlesque, at the time the Stevens girl was killed.
Oh.
Knew her, some say he loved her. Top suspect until he came up with an alibi. Our advance men have combed the city for 2 weeks trying to find him, but no luck.
So he's blown town.
That's what I thought until this morning.
You mean you've heard from him?
I heard from someone who said he was Biddle. He also said he knew who killed Carol Stevens.
And he wanted the $50,000.
Right. I mean, check.
Oh, fair enough. Well, that's what you advertise, isn't it?
Not to people who hang up when you get curious.
Hmm?
If it was Biddle, I've got to record his story. I want him here by 8 tomorrow night. Check?
Well, since you keep bringing it up, check.
Yes.
You can make it out for $100. At Homicide, I cased the files on the Stevens thing. San Francisco's answer to the Black Dagger. A cheap killing of a cheap dame in a cheap apartment that used a lot of expensive newsprint. She'd taken her last turn under the blue spot around 10:30, left the theater, and hustled straight home, because at 11 sharp, according to the neighbor across the hall, someone had tried the Abraham Lincoln bookend on Carol for size. She hit the floor just as the 11 o'clock news came on. Biddle's alibi had to be good, and it was. It came, as a matter of fact, from the greatest little alibi factory in town. Biddle was drinking old fashions with Joseph P. Norgard, the well-known criminal lawyer at the time of the killing. So I trotted over to Norgard's office on Market Street, found him tied up, and settled down in the waiting room next to a gimlet-eyed youth in a neon-striped suit who looked like he made a living sticking up crap games. He was filing his nails.
Buddy.
Yeah, buddy?
You sure you're in the right office, buddy?
Positive, buddy.
I just thought I might save you some trouble, that's all. Sam Spade, ain't it?
Hey, you're a smart kid.
I try hard. I still think you'd be wise to blow.
Now, this is quite a turn you do, buddy. Study nights with Richard Woodmark.
Sam, I told you I want to save you a bad time. You're a nice guy.
Thank you.
Must be a lot of things you can do around town to make a buck without coming here. Now, why don't you lift it out of that chair?
I'm not going to do it, Mr. Norgard, and that's fine with me.
I'll get with you later.
Bye, buddy. The guy who bustled out of Norgard's office was flabby, florid, and frightened. Pinstripe gave me a last baleful look and sidled out into the hall after him, which was nice because I was running out of punchlines.
Luke, I thought I told you to. Oh.
Mr. Norgard?
I am?
I'm sorry to barge in. My name's Spade. I'm a private detective.
Of course you are. And a hungry one.
Well, we're polite in here, too. Why do you say that?
You're the fourth today.
Oh?
I'm about to prepare a mimeograph statement entitled, What I Know About the Stevens Case, or You Too Can Make $50,000. Like a copy?
You know, I can't remember when I've been treated so nice. What do you know about the Stevens case, Mr. Norgard?
It's all in the homicide file. On the fateful night, I ran into Jimmy Biddle as I was coming out of a bar in Chinatown. He'd hit the skids. But he used to be a useful friend, so I asked him up to my apartment for a drink.
Was he?
Sat him in a chair, made him an old-fashioned, loaned him $5, and hustled him out. Total elapsed time, 45 minutes, from 10:45 to 11:30 p.m. And that is all I have to say at this time.
Have you seen Biddle since?
Not since the investigation. I don't know where he is now, and I don't know who killed Carol Stevens, period.
Paragraph. Do you think Jimmy knows who killed him?
Maybe.
Well, he says he does.
Oh? Where did you see him?
He's hungry, too. We work the same breadline.
I'm sorry I said that, Spade. Who are you working for?
Olympic Radio Productions. Killer at Large.
Yes? They want me to come to the studio tonight and record a statement for them. I wonder if I ought to tell them what I really think.
What's that?
About Biddle. There's no point in talking around it anymore. I think he killed her.
Well, that's a neat trick if he was drinking your liquor at the time.
Oh, I think he did it after he left my place. Two things place the time of death. The medical examiner's report, which could be off as much as 3 hours. And the neighbor who thinks he heard the girl fall as the news came on. How reliable is that?
Well, they usually think of those things during an investigation.
But they didn't think hard enough. You say you talked to Biddle?
He called my client.
Why?
He had 50,000 good reasons, according to him. You know, funny things happen when the dough gets into it. Bought people don't stay bought. Lost people get found.
Yeah. Well, I've told you all I know, Spade, if you have no more questions.
Just one more. Who's the little weasel in the pinstripe?
You mean Luke?
Yeah.
Oh, I put him out there to scare off the hungry ones. Nothing to do with you.
And the fat character he's tailing has nothing to do with me either, huh?
You really want to know?
Love to.
He's a pastry cook. I'm representing his wife in a divorce action. Thinks he's Casanova.
Pressure cooker, eh? Shoving Norgard, Pinstripe, and the flabby pastry cook in the look-up later section of my hat band, I took off for Biddle's last known address, a boarding house on Pacific Avenue. There I held hands with the landlady long enough to learn that A, she hadn't seen Biddle since a few weeks after the murder, but B, when last heard of, Biddle had gone on from the burlesque thing to something even more extremely female. According to the landlady...
Name's Rosalie. Understand she's working on the line at the Pacific Ballroom. Red hair, blue eyes, and boom, boom. You get me?
I got you. Pacific Ballroom, eh? Would you do that last again?
Boom, boom.
Yeah, just checking. Thanks, Mrs. Landlady. Hello?
Hi. Am I the lucky girl?
Well, you look like your name ought to be Rosalie.
Oh, you're psychic. Got your tickets?
Here, let me know when they're used up, huh?
Don't worry. Hey. You know you're a pretty good dancer?
Arthur Murray, class of 1906. Only I didn't come here to dance.
Oh.
I'm looking for Jimmy Biddle, you know him?
Yeah, I know him. You a cop?
Not exactly.
Oh, what's the difference, cop or no cop? You'll find him one of these days.
Where?
In the bay, maybe. Or the morgue. He knows it. That's the funny part. He knows it, and he can't do anything about it. It's got him.
Rosalie, baby, look, I'm not...
That's enough about Jimmy. Let's dance, huh? That's what you're paying for, isn't it? Well, come on.
Where is he?
You're wasting your time. I won't sell him out. I'm through with him, but I won't sell him out. Ah, here's your ticket.
I sauntered over to the soft drink fountain and mulled the problem over a Coke for a minute or two. There are ways of dealing with dames like Rosalie. Some of them are a little cruel, as this one was going to have to be, but time was of the essence. I kept out of sight for 20 minutes or so, watching her dancing in the arms of a moonstruck plumber, and sidled into a phone booth. The Pacific Ballroom does not permit telephone conversations while the girls are working. When I said it was the police, the plumber was turned over to a new candidate, and Rosalie came to the phone.
Hello?
This is Sam Spade, Rosalie. I was dancing with you a little while ago.
What is it?
I found Jimmy Biddle's apartment.
Oh? What's the matter? He's hurt?
That's right.
Bad?
I'm afraid so. He wants to see you.
Oh, okay. I'll be right over.
She didn't stop for a rap, just plowed a zigzag furrow through the mob at the main door and climbed into a cab at the curb. The driver must have been an old fan of hers, because they were almost out of sight by the time my cab got rolling, and that's the way it was across Market Street and all the way out Van Ness to the marina. Her cab was pulled up in front of an apartment on Jefferson Street, and she'd just gotten out when we slid in behind them. Hiya, you want to go up together?
But you said you...
I'm sorry, honey. I know it was a dirty trick, but now that's no way to be.
You shut up.
The gold card holder by the doorbell listed the tenant as W.R. Smith. Mr. Smith was evidently not home. The lady manager in the apartment next to his was, and after the usual license showing and more than the usual sweet talk, she came up with the key. Biddle wasn't wealthy, but he wasn't hungry either. The place had the well-fixed, man-about-town look, right down to the last crystal martini glass in the portable bar in the living room. Next to it was a mahogany desk, in which were sundry checkbooks and deposit slips indicating Biddle had found a prosperous widow or had been doing rather well at canasta. A clock chimed 4 in the next room. Since it was after 10, I wondered why I went in to take a look. Maybe I was psychic, like the girl said. There was a tape recorder against one wall, the same kind I'd seen in your office, Tracy, with a microphone and a roll of tape in it, half used up. Holding the microphone with one hand was Jimmy Biddle. In the other hand, a .38. He wasn't hurt, as I'd told her. He was dead. You are listening to the weekly adventure of radio's most famous detective, Sam Spade.
This Sunday, there's another outstanding production by Theater Guild on the air. It's a 1-hour adaptation of the thrilling tale of intrigue in post-war Vienna, The Third Man. Joseph Cotton and Senior Hasso star in this Theater Guild on the air broadcast. And Sunday over most of these NBC stations also means The Big Show, an hour and a half of the finest in comedy, music, and drama. Tallulah will be your hostess, and just listen to a few of the stars. Fred Allen, Marlene Dietrich, Danny Thomas, and Fran Warren. There'll be many more, too, so tune in this Sunday and every Sunday for The Big Show. And now back to the Biddle Riddle Caper, tonight's adventure with Sam Spade.
In accordance with Chapter 5 of the Private Detective's Manual entitled How to Keep Your License, I called Homicide and gave him the facts and figures, then went back to the study. Jimmy Biddle was surrounded by props like part 1 of a photo-crime puzzle. I carefully reached over his shoulder and pressed the button on the tape recorder.
My name's Jimmy Biddle. The DA will remember me. We saw a lot of each other during the week after Carol Stevens hit the deck in her apartment 3 years ago. At just about this time of night. I fooled him then. I could probably go on fooling him, but I'm tired of it. I'm tired of living this way. So here it is. I knew Carol Stevens well. I was crazy about her, and I was jealous, too. That's why I killed her. Thought I could go on and on, playing hide-and-go-seek for the rest of my life, but sooner or later this kind of thing gets too heavy to pack around it. You gotta get rid of it, one way or another.
Period. End of report. I rousted the landlady again, and we went over the room together. A helpful type landlady. She contributed 1,000-odd bits of gossip about Jimmy Biddle, only one of which struck me as interesting. She'd come in this morning, she said, to clean his apartment, and among other things, had wound and set the 8-day clock on the mantel. The same clock, which was now exactly 4 hours fast. Looking closer at the tape recorder, I saw a small label pasted above one of the knobs, reading Murgas and Reed, recording technicians. Next scene, the manufacturing section of Sansom Street. A 5-story building, all dark at this hour, except for a light in the office on the second floor back, which happily turned out to be D1.
Murgas? Reed! Anybody!
Hello.
What do you want?
Well, the pastry cook.
I'm sorry. We're closed, you see. Office hours 9 to 5.
Now, wait a minute. Just a minute, pastry cook.
I'm not a pastry cook, sir. My name is Murgas. I am one of the proprietors here. Just a moment, sir.
Sorry. It was getting cold out in the hall. Oh, so you're Murgas, huh?
I am. And I don't care who you are. I know all about it, sir. I know it wasn't a practical joke.
What wasn't a practical joke?
That tape. You can march right back to the man you're working for and tell him he can't buy me off. Is that clear?
Not very.
There's no use denying it. I saw you in his office this afternoon when he threatened me. Get down, Murgas! What is it?
I crawled out on a fire escape in time to see my buddy in the pinstripe suit hit the bottom. The alley, praise be, was blind at one end, so Luke took off toward the street. I caught him in one leg. He stumbled, fell, smacked his head against the brick wall of the alley, and took the count. I was frisking him when a prowl cop who'd heard the shots moved up. I convinced him I wasn't rolling a drunk and left him to run back upstairs. Murgas? Murgas?
Here.
We better get you to a hospital.
Who are you?
Sam Spade. I don't work for Noah Guard. Right now I'm trying to hang a murder rap on him.
Told me it was a practical joke. A gag.
What?
Tape. Jimmy Biddle. Tape.
Jimmy rented the machine from you and made the tape himself, right?
Yes. He Norgard.
What about Norgard?
Tried to beat me into it. Beat me. Wouldn't give it to him.
Give what? Tape.
No.
He tried to point to the desk as he passed out, and so to this already bubbling stew, we had a crucial typewriter. While waiting for the ambulance, I cased it and found nothing, then stuck a piece of paper into it and began to type. 4 quick brown foxes had jumped over 4 lazy dogs when a sound changed. I looked closer, then tackled a messy job I always leave to my secretary. I hate to play with typewriter ribbons, but this wasn't a typewriter ribbon, since said ribbon had come to an end and I was pecking away at a piece of sound tape. Come on, Rosalie.
No, I don't want to talk.
Look, come on. My feet are even more tired than they were an hour ago. Okay, you first. All right, now.
I'm sorry, Mr. Spade. I thought you were lying when you said Jimmy was hurt.
Look, let's not go into that now. He was blackmailing Norgard, right?
I don't even know who Norgard is.
You knew Jimmy was shaking someone down, didn't
I
you?
never knew where he got his money. I just know it was dirty money. He'd laugh and say he was living high, but not for long.
He never mentioned Norgard?
No, he just said he was going to make $50,000 on a radio program.
Did he say how?
Singing. I thought he was kidding, then he showed up with that tape recorder.
Well, he wasn't kidding. Then what?
He wanted to be alone, he said. He was going to make an audition and send it to a sponsor.
That's where he made the mistake. He sent it to the wrong sponsor.
Huh?
He figured to hit Norgard for the biggest touch of all. Thought hearing it might make him dig deeper. So he recorded his statement, sent it to Norgard for a sample. But there was something he didn't think of.
What do you mean?
He should have studied up on his tape recorders, baby. With a pair of scissors and a good technician, Jimmy's eyewitness account turned into a first-class confession. The final phase of the Biddle Riddle was, as you will recall, Tracy, enacted on one of the sound stages of the nation's leading network, where, as you will also recall, you were busily transcribing the testimony of various witnesses on the Carol Stevens case. How you got him there, I'll never know. But there he was, as big and legal-looking as ever, perjuring himself once more into one of your microphones.
I walked out of the Twin Dragon on Grant Avenue. As I remember it now, Biddle was across the street. He apparently recognized me, though, and...
Excuse me, will you, fellas?
What?
Spade, you idiots. You ruined it.
I'm sorry, Tracy.
Oh, we'll have to start it over again, Mr. Norgard.
Would you mind if I record a few remarks?
Spade, please understand my position. Biddle's confession has changed everything.
I know.
The killer is not at large.
Yeah.
24 hours we spent recording the show. Now it'll all have to be done over again.
Sorry.
These people at this house.
Listen, Tracy.
All right, Spade. What is it?
I'm only trying to help. Now, where's Biddle's confession?
On the machine there. We're going to dub it onto the main tape.
Good. Now, be a good lad and show me where you're starting to stop it, huh?
Right there.
Okay.
What is this, Spade?
This is going to interest you, Mr. Norgard. Now, let us turn to the tape, keeping our eyes on the spool as it slowly feeds Jimmy Biddle's last statement.
My name's Jimmy
the
Biddle.
amplifier.
The DA will remember me. We saw a lot of each other during the week after Carol Stevens hit the deck in her apartment 3 years ago. At just about this time of night. I fooled him then. I could probably go on fooling him, but I'm tired of it. I'm tired of living this way. So here it is. I knew Carol Stevens well. I was crazy about her, and I was jealous, too. That's why
There's a riddle for you, Norgard. He said the girl died, quote, at just about this time of night, unquote. But the clock struck 3 times. We know she died at 11. What happened to the other 8 chimes?
Spade, this is no time.
Be patient with me, Tracy. What about it, Norgard?
Well, how do I know? The man was crazy, maybe.
No. He wasn't crazy. Stupid, but not crazy. So we take this spool of tape off and put this one on.
What's that?
This is the part that was cut out. Got it from the guy who did the splicing job for you, thinking it was a practical joke or something.
Sam, do you know what you're saying?
Yeah, but Biddle says it better. The last thing we heard was I was crazy about her, and I was jealous, too. That's why I killed her. Only he didn't say killed her. Just, that's why I...
We're standing outside in the hallway of her apartment the night she died. I'd seen her leave the theater with a guy I recognized. And I followed him home to her place. Heard the argument, everything, but I had no idea he'd kill her until I heard her hit the floor. Door busted open then, and he came out looking like a crazy man. He didn't even see me. He just ran down the back stairs as fast as he could go. I went in and saw her lying on the floor, dead. I could have killed him then, but I thought of something better. He's good pay. The cash comes right on time. But I'm tired of living this way. So there's the story. The man who killed Carol Stevens.
This is as far as Biddle got, since Norgard had grabbed a stand mic and slammed it into the recording machine. In the rhubarb which followed, he also slammed it into my face, which is why I carry the imprint of the nation's #1 network just below my right eye. So that's about the crop, Tracy. Norgard and Pinstripe now lie cheek by jowl in the jail hospital trying to think of an honest lawyer who'll defend them. While you, Tracy, with a 3rd round of interviews before you, are considering tossing out Carol Stevens and doing the shooting of Dan McGrew. Period. End of report.
Sam, how unfortunate.
Unfortunate?
You never got to explain about the clock. It was 4 hours fast.
Why, sweetheart, that's self-explanatory. The clock said 4, you see,
Mm-hmm.
but it was 12. Biddle have been dead an hour, which makes it 11. Carry 1. Subtracting 4 from that leaves 7.
7.
And assuming he'd been there an hour before that makes 6.
Sam, what relentless logic. Just like Ellery Queen.
Effie, on this program, we do not plug rival products. Now go and type that up while I figure this out. Scoot, scoot.
Yes.
3 chimes mean good times on NBC. There's mystery and music every Saturday on NBC. For Mystery tomorrow, Herbert Marshall stars as the Man Called X. The Man Called X is a man without a name who travels the world over combating the forces of international espionage and intrigue. For music tomorrow, your hit parade brings you the top tunes in the land, played by Raymond Scott's orchestra and with vocals by Snooky Lanson and Eileen Wilson. Thank you, dear one. I see by the furrows in your brow that you have not as yet solved the matter of the missing chimes.
Oh, why Norgard set the clock ahead when he shot Jimmy Biddle?
How to approach this? You realize Norgard cut a hunk out of the tape,
yes,
removing Biddle's eyewitness account, setting him up as a suicide, right?
But Sam...
Don't make me change my grip, Esther. Though Biddle, by his own statement, made the recording at the time of the murder of Carol Stevens, to wit 11 o'clock. Now, in cutting out the crucial words, Norgard also had to cut out 8 chimes. This, he realized, would be noticed. So he set the clock ahead to make the number of chimes jibe. Chimes jibe. Chimes jibe. Nice ring.
Sam, will it be all right with you if I just say I understand when I really don't?
Sure, sweetheart.
I'll just type and answer the phone, and you use your feet and your head.
And together we'll end up...
I know, with... Good night, Sam.
Good night, sweetheart.
The Adventures of Sam Spade are produced, edited, and directed by William Spear. Sam Spade was played by Stephen Dunn. Lorene Tuttle is Effie. Script for tonight's adventure by Harold Swanton. Musical scoring by Lud Gluskin, conducted by Robert Armbruster. Join us again next week, same time, for another adventure with Sam Spade. Enjoy The Magnificent Montague, then Duffy's Tavern on NBC.